unfair treatment,
bullying and harassment,
unfair and destructive criticism,
racism,
microaggression,
differential attainment,
intimidation,
health inequalities,
unequal opportunities,
humiliation and ridicule.
on my own.
We often assume we don't have these issues in our workplace, or if we do, that they are minimal.
We always knew that NHS is not free of these issues. COVID and Black Lives Matter movement highlighted that this is an issue that cannot be brushed under the carpet anymore.
Some of us thought this needs to change. We need to not just share our stories and experiences, but also come up with some solutions in order to minimize these inequalities.
and thus the idea of levelling the field was born.
This idea was embraced by not only our colleagues at Newcastle Trust, but also at our deanery. This is how levelling the field came into being.
For anaesthesia learning in the North East, or A-Line, supporting levelling the field was a no-brainer. We're really proud of my colleagues who've set levelling the field up, putting these topics into everyone's agenda. And for us as an organisation, being involved, hosting the programme has been a real honour. I really hope you enjoyed today. I really hope you get a lot out of it and it sparks some positive discussion.
We were very glad that Health Education England, North East and NHS Find Your Place embraced our ideas and fully supported us funding this conference.
We set up the program and decided to go for the virtual meeting due to the pandemic. We were expecting a small number of people to sign up from within the region, but
we never thought it would generate so much interest. We had over 1,000 registrations, not just from the UK, but also around the world.
It struck a chord with so many, and people enthusiastically joined in to share their experiences, to tell us what work they've been doing, how they've learned from people to make this a positive change. It's very much the idea of why we got into this in the first place.
the program had a good mix of speakers, allied health professionals, junior doctors, as well as senior, regional and national figures.
What I like about levelling the field is that it caters for everyone working in the NHS.
Attending Levelling the Field has helped me to understand the challenges my colleagues face on a daily basis and what I can do to help and create positive change.
I was fortunate to be invited to be a keynote speaker at Levelling the Field 2020, and I was absolutely thrilled to see the level of energy, the enthusiasm, the buzz in this room, despite it being a virtual conference. And what struck me was that so many of the participants were prepared to share their lived experience, which was uncomfortable for them, and which these were matters that would have been swept under the carpet a decade ago, but we were able to share and learn together at that conference.
As TPD for trainees with differing needs, I was well aware of these issues, but it was sobering to be confronted with these statistics by the people who've experienced them.
We received overwhelmingly positive responses from delegates' feedback.
I attended the Levelling the Field conference last year, and it gave me a couple of ideas which I've pursued in my own trust, and working collaboratively with other trusts, we launched the IMG business case and also the BAPIO staff network, which is already running. These two forums were used to highlight the difficulties international medical graduates face, and especially to reduce the gap that exists between local graduates and international graduates. It is clear that there are unmet needs in this area, and we hope that our business case will lead to an international medical graduate office, which will help define the project of what requirements are needed for international medical graduates to support them at the same level as local graduates.
Since Levelling the Field 2020, I've received many requests from various members of Trust regarding setting up networks of wellbeing for staff, which I was happy to support with.
Levelling the the field definitely helped me take forward an aspiration I had to agree a national induction program for international medical graduates. Several of the conference attendees came forward after the event to help pilot the induction program. The pilot is about to begin, and I think that is one of the tangible benefits that will come out of the Levelling the Field 2020 conference.
After attending Levelling the Field, we felt the need to establish the role of IMG International Medical Graduates Tutor to improve the induction and pastoral care for our valued colleagues.
I was shocked when I heard about the experience of many of our international medical graduates when they arrived in Newcastle and at our trust and at the last Levelling the Field. And since then we've appointed an international medical graduate tutor to look after colleagues when they arrive with us and hopefully make that experience better.
Levelling the Field made me realise that I'm not on my own, that there were so many who faced the same challenges as me. It inspired me to start an IMG induction for IMT trainees.
As a Black, female, West Indian, international medical graduate, I have experienced firsthand many of the issues we've discussed at last year's Levelling the Field and again this year. So it makes me incredibly happy and proud to know that we're finally doing something about it.
We had extensive feedback and suggestions from Levelling the Field.
We performed a thematic analysis of the feedback.
It was your feedback and suggestions that helped us to bring Levelling the Field back this year.
Join us virtually on the 3rd of December 2021. We hope you have a very productive day today, and without further ado, I'd like to introduce the chairs for today's conference.
Dr. Catherine Bell has been working as consultant anaesthetist in Newcastle for more than 23 years. In the Northern School of Anaesthesia, Catherine established herself as a training program director for trainees with different needs, and when required became acting head of school. Since she became TPD, there has been more widespread acceptance that doctors in training need additional support. Catherine has supported her consultant and non-medical colleagues within the Trust and wider region through every imaginable difficulty. Dr. Bell has also been the Royal College of Anaesthetists Regional Advisor and is the recipient of Evelyn BAPIO Award for Outstanding Competence in all areas of anaesthetic practice, clinical excellence, teaching and training, and supporting colleagues.
We're also very excited to have Professor Marla Rao as chair. Professor Rao is a Senior Clinical Fellow at Imperial College London, Medical Advisor to the NHS England's Workforce Race Equality Implementation Team, and co-chair of the Race Equality Public Action Group launched by NIHR, which is the National Institute for Health Research. She's also Vice Chair of Water Inc. UK and a Governor of Notability. Her career has spanned public health practice, policy and research, and her proudest achievements have been addressing the health and social inequalities through workforce development, strengthening health systems and advocacy on climate change action in the UK as well as in the global arena. Her commitment to social justice has underpinned her work throughout her career. Her review of wellbeing in Black and minority ethnic populations in England was launched at the House of Lords in 2014 and influenced the establishment of the NHS Workforce Race Equality Strategic, which is the WRES advisory group, of which she was vice chair during the 2016 to 2018 period. She stepped down from that role in 2018 to become the National Medical Advisor to the WRES implementation team. She led the development of MWRES, which is the Medical Workforce Race Equality Standard launched by the NHS England in September 2020, a world's first in monitoring ethnic variations in the experience and career progression of the medical workforce at a national level. The first set of MWRES data was published in November 2020. She was co-guest editor of the February 2020 British Medical Journal's special issue on racism in medicine and is co-founder of the NHS Race and Health Observatory. In her role as co-chair of the Race Equality Public Action Group, she's supporting NIHR to achieve its goal of race equality in health, research and scholarship. There's very little else I can add on to this, but we've known Professor Rao for a couple of years, following her like little fans on Twitter, and she has been the most humble and supportive person to help us create this platform in order to share our experiences with a global aim of making the field equal for everyone working within the healthcare and in the wider global arena.
Good morning, everybody. Let me welcome you wholeheartedly to Levelling the Field 2020. We're delighted to have all of you joining us, and thank you. I'm Catherine Bell, this is Marla Rao, and we're your co-chairs for today. We would like to say that this event is being supported by Health Education England North East and hosted by A-Line, Anaesthesia Learning in the North East. I'm also delighted to say this is not just a national conference anymore, we're now international, so welcome world. And we've got many delegates logged in from outside the UK. We are coming to you today from a place called Holt's Yard, which is a repurposed industrial site in the heart of Newcastle. And I'm joined by a fantastic tech team, but I will just say we are all jobbing NHS workers. We're not professional at this, so please bear with us if we have any slight hitches with the technology. Our apologies in advance if anything it goes wrong. We are delighted that over 2,500 people have registered for today, and we have 25 outstanding speakers to help us think through this really important topic. I'm delighted that we can put this day on for you.
Catherine, it's going to be quite an intense day, isn't it? We've got a day which is going to be split into 5 sessions, 2 morning sessions followed by first presentations during lunch, and then session 3 about leadership, followed by oral presentations during coffee, and 2 final sessions with representatives from major organisations of the NHS joining us in our panel discussion. Before we begin, Catherine and I thought we ought to share a ground rule, if you like. There will be terms like Black, Asian, and minority ethnic workforce, or we might talk specifically about Black doctors or Asian doctors, or we might use terms such as ethnic minorities during the day. The speakers might. Catherine and I might. And we want to make it absolutely clear that, the whole purpose of today is to share the challenges faced by these sections of the workforce. And there is absolutely no offense intended by any of these terms. And we ask you all to bear with us in that regard. So follow us on Twitter and Instagram, with handles at LTFNHS. We encourage you to engage with social media using the hashtag LTF2021.
And you can also use the Q&A box, which is at the bottom of your screen, to ask any questions. Please keep your questions short and precise, and if you want them directed to any individual speaker, please direct the question to them. This question is for Dr. or Mr. or Mrs. If you have any issues logging on to Zoom, this conference is also being streamed on our A-Line YouTube channel, and the link will be displayed in the chat box throughout the day, and will also be posted on social media. If you have any questions when you log into YouTube, then please post your questions onto the Twitter account. We do advise you to use a laptop or a desktop rather than your phone, just so you can experience us in full technical glory. Thank you.
we're going to kick off our morning session with a glimpse of the challenges faced by international doctors and nurses and how we can address those challenges, the role of ethnic and cultural organizations in the well-being of ethnic minority workforces in the NHS. And we're going to end the morning with a session about the workforce race equality standard. We have posted presentations during lunch, so do please stay and participate in that, and oral presentations later in the afternoon. So it now gives me enormous pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Soheb Rehman. Soheb is an international medical graduate from Pakistan. He's currently a GP ST2 in the Northwest and also a trainee rep for the Northwest Deanery. He's a moderator of international medical graduates in the UK Facebook group, which exists to support IMGs in the UK and to help and enable them to guide each other. The group, I am told, has more than 112,000 members. With that unique experience and insight from this large IMG group, Soheb is going to give us an overview of the challenges faced by international medical graduates in the UK. Thank you so much, Soheb, for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you so much for the nice welcome. So I'm going to talk about NHS and international medical graduates from the perspective of what I've seen in the last 5 years in the form of different posts on Facebook group. But before that, I'm going to present some statistics regarding the changing medical workforce GMC report that came in 2020. And the striking thing was this statement, which says, IMGs joining the UK workforce has outnumbered UK and European graduates combined as of June 2020 now. Now, this is a graph which actually tells us what has happened from 2012 till 2020. Now, we can see in a purple the number of UK graduates that has been registering with GMC from 2012 to 2020 has grown up, but in a number of hundreds, not even thousands. Whereas the number of European graduates registering with GMC has gone down. We all know the reasons. Whereas international medical graduates, the number of international medical graduates in the form of this orange line, you can see it has gone up. It has gone like a parabolic rise in the number of international medical graduates who are registering with GMC and then working with NHS. So in 2012, it was around 2,500. Now it's more than 10,000 as compared to UK and European graduates. So yeah, the Facebook page, which was mentioned, it's the International Medical Graduate IMG in the UK page. It has got 113,000 members. You've got consultants, registrars, and junior doctors who are on the page for past 4 or 5 years and helping juniors and seniors and everyone. There is another page by the name of PLAB2 in GMC registration. It has got 57,000 members. It's mainly for those who want to apply for PLAB2 in GMC registration. Any Q&As are answered. And these are active pages, unlike other which are dead pages or nobody responds. You can see that there are, since last night, I've taken a screenshot, the fresh one, 68 posts today and 1,200 posts in the last 28 days. I mean, 40, 50 posts are being posted by IMGs on a daily basis. And this was created 5 years ago by one of my colleagues. Now, common issues faced by IMGs. There are hundreds and hundreds. I can speak for an hour about this, but I'm going to highlight a few one. So I made a post recently on a page asking what are the common IMGs issues. I've picked those that has been highlighted again and again, like not taking interviews after sending messages. Many IMGs received interview emails, but then they were not interviewed. Poor coordination from HR, delay in issuance of visa sponsorship, delay in pre-employment checks, accommodation bank, no guidance on portfolio. These are those IMGs who are coming to the UK as a non-trainee or trainee. Lack of support for mental health, no family support, ADR, annual leave issue. I've highlighted two things, accommodation and the bank account. These are something that has been highlighted and pointed out again and again over the course of last 2-3 years. Imagine international medical graduate coming from another country to the UK after securing job online or interview, and HR gives them an email of accommodation officer, and they get a reply from accommodation officer, sorry, your accommodation is full, we can't accommodate you. This is a person who might have never visited that city, who might not be aware of where the exact location of hospital is, how is the area around the hospital, where he should start looking for accommodation, how is the transport, what he should do. Similarly with bank account, by the time international medical graduate come to the UK, go through pre-employment checks and then start job, get their first salary, it's around after 2 months. So they bring around, let's say, £2,000-3,000 cash, and they are not able to open bank statement because they won't be getting a letter from trust unless everything is cleared, which takes 2 months. Until then, they have to carry that cash in their hand, which is not safe. Now, these two issues, when I started, I went through this, and later on, I had a discussion and sort of many things with my trust, and we streamlined it. How now my previous trust had been in contact with few real estate agents and few banks, and they helped these international medical graduates in renting accommodation around hospital and getting their bank accounts open pretty quickly. I'm not going to take the name of the banks, but there are few which are quite helpful to the IMGs. Now, the most common problem when I ask, and what I've seen in the last 5 years and what I myself went through, is induction. I'm not going to share my own experience or say something out of the blue. I'm going to share the screenshots of multiple people who went through this. Now, this is someone who says, yesterday I emailed my department asking about orientation, as this is my first NHS job in the UK. Guess what? They don't have orientation. Another person, specific example. This is a chap who started on night duties, no logins, no explanation of how the referrals or hospital work, put on duty alone. So an IMG who came to the UK with no logins, started on night alone, and then have a registrar who comes in and asks, why did you start on night? Fair enough. Where did you train? In a condescending way that sets the tone. So imagine what this IMG is going through. Another one, no induction, no training. Nobody explained what my responsibilities are. Some consultants are mean to IMG. Now, IMG, and especially those who are new to the UK, they should not be doing weekend or nights on their first week before getting logins and IT training. Now, this is someone who is speaking from personal experience few years ago, dreadful experience. So from this post, I can imagine that he started doing nights on call in first week. Another one, starting my first NHS job as FY2 in A&E, the rota manager sent me a rota, appointed to have on-calls and night shifts right from the beginning. Although head of the department told me that I'll have a shadowing period of 1 week. Now, my question is, someone who's new to the NHS, do I think 1 week of shadowing is enough for that international medical graduate to start functioning independently or start seeing patients? If I'm a patient, I wouldn't be comfortable. Now, this IMG is not complaining. He's saying, what would that be difficult to cope with? Any inputs? He's just asking, or she's just asking for helps. Now, another, the hospital is refusing any time for shadowing and only mentioned that I'll start working for 2 weeks at daytime. A&E, imagine. Now, another, my friend has been offered a place in emergency medicine, some back home experience, some gap. When she asked for shadowing, the HR replied, ED, do not do shadowing or induction, but you will have your own rota. I don't see that helpful. Another one, trauma and orthopedic, started a job, 1.5 years of gap. I've not been given a proper shadowing period and expected to work in full capacity. Today was my first day as SHO in surgery, and it was overwhelming for me. Things were not like I hoped them to be. Also, I don't have any official shadowing period. I can share so many experiences, but these were few of them. So these international medical graduates who are joining NHS as non-trainee or clinical fellow, there is no proper national level induction system for them. I think there should be. Now, another thing, when there is no proper orientation, there is no proper shadowing, there is no proper entry into the system, and they're just thrown into an ocean to swim, to learn to swim on their own, what will happen? Differential attainment. Now, a few figures I'll share. The average postgraduate exam pass rate overall is 71%. This rises to 75.8% for those who are white. This falls to 63% for UK BMA medical graduates, and this falls to 41% for international medical graduates. These are the figures and statements and words from a report on BMJ and GMC. So imagine 71% overall passing rate, but 41% for international medical graduates. It's quite a big and a wide gap. And we need to ask ourselves why there is this gap and what we are doing. And if we are doing anything, is this making any difference? Figures are not showing. This is the slide I've just shared. This is from GMC 2015 report. No further report or latest report is available, so I've shared this. There was a presentation recently on differential attainment by one of the associate dean in Northwest, and it was also shared in that. So we have to look into that. We have to ask ourselves, and we have to see in our trusts and regions whether things are improving and improving. We need to get statistics. Now, another thing regarding bullying and racism in NHS, no matter how much we say, no matter how much we try to close our eyes, it exists. Now, I'm going to read this post properly just to highlight. I'm very new in NHS. I'm bullied in my trust. They usually don't support the IMGs to apply for training. I haven't seen IMGs in my trust doing any teaching or audit unless they are trainees and been here for more than a year. The lead consultant actually asked everyone not to apply for training because he wants everyone to stay in the trust for whole 2 years. If you apply for training, it will mean leaving the trust 6 months earlier than completing 2-year contract. All of regular consultants even support that. My worry is I won't be able to leave the trust because they won't give me reference for a new job even if I stay here for a year. So this is someone who made a contract of 2 years. After a year or one and a half year, if someone wants to apply for training that is going to start after 1 more year, that they are not allowing these trainees to do that. This is an IMG who is considering to go back to leave NHS and then get another job. Imagine this trainee and this IMG has been pushed to this extent that he or she is on the verge of leaving NHS to sort himself or herself out. Now, bullying and lack of support for career progression. I've shown you a post. There are hundreds and hundreds, in fact, thousands of posts made on a regular basis. Now, bullying is not saying in a form of physical bullying or showing microaggression. Sometimes bullying is not signing trust form or references or giving references for next job to these IMGs in order to progress in their career. These CREST form, alternate competency form, are used as shackles to keep these clinical fellows at one place for service provision. Service provision is not bad. Nobody can deny that. We have to do that. We all have to do that. But at the same time, you have to make sure that these IMGs who are joining and working for you, coming from abroad, we have to do something to help them in their career also. Now, another one.
May I ask you to please wrap up, because we're 5 minutes over time, and it would be really great to bring you back in on the Q&A session. So
yeah, sure.
Wrap up, I'd be enormously grateful. Thanks.
Okay. Now, seeing all this, my question is NHS designed to fail the IMGs? When I see all these posts and what I've seen in last 3-4 years with no significant improvement, me being a doctor and has seen all these, I think, yes, it's designed to fail IMGs, and IMGs are trying their level best to survive. Now, I'm more than happy if someone wants to discuss further or want to have further information. These are my details and my Twitter link also. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those enormously powerful insights. And I think some of these are going to be recurring themes. We're going to come back to these several times during the rest of the day. Stay with us because I know that we've got questions to ask you in the Q&A session. But meanwhile, I'm going to very swiftly thank you, Soheb, and move on to our panel discussion. And that's because our second speaker on the program, Prof Fernando, is having some technical problems. And while we wait for the technical problems to be resolved, let's move swiftly on to the panel discussion. We have a really interesting panel discussion entitled My International Experience. Our panelists are unique in that they have experience of working in at least 2 healthcare systems, one of which is the NHS. So they are in this interesting position of being able to compare and contrast the experience they had in the NHS with another health system and make some suggestions for what we could do better here in the NHS. A reminder that if you have any questions for any of our speakers, we've got a wonderful team here that are monitoring the questions, so please post your questions in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screens. So, who are our panelists? Christine Wood did her medical graduation from Newcastle University and then completed both her foundation training and core training in anaesthetics in the Northeast before moving to New Zealand in 2018. She's currently an anaesthetic trainee in New Zealand, and she moved there for the lifestyle and plans to stay long term. She's going to share with us the support she received as a new IMG in New Zealand. Such Rastogi is consultant anaesthetist who has a special interest in pain management, particularly in children. He undertook his training in Manchester, Switzerland, and Canada before returning to his native Newcastle in 2013. Having spent 2 years living in Toronto, working at the world-renowned Sick Kids Hospital, he was inspired by the city's powerful motto, diversity, our strength, and he's going to share with us experiences as an IMG in Canada. Exton Sanchez did his nursing graduation in the Philippines and then moved to Singapore, where he worked for 8 years before moving to the UK in 2004. And he's been working in Newcastle and is currently the charge nurse in theatres and recovery. He's going to compare his and contrast his experience of being an overseas nurse in Singapore and now in the UK. Aman Khaji is a board-certified cardiologist working in the US in Pennsylvania. He received his undergraduate training in India, then postgraduate training in the UK before moving to the US and establishing a highly successful career there. So thank you all so much for joining us, from across different time zones. I hate to think, for some of you, is it 4 a.m. or something like that? So thank you so much for joining us from across all of these time zones around the world. So we're going to start the discussion with Christine. So I'm sorry about that, but it's typical, isn't it? We're in this amazing building, but of course they have to have fire alarms. They have to have those. So sorry about that minor interlude, but we can get back. I think the alarm has ended now. So Christine, you have done your foundation and core training in the UK before moving to New Zealand. when you moved to New Zealand, tell us, did you receive support with your relocation when you joined the hospital in New Zealand? How long was it before you had to start taking being on call or work independently? Did the system make you comfortable? Did they ensure you were ready before you could work independently? Christine, over to you.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm just going to briefly talk to you about my experience of emigrating here. After doing my training in the Northeast, I moved over here and spent a year working in intensive care as a registrar. And then I've just joined the Anaesthetic training scheme to continue my specialty training over here. We moved here before COVID hit, and I felt really privileged to have lived in relative freedom for the last year. I'm actually currently on maternity leave after we've had our first baby, and I'm starting back at work next week, which is all a bit daunting. Oh, just trying to get my presentation to work, sorry. There we go. So we were really lucky when we moved to Christchurch. My sister actually lives here, so she set us up when we arrived. And we went one trip to the mall and had a cell phone, bank accounts, driver's licenses and tax numbers. And then I started work a week later, so it was all a bit of a rush to get organised. But in terms of what's offered by Christchurch to support me, they have what's called the Resident Doctor Support Team, the RDST, which is fantastic. They're easy to contact and really quick to respond to queries. They have an induction guide for international medical graduates called Onboarding. And this details information about relocating to New Zealand, travelling, medical council applications, getting a visa, and then also the managed isolation quarantine process at the moment. They also include details about how to set up bank accounts and the Inland Revenue Department numbers so that you can get paid as soon as you arrive. You're paid every 2 weeks here, so your first wage comes in quite quickly once you arrive. The Christchurch RDST doesn't fund the relocation process, but some health boards in New Zealand do, and some specific jobs also have that as a perk, so it's always worth asking. The RDST doesn't offer accommodation for people specifically, but they do provide information about Airbnbs that they've had good recommendations for, and they've got a Facebook page specifically for doctors for when they arrive, where they post adverts for accommodation. In terms of supervision and shadowing, I actually went straight into my role as an advanced trainee on intensive care. I felt pretty confident in this role as I'd done intensive care in the UK. And my roster consisted of 7 day shifts on and 7 days off. So there was always a consultant around in the daytime to ask questions. I didn't start out of hours work for over a month, and by then I was well settled into the role. The RDST normally ensures that all international medical graduates work for at least 1 week of shadowing in their new service before they move to a full roster. In that time, they're given a full orientation, including a tour of the hospital, IT training, radiology training, and information about the RDST and what support is available to them. We're also given an educational supervisor to contact with specific concerns and support. And you have to complete a portfolio here as a non-training registrar, and they support you through that process as well. Out of hours work is supported by an experienced clinical nurse specialist who offers the doctors support and direction as a port of call throughout the night. And currently I'm being really well supported with coming back to work after maternity leave. I'll be working under supervision with consultants and won't go on the on-call roster for at least 3 months. I'll also have several meetings with the supervisors of training to ensure that I feel up to speed and happy with the solo work that I'm going to undertake later on. Just briefly, I'll talk about equality and diversity in the New Zealand healthcare system. New Zealand's culturally diverse with an Indigenous Maori population, and in Christchurch, new international medical graduates complete a mihi, which is a Maori greeting, as well as compulsory education around Maori health beliefs and culture. There's several cultural competency courses and Te Reo language teaching, which is available as well. And on the whole, this is a great place to work and train. Doctors seem well supported, and I've only had positive experiences with the process of moving and working here. Thank you.
Amazing. I mean, what a world of difference. And we're going to come back to that, and thank you. Next question for Aman. Aman, you graduated in India and worked in the UK before moving to the US. So How does your experience compare when you moved to the UK and then you moved to the US, please? Do tell us.
Thank you so much for the question, and it's such a great conference and meeting, and I really feel honored to be part of this group here today. And I am the one who is awake at 4 o'clock. I just wanted to disclose that here in USA. As far as my experience and transition to United States for medical training is concerned, I'll share some thoughts and things that pretty much kind of similar to what the first speaker just talked about, but in a little different perspective. It's been almost 13 years, and the transition at that time was quite a bit of an experience in a way that there were a lot of changes happening in NHS as far as training was concerned, and that led me to motivated and go to America. And at that time, I'll share you what I felt and what I went through. The first part was the process of transitioning with regards to visa processing, which was quite a bit of a challenge, I would say, because immigration and visa policies in the USA are much more stringent and strict and requires a lot of paperwork. That was the first part. And the second part is once you transition, the entry into the training structure or training system was quite well organized, and I was very much impressed. Now, there are some things that I'm going to share with regards to how that transition happened orientation-wise. There was at least, I remember, a week to 10 days worth of orientation. Before that, there was no dedicated, I would say, support system as such here as well, but there was quite a bit of a structured, unofficial system to allow the IMGs to accommodate and gel into the system. In the first 1 week to 10 days, this was for everyone, but specifically for IMGs, a strict orientation that included tour of the hospital, how to use the electronic healthcare system, and knowing where things are, meeting the team, and what are your expectations. And one other characteristics of American healthcare system training is there is dedicated program director and mentor for your whole training purpose. So you are always attached and you're sharing all your concerns and difficulties. So that was a great start to begin with. And as far as the rest of the training, I think the training structure was so robust where every month you would see your progress and assessment, where how you're doing, what you're learning. The learning curve is very steep. In terms of what advantage I felt starting training here, I felt like when I was training in the United Kingdom, all the medical knowledge, clinical knowledge, and the confidence that I had and gained by working in NHS boosted my confidence and felt I was ahead of some of my peers with regards to that. When it comes to the actual structure of healthcare system, there were differences, and to understand those system-based learning, it did take some time, but I think it was a steep curve. As soon as in few months I was able to join and be on par with the people who had graduated from local. As far as the actual training and the type of training was concerned, I was specifically allowed to join in certain rotations where my expectations were not so much of responsibility, which were more for observation so that I understand. So that really helped, but that was only for a month or two. And after that, I started playing the role of a active participation in clinical care. So overall, I would say there was a great transition with regards to in terms of how the structure was played out, the orientation to understanding electronic healthcare system, then expectations at the end of the training, which really helped me transition. And it's been almost a decade now that I finished my training, and I feel really confident with all the things I have accomplished and what I have done. So in terms of what can be learned, and I think a proper structural system to address specifically IMGs, and there are a lot of changes that are happening in the current new trainees that are coming through, where specifically some part of the orientation was left for the IMGs, particularly paying attention to their difficulties. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aman. Exton, you went to Singapore. What was it like there compared with the NHS, please? Exton, I think you're muted, perhaps?
Sorry, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Again, thank you very much. I think I considered myself one of those pioneering in the international recruit in Singapore and probably also in UK way back in 1997 in Singapore. And I was here in 2004 in the United Kingdom. I think that time, I could probably say there's no much structural support on how they're going to integrate in their healthcare system. Like in Singapore at the time, I think the administration also, they are very not quite sure how they're going to able to integrate and support the international nurses down there, as they all just started the mass recruitment of the Singapore or international nurses from other different countries. So I think the most support that I was put in there is, I think, first thing, Singapore is already, I think, a very diverse society, and we are working in a very multicultural workforce, and there are a lot of like Chinese, Indians, Malays, and a very diverse society, very respectful society. And they are celebrating different cultural festivities over a year. So the first thing I think we are supported is the language barrier. When in fact, although Singapore is already English speaking as a medium of form of communications, but dealing with patients and the locals, they are still communicating through their own local language or their mother tongue. So the Chinese will speak whatever dialect they have. So the support we have given is just, we've been sent to do some language or dialect studies like Mandarin, like Malay, or other things. And this is a way where we're able to learn the basic communication on how to speak to them. And also the second one also, we have provided a mentor in every time we work in the clinical environment. So it is the mentor that really we have dependent too much on how we are going to work on that new environment, which is also similar here in UK. When in the UK here also, we have given an opportunity to go for, like we are working in Northeast here. So we have at least a day in learning the Geordie language, if you like. And also have given a mentor in here that will be working throughout and every time we are in the clinical area. And until the time that they are happy for us to be working alone in terms of we are going to interact, if they assess us already, if we are very good in the clinical skills and we are confident on what we are doing, that's the time that we're gonna allow us to work independently. I think in Singapore as well, because this is a very highly technological country. So we've been given training for those regular scientific convention where modern technologies are available for service improvement. There is always a regular scientific conventions for practice and updates for modern technology available in Singapore. And that is also one of the, I think, setback when I come back when I went here in UK, because the time in 2004, we are still not really modernized in UK at the time. So my transition in UK, when they introduce some other like medical equipment, is already like, all right, I've seen that before. So it's not really like a big deal for me. But I think the mentor is the important person that I really depend on and rely on how I'm going to adjust on both different countries. That really helped me a lot to be able to adapt to the new working environment. And in terms of career opportunity in Singapore, as I said, the time is still very limited, the time, but I think at this time now, for more than how many years now, I think 15, 16 years, that has already changed. And also in here, the time in career opportunity, the time as well, is probably limited for us to go on a higher level. But now I think in healthcare settings now in UK, as a nurse, I think we have our role as nurses has already been also, has been, what can I say? I think has been also been very, so many, what they call this, areas that we can go as a practice nurse or anything. So,
yeah.
But the only thing I think I can say, based on my experience as able to come from different background or maybe different perception on how we're going to have a career opportunity, is that because on my background, we always been told that you have to apply for something. Like, for example, you need to apply for do things in order for you to have a good career progressions. But I think that also in this time of modern international nurses recruit, they've been all told that the opportunity is always there for them to grab. And the only thing they need to do is work for it and able to grab all the opportunities that the trust is being given to them.
Exton, thank you. Thank you so much. That's interesting. And my take-home message is that that whole area of cultural diversity and how much we could learn across countries. And the IT issue, which has been raised time and time again, because one of the things, Exton, is that international medical graduates and international nursing graduates like yourself come sometimes from highly IT literate cultures and environments, but others come from a completely opposite, side of the end of the spectrum. And how we support that is really important. So thank you so much, Exton. I'm going to swiftly move on to invite Rastogi to tell us something about the sort of support he was offered in Canada when he went to work there. Sach, are you there? Yes, I can see you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me. So I was a fellow at Sick Kids in Toronto and Sunnybrook Hospital in Toronto from 2011 to 2013. So I'm a second generation British Asian. So for me, going over to Toronto was really the first time I was feeling like a foreign doctor for the first time. And I was somewhat anxious about that. But when I looked into Toronto as a city, the actual, as you said before, the motto of the city is diversity, our strength. And I thought that was so incredibly powerful and inspirational and welcoming. And when I arrived at Sick Kids, the Department of Anaesthesia, it was incredibly diverse. So in terms of the consultant body, the chief of anesthesia was Black. There was representation from South America, the Middle East, East and Western Europe, Australasia, Southeast Asia, India. Really amazing, and a 50-50 split in terms of male and female, in terms of consultant body. And what this was doing was really reflecting or mirroring the patient population that Toronto served, which is, it is a global, huge, cosmopolitan city. But, there was this, it just seemed to me that there was an understanding that diversity, the importance of representation in terms of driving innovation, that the individuals in the department should reflect the patient body that we serve. It was valued, it was important, it was acknowledged. There was what I felt was a greater understanding of these issues at that time. And in terms of the structures they have in place for what they call equity, diversity, inclusion, EDI, is the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Toronto has an Office of Diversity, Inclusion and Diversity, and each hospital has an EDI chief. And within the hospital, each department has an EDI lead with an overseeing chief diversity officer for the Department of Anaesthesiology, overlooking it from a sort of policy perspective. And in terms of what they have, a whole suite of sort of resources and approaches, which include policies, programs, workshops. And one of the things that they have at Sick Kids, which I felt was very innovative, is they have what's called an allyship program, which is a hospital-wide program to initiate all healthcare workers into the concept of allyship. And that's, the goals of that are to help support minority, ethnic, diverse people, and not just from a healthcare worker perspective, but also patients, co-workers. It encourages equity and inclusion in the workplace as part of everyone's everyday work. And really to put the message that this is a win-win situation if we can embed these policies and these principles into everyday practice. Our patients win, our colleagues win, and also they have a strong research program, so they publish what they do. It's good for the organization as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Interesting that you were talking about departments having a diversity officer. Did I hear you correct?
That's correct. Each hospital department, yeah.
Yeah, of course. I think my co-chair Catherine does it for all trainees in all departments, and we'd have to, we'll have to come on back again to the sort of resources we need to ensure the intensity of induction and rapid social integration and so on required. And I think we will come back to discuss that and whether much more in the way of resources are required in order to make that happen swiftly and to ensure that international medical graduates and nursing graduates are fully settled, culturally speaking, into life in Britain and life in the NHS as soon as possible, and are supported throughout their careers. So that was very insightful. So stay with us while I go on to Aman and ask him, with Black Lives Matter, has that improved, that whole thing of valuing diversity in medicine in the US? Are there any policy take-homes that have emerged since Black Lives Matter? And I'm glad you talked, Sach, about the range of backgrounds and origins of the doctors in Toronto, and you talked about Africa. So it's a good time to be asking in what way Black Lives Matter has changed things in the US. Aman, are you online?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, and I think I echo all thoughts by Dr. Rastogi, who just described his situation and what is being done in Canada and just across the border here. I'll tell you, I'll share the personal experience of my institution. I'm currently at University of Pennsylvania Hospital, Chester County, where I'm currently a consultant cardiologist. And before that, the problem of ethnic diversity and issues related to race and minorities has existed for decades or centuries. But I think the Black Lives Matter, which really sparked off a hardcore discussion and bringing attention with regards to addressing this diversity and racial equality, was after the death of George Floyd in May 2020 last year. So I hope you're able to listen to me and my voice quality, if it is,
And I'm not sure whether it's something at our end or your end. So yes, I think yeah, do carry on. I think they may try and do something about it, technically speaking, at this end.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So what I was trying to talk about was, after the death of George Floyd, who was a black man, was shot by the police in a situation that led to Black Lives Matter. And I think it has reinforced and brought in the table the discussion about racial inequality that happens at healthcare force as well. I will share you, after discussing certain points, what happened at my institution personally, and what I shared my thoughts with the Chief Executive Officer at my institution, Mr. Mike Duncan. Really great guy. So, in terms of lack of diversity in the workforce, it's very, very serious problem, because it eventually limits our capabilities taking care of our patients. And I think it is important for us as a workforce to be diverse, in large part because our patients are diverse. And the more diverse the people are who we provide the medical care, it's better they respectfully and knowledgeably assist their patients. When you have a patient, or when you have a provider who cannot find any resemblance in them, in their beliefs, in the way they look, or in the culture, or the other facets of their life, they run the risk of not being able to understand, or not being able to receive a treatment that they're supposed to. One of the quotes that comes to my mind is, we not only in healthcare force, our goal is to achieve patient care that is best, but also achieve excellence. And the difference in the excellence is providing that care for every particular human being, irrespective of their race, religion, beliefs, cultural identity, and all that stuff. So, in terms of what we did at our institution, and when this was going on last year in the raging COVID pandemic, I did discuss with my CEO, Mike Duncan, and his response was amazing, and it was very rewarding to hear. At the same time, it was quite a realistic experience to see the challenges do exist even in our institution. So his approach was, when this was ongoing and we realized that our institution had diverse people with different race, ethnicity, and religious affiliations, where he went on to speak to them one-to-one on a basis where face-to-face, unfiltered, hey, I am here to come and talk to you about this situation, what's going on all over the country, where if you want to share any feelings or anything that goes through your mind, please share with me how you feel about it. Which was, I think, was a fantastic idea for a leader of an institution to do that. And he did that for over a dozen of people. And what he understood by that was people, there was quite a bit of an element of racism, or, kind of a gap between people of color or minority that existed in every part of our system. But they just wanted to be heard. It was a very humbling experience for him to know that. At the same time, what he did, he took a step further. He contacted the local community leaders, that is the Black church leader, or the.
May I interrupt a moment? Were there any policy changes as a consequence? I think the listening is incredibly important. Yeah. So I just wondered whether in just a line or two, whether you could just tell us, were there any policy changes? Did it require policy changes, or was it more that people wanted to be heard?
No, yeah, it definitely left with, because already there is existing system of diversity officer addressing racial issues, but I think that was never looked after. And what I led to this was a system where we started getting the local community leaders, such as leaders of the churches, leaders of an Islamic society in the local area, to come and meet the people in the hospital. And you know what the most amazing result of this policy change, where we engaged, I think we opened the channels of communication with the people, is, our county had an highest rate of vaccinations for COVID-19 among the minorities, which was impressive.
That's fantastic. Now that's an impact, isn't it? So I think that's wonderful. That's good to know that this has had a whether you can prove it or not, there's bound to have been some sort of impact. So Aman, thank you so much for sharing those insights with us. We've been able to extend the panel discussion because unfortunately, Francis has had to drop out of the conference altogether. So we've been able to extend this until the next session begins. But nevertheless, we've only got about 4 minutes left. And in those 4 minutes, there have been questions pouring in. I'm going to quickly ask you one question, well, two questions actually. Very quickly, could you tell us, are there separate exams to get licenses in New Zealand, Canada, US, and Singapore? So shall we start with Christine? Sort of yes, no answers, please, Christine. And maybe, just a score of how difficult and challenging it is in each of those countries. What's it like in New Zealand? Do you need a separate set of exams to go through?
If you've completed some of your training in the UK, they will recognise some of the exams, but only if you've done both parts, so your primary and your final. Right. They'll recognise that as so you don't have to repeat the primary, but you do have to repeat the final exam.
And if you want to do further exams, like a PhD and so on, is that easy to get advice on these things? Just yes, no, Christine.
I haven't ever looked into it, but from what I can gather, training is very well supported, yeah.
Right, that's fantastic. Now, how about in nursing, Exton? What's it like? Do you have to take separate exams in Singapore?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yes or no?
Oh, yes. We have to sit for the Singapore Nursing Board exam. And you have to pass, I think, the time 75% before you'll be allowed to work there.
And I think you mentioned that there is a culture of people wanting to progress, and that's encouraged and supported.
Yes, the time during my time is quite limited because we were starting that time, of course. But maybe after 4 years, 5 years, there's already we put the offers and I think the Singapore government has supported in order for us to stay there. Hence, because there was already a massive competition between the UK and the Singapore at the time, where the 10 nurses is going to UK at the time. So they even offered some scholarship and at the same time some to become permanent resident, eventually become a citizen.
Thank you. Aman, I think I sort of know the answer. I think the UK requires its own exams to be taken. Is that right? It has its own assessments.
Absolutely.
And they can be quite tough.
USA has its own licensing exam that are must before you even apply for training structure. There are
Is there lots of support to be able to get through those exams? Yes or no?
A lot of support, but I don't think it is like programmed and structured through the system. But it is on your own basis.
Right. And and such. What about Canada, please?
So I know that University of Toronto for anaesthesia residency has reserved slots for international medical graduates. So it actually does have specific slots reserved for IMGs. In terms of if you are, which are very competitive, but they're available. if you would want to go like me as a consultant and stay, then you'd probably have to get an academic license or work for a period of time before then doing some exams. Yes.
So while you're on the line, literally in 30 seconds, the allyship, was that, there's been a question that's come in about that. Were there allies allocated, were they nominated? Tell us in 30 seconds, how did that work?
So this is since I've left, this is a new program, an innovative program, which it's a hospital, like I said, it's a hospital-wide program at Sick Kids, which is open to all members of staff, with the goals of just the concept of allyship, how to support minority ethnic people, empowering the staff to support everyone else.
Right. So it isn't actually a sort of nominated buddy scheme, but it's something that I think appears worth our while studying.
Yeah,
and understanding how we replicate here. Yeah. So I'm going to have to conclude the panel discussion. I think we could have gone on and on with just this for the rest of the day. I cannot thank you all enough for your contributions, for what you've shared with us this morning. So interesting. Thank you all very much for this, for kickstarting the conference with this amazing panel discussion. Thanks, panel. And so before I hand over to Catherine to share the next session, I have a question. A poll should appear on your screens. The instructions are fairly simple about how you can respond to it. And the question is, have you seen any changes in your organization within the last year to improve inequality and treatment of ethnic minorities? Yes or no? Well, thank you very much for taking part in that poll, and hopefully we can see those results coming on screen now. So it looks like about 60% of us have seen some positive change in our organisation, which is fantastic, but very sadly 40% haven't. So it's quite clear that there's a long way to go with this topic. So yes, let's keep thinking about it. So our next session, we're going to have two speakers we've got the first is Margaret Kitching, who is representing the Royal College of Nursing, and the second is Aishnine Benjamin, who works with the BMA. So we're going to begin with Margaret. She is Chief Nurse of the North Eastern Yorkshire and works with the NHS England and NHS Improvement. She has a broad range of nursing qualifications across nursing, midwifery, district nurse and specialist nursing, and has worked for the NHS for over 40 years. She is leading and driving the equality and patient safety agenda across the north of England with the aim of improving the care and support for patients and their carers. And for this work, she was awarded the MBE for her services to nursing in 2019. So she's going to be looking at national and regional initiatives to address the challenges which are faced by our international nursing colleagues, which Exton highlighted earlier. So thank you very much indeed, Margaret, for joining us. We haven't got Margaret. I can see you, but I can't hear you, Margaret. I'm so sorry.
We're going to swap and we're going to talk to Aishnine first, because I think Aishnine's with us. So Aishnine is Head of Equality, Inclusion and Culture at the BMA. Earlier in 2021, this year, she published a report called A Missed Opportunity, which was actually a critique of the Commission for Ethnic and Racial Disparities race report. And she's worked across diversity and inclusion for professionals for over 15 years, again, across national, statutory and governmental bodies, including the NHS, GMC, Ministry of Justice, and so on and so forth. She is passionate about creating inclusive working environments and changing organisational cultures to deliver the outcomes that they state they wish to, and I'm sure intend to, but so often doesn't actually materialise into practice. So she would like to standardise diversity monitoring with effective training and evaluation. And she's going to be telling us about the BMA's role in doing this. So Aishnine, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see your slides. So over to you.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. So yes, I'm the Head of Equality, Inclusion and Culture at the BMA, and this presentation is a bit of a combination of a few teams' work. We have an IMG team, we have an international team, and my team, the Equality, Inclusion and Culture team as well. And later, you're going to hear from Dr. Chow Nagpal as well in the Q&A session to wrap up what we're talking about. And I just wanted to start with, I'm sorry that Margaret didn't go first, because I wanted to start with a little picture of my background and where I came from. My parents both came to the UK and trained as nurses in the NHS. And this is a picture from 1986 of my mum, who was the head of midwifery at a Surrey hospital. And I think it's an interesting picture. It's like a school picture. I don't think people do this anymore, of bringing together the whole team to take a picture. But if you see, the front line were the midwives and the back lines were the auxiliaries and the healthcare support workers. And just highlighting really the history of the NHS and its diversity, and that you can have seniority with ethnic minorities in the workforce. And we heard from earlier as well about the makeup of IMGs. So we already know 28% of UK doctors are international medical graduates, and also 1 in every 3 secondary care doctors in England alone are international medical graduates. Also, we know the UK has got one of the highest levels of overseas doctors in the OECD. So it's a fact. International medical graduates are a part of our workforce, and also will remain, a part of our workforce. And I think that's the point that we really have to highlight there. The bit I've got in blue here, nationality, national origin, ethnicity, and ethnic origin, really highlights that this is related to the Equality Act. So in the Equality Act, ethnicity is defined in these ways, but the crossover with IMGs is, you can't deny that when we look at it, even though it's not a protected characteristic officially, being an international medical graduate means you are crossing over into these areas of nationality, national origin, ethnicity, and ethnic origin in terms of understanding protections from equality. And there's lots of information about what we know in terms of disparities, or just in terms of differences. NHS Digital in 2020, you can see on the left, nationality of doctors, and on the right, country of qualification. In the green is UK, and the other colours are other countries. So such a significant part of the workforce. And again, looking back 10 years ago, the first State of Medical Education Practice report that the GMC did, it said, yes, 37% of registered doctors qualified outside the UK are international medical graduates. But it also specifically said, overseas qualified doctors need better support. Doctors who come to work in the UK make a valuable contribution, but we need to make sure that they receive the support they need to practice safely. So that was 10 years ago. So there's a theme here in terms of understanding what the body of evidence is for disparities. And that continues on. The Workforce Race Equality Standard and the Medical WRES that Marla and Anton will talk about later, some clear disparities that we can identify. Also, there's been research about the causes behind some of that. So from the GMC, actually both of these pieces of research were from the GMC, the Differential Attainment Fair Training Pathways for All research in 2017, and the Fitness to Practice Fair to Refer research from 2019. from Roger Klein and Dorian Atawologan. And they really pointed out that there are some differences in terms of that outsider dynamic, poorer relationships with trainers and peers, strong body of evidence building over time about what the disparities are and how they're being caused. And some of the things we heard earlier from other presentations as well really picked out some of these little but significant differences in experiences of IMG doctors. Immigration systems being inflexible, complex and costly, setting up and navigating a new life and systems, so things like housing, bank accounts, employment advice, joining an overstretched NHS, and I think you can recognise over the last year or two, it's been even more stretched, heavy workloads, colleagues under pressure, adjusting to new workplace culture. So thinking about that organizational culture, how do we adapt to that? And things like inadequate induction really adding to that. Cultural differences and barriers that can make it harder to fit in and build supportive relationships. And in the pink on the right there, just really recognizing that this is all happening while often being far away from friends, family, and the support base. And in terms of the evidence, we have to remember that COVID-19, 86% of doctors who died from COVID-19 were from ethnic minority backgrounds, and the majority were IMGs. So the response to COVID-19 wouldn't have been possible without the contribution of IMG doctors. So thinking about that disparity, that impact, is really important when we then think about, why do we have to act? Why is this important? Why is, time to move forward to change the constant conversations about the disparities and take some action that's going to make a change? So I would say that we have to stop for a second and think about why it matters. Yes, IMG doctors are not reaching their potential. The evidence shows that. Facing discrimination in recruitment. And the impact of discrimination in recruitment means that organizations are losing out. So they're losing out on the best people doing the best job. On top of that, organizational culture not actively valuing IMGs, which means that people are working in a workplace environment that isn't inclusive. And what does that mean? We've heard as well, linked to patient safety, because if we're thinking about in the cultural differences of doctors, we have to also recognize that patients are culturally different. So that mix of recognizing, having inclusive environments, it really links in a kind of circular way. At the most basic level, a doctor who has not been fully inducted is more likely to make mistakes. So thinking about conduct and clinical, better support leads to better outcomes in terms of disciplinaries, in terms of fitness to practice as well. All of these potential negative outcomes have a link to economic waste, a waste of precious resources to recruit IMGs, and they're not ensured that they are able to deliver the best patient care. And finally, as the last slide demonstrated, the impact of COVID-19 has been disproportionately affecting IMG and ethnic minority doctors. And if we really need to, at any point in time, stop and tackle structural racism, I think now's the time to do that. Can we identify where decisions are being made that may be linked to doctors not having good access to PPE, some basic things like that? That has to be addressed immediately. And just to kind of touch on what the BMA is doing on this area. So we've launched a major new program of work to tackle key issues faced by IMG doctors, really pushed by Dr. Chand Nagpal. IMG elected members' champion roles exist now to provide advocacy within the BMA. In January, there's a new toolkit that was launched for locally employed and trust-gate doctors to drive up employment standards for IMGs in unsecure roles. Really developing and improving our employment advice and support for IMGs on some of these key topics that I've brought up previously in the presentation. We also have a dedicated newsletter highlighting issues that might matter to international doctors and the changes that we're seeking. And continuing the fight for IMG doctors. And it is something we do, we have to continuously fight for this, continuously keep that voice going. So really providing advocacy and advice, pushing the government to allow IMG doctors to bring adult dependent relatives to the UK, automatic indefinite leave to remain for doctors on a path to settlement, and continuation of immigration concessions until the end of the pandemic. And this point as well about giving a voice to IMG members. So the stats we keep talking about, of significant proportion of doctors in the UK are IMGs. So it's more important than ever that we give a voice to those members. So we do a lot just sharing stories, changing the narrative in this fight for getting equality. And to summarize, the point that I'll continuously bang on, and it comes back to what I was saying before about, coming myself from international nurses, is that since the inception of the NHS in 1948, it's relied on IMG doctors to prop it up. The UK's medical workforce has always been ethnically diverse. It's not a new phenomenon, and oftentimes ethnic minority doctors have worked in the most undesirable roles, in doing unpopular rotas, in popular geographical areas, filling gaps, moving around as locums, and single-handed GPs in rundown premises, really holding together the system. And therefore, thinking about how we address that, the challenges and address that. First of all, recognizing there is this negative narrative that exists, and we have to do more to, at a societal, institutional level, think about removing that negative narrative, really celebrating the contribution and recognizing that, yes, we need homegrown doctors, but we're always going to have IMGs as part of the workforce. And therefore we have to put in place, actively at a regulatory level, an institutional level, things to support doctors. We already know that comprehensive induction, continued support and mentoring are important. So what is stopping that from happening? And that's my point really about root cause analysis. A bit of a bugbear of mine is that, if you've got a problem, you don't throw things at it. You stop and think, what's stopping it from happening? And when it comes to, induction and continued support, is it a resource issue perhaps? As well as the negative narrative, what is preventing us from providing that support? Yep, and a few other points. Shared learning of best practice. So there are some great things going on. We heard some of that previously, and we can share that. And we have to make sure as well that there is systematic monitoring and evaluation of programs that do exist to see what works and to see how we can continue it. So finally, just some next steps. So the BMA has got a national BAME Doctors Forum and regional networks. That's the Twitter tag there. I'm not the best on social media, but that's the Twitter tag there if you want to see more and find out more about what's going on in this area. We have a racism in medicine survey, which is closing in the next few days. So please, if you haven't completed that survey, please do, because it will give us some great data. We're looking at research into barriers into senior leadership, which is due out in April. And in the spring, we're going to bring together all these pieces of work and really have a comprehensive, here is how we need to move forward on this race agenda. So please do look out for that. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Aishnine, for that presentation. I think you've brought a lot of clarity to the discussion by placing it within a very long time frame. You're quite right. The NHS has been around for over 70 years. We've never not had international medical colleagues and nursing colleagues. And it is so interesting and disappointing that here we are in 2021 and we haven't really come up with any solutions. But thank you for highlighting what the BMA is actively trying to do in this area. So I'm going to move on from Aishnine just now, but we'll bring that perhaps back into some discussion later. And I'm delighted that Margaret's with us now. Welcome, Margaret. That's fantastic. However, we are going to have to take a leaf out of Prof Chris Whitty's book because Margaret can't share her slides with us. So she's going to be asking our team for next slide, please. So welcome, Margaret, and over to you. Margaret, you're just muted at the moment. Beautiful.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, and sorry to everyone. I'm having technical difficulties. If I touch my computer, it shoves me out of this conference, so it's safer I do. So I'm Margaret Kitching. Welcome and good morning to everybody. And if I can just move the slide on, please, I'll be very swift. So I'm presenting our international recruitment programme for nurses in England. It's a key component of our commitment to increase our nurses by 50,000. The NHSE and the Department of Health and Social Care are working together to develop a sustainable and ethical delivery model. And ethics is going to be a key focus of my conversation today, if that's okay with people. We're increasing annual international recruitment to significantly reduce our nursing vacancies, at the same time recognising that we need to be highly committed to overseas nurses to come over here and work with us in our NHS. And I really concur with what the previous presentation in terms of some of the conversation that's just been had. The People Plan is a commitment to ensure that we support the retention and career development of international nurses as well. If you can move me on, please. So initially, our international recruitment offer is got a number of components in it. Our government commitment, as I've said, I want to give an high-level overview of this offer. So we're developing in pastoral and professional best practice through an online community and masterclasses. We've boosted the region's resources so that the regions can provide hands-on support to our trusts in reference to their international recruitment endeavours. We've developed marketing materials so that we can support trust as part of their own recruitment practices. And we're collaborating with the international nursing associations so that we can focus on pastoral support, which is why I keep referring to ethics and pastoral support. We're working directly with a number of cohorts of trusts so that we can support their effective IR models. And we're developing government-to-government agreements around broadening the range of countries, but ensuring that we're following our ethical principles. And finally, we are providing financial support to trusts to increase their international recruitment capacity. What I can tell you on this point, that over the last 12 months, we've recruited over 1,000 international nurses every month for the last year. If we can just move on, please. So in terms of the ethical recruitment, we've got 5 principles. The code aims to promote high standard and adhere to international standards, which is key for us. So number 1 is around ensuring that the country of origin and the country of destination is a core contributor and ensuring that it's supportive to both the countries and not something that's sort of pinching from Peter to pay Paul, if you like. And we need to be very mindful of that. We need to ensure that international recruited nurses have got the access to training, education, but more importantly, enhancing their clinical practice. We need to ensure that we're not actively recruiting from countries on the World Health Organization list. And to explain that just for a few seconds, it's important that the countries that face the most pressing workforce challenges related to universal healthcare coverage is not disproportionately negatively impacted by this unless we've got a government-to-government agreement. So that's a real fundamental principle in reference to our international recruitment. We're also closely monitoring recruitment, and we're also ensuring a key thing here is that the legal rights and responsibilities of international recruited nurses are just the same as our domestically trained staff. So really trying to level up in that perspective. If we can just move on. This is a list of the international nursing associations we're working with. You could see that we have a monthly, what we call INAD meeting. We've launched an online community for the members to share best practice, and we're providing coaching development for INAD leaders through the Florence Nightingale Foundation scheme. We're also offering professional nurse advocacy training, 200 places for our leaders, and Florence Nightingale have provided a small grant to enable us to recruit an extra 50 nurses per year up to the number of 200. If we can just move on, please. We're really proud of the refugee programme. So supporting refugees who have qualified as nurses in their country to resume their careers in the NHS is a key focus. We've got a Northwest pilot in reference to Liverpool John Moores University in reference to RefuAid, and this is about talent beyond boundaries. We provide intensive language skills, a 4-week training to support nurses returning to nursing, and also to support them finding full-time employment. And we're now extending the support to refugee nurses currently living elsewhere, maybe in refugee camps in other countries, who want to come to the UK. If we can just move on again, please. So we're supporting trust to make nurses receive high quality pastoral care. So forgive me if I'm sounding a little bit repetitive, but it's really critical. If we don't get this right, then we will continue to promote, if you like, some of the inequalities we've just heard from the previous speaker. And I'll not read these out, but the fundamental masterclasses, the online community support, and an international recruitment toolkit, which if we can just move on, I'll take you through that, is some key aspects that's coming out of this support. So if we just move on again, please. So the toolkit is enabling good practice and processes fundamentally. It involves updated quarterly updates. We have a lead recruiter checklist. We have updated pastoral care self-assessment, which we're in a process of trying to gather the information coming out of that assessment. I've not got that here with us today. We're supporting language competency guidance, new best practices on marketing, and information on displaced talent visas. If we can just move forward, please. And then we're doing international recruitment, onboarding and pastoral care. So this is around preparing people in terms of cultural readiness and transition, supporting people to find accommodation. A key one for me is recognising prior experience. This historically has been a problem, that people's not trusted that their previous experience counts, and that's really important that it does. And then the International Pastoral Care Cartmine, which is given to trust that's adopting the key standards that we've just described, and they can then apply for a recognition award. So that's all encompassing the onboarding and pastoral care activity. If we can just move on, please, and I'm nearly at the end, just to note. It's no use doing all of that if we are absolutely stop caring and looking after our people, because, you know, at recruitment point in time, that's a big piece of work we do, but we also need to help the international recruited nurses to stay and thrive. And this is a research in action pilot delivered to 37 organisations, as you can see. And this is about real community of practice support, clinical leaver roles in terms of, in the early pilot information that's coming through, we are seeing a reduced leaver rate for international recruits in our pilot areas. So we're hoping that this will be something, the Stay and Thrive campaign, that will be passing through all of our regions and our organisations, but that work is underway. And if we can just pass forward onto next. This is just, I'm not going to focus on this slide, but this is some of the marking materials that's published and standardised for the NHS offer. We're trying to prevent trusts having to do all this work, which will slow the process, and we'd like it all to be done on best practice, which you can see. That's that one. And if we pass on, and I want to just, on my final slide, just to highlight what I've said, because I'm conscious I've really speeded through this. So we are recruiting 1,000 nurses a month. And as I said, in March, that raised to 1,700. We're working with the Nursing and Midwifery Council and the Department of Health and Social Care to increase OSCE's capacity. We've increased that by 2 centres, or will have done by February 2022. We've recruited 8,700 full-time equivalent nurses and midwives in the NHS in June 21, compared to the previous year, which is a 2.7% increase, which is a real achievement. Bear in mind, we're just living through and worked through COVID, as we all are. We've established the new ethical code of practice and an award-winning refugee pilot, which we're really proud on. And we've formed new collaboratives with diaspora organisation. And again, this is helping the learning, the spread of best practice across, you know, a huge number of countries. And we're providing specialist support to grow our international recruitments across different sectors, community, midwifery and mental health. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Margaret, that was just brilliant. Thank you so much. I'm staggered to hear how much work is put into recruiting nursing colleagues from across the world. It is just amazing, and how well structured your methods are. I've written down a few sort of key bits and pieces that I'm sure we'll get to talk about again when we bring you back for our panel discussion later on. But thank you so much. I was really delighted to hear about your ethical recruitment, about your refugee programme, counting people's previous experience, respecting where they already are in their careers. It's just fantastic. So sorry about the little difficulty with your slides, but well done, and we'll see you later. Thanks very much, Margaret.
Thank you. Thank you.
So just before I start this next session, can I just remind everybody who's joining us to please use the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen to ask us any questions. Just a quick reminder to keep them short, and if you want them directed to a particular individual, please let us know who that individual is. Look and follow us on Twitter and Instagram with the handles that I'm not going to read out because I'll make a mess of them, but they are there, and do engage with our social media platform as well. So we're going to move on to a panel discussion now, and it's wonderful that we've got some of the people from the leading ethnic and culturally diverse organisations across medicine in the UK, and I'm really proud to introduce our selection of panellists. We have Prof J.S. Bamrah, who is National Chair of the British Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, that's BAPIO, I believe, to those who know. He is a senior consultant psychiatrist in Greater Manchester, and was recently, until recently, medical director there as well. He's also a director and council member of the BMA and a trustee of charitable organisations. He is all over this, let me tell you. He's had an incredibly distinguished career and won numerous awards, including a CBE in 2018, which is fantastic, for his services to mental health and diversity in the NHS. So welcome, JS. We also have Salman Waqar, who is a GP in Berkshire, but has a portfolio career, which sounds absolutely fantastic. He is Vice President of the British Islamic Medical Association, which has over 5,000 members, I'm told. But he is also a GMC Associate and a Research Fellow at the University of Oxford, as well as being Honorary Secretary of the RCGP Thames Valley Faculty. So welcome to you, Salman. And our third panelist is Olamide Dada, who is founder and chief executive of Melanin Medics, which is a charity that supports current and future Afro-Caribbean doctors within the NHS. She is an advocate for racial equality in medicine and actually started this organisation, I believe, when she was a medical student. So amazing work there. She currently is a leader, an alumnus of the Healthcare Leadership Academy and a fellow of the Institute of Leadership and Management. So she is a rising star in Healthcare 2020. She got an award for that. So welcome, Olamide. So thank you to all our panelists for joining us. So I'm going to kick off the questions perhaps to you, Salman, if that's okay. I'm sorry if this sounds an obvious question, but just to get us going, why do you think we need an organisation like yours, like BIMA, within the NHS, and what role do you see them playing?
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to speak this morning. So I think I'd probably flip that on its head, and you know, we're in a conversation today with a group that has organised themselves around the profession. So we're here with A-Line, who are a collective of anaesthetists. So questions surely could be asked: why do we have an organisation which has not only looking to do work with anaesthetists, but anaesthetists in a particular part of England? And I think it's quite evident when you look at it that way. But we need to create spaces, safe spaces, where people who share characteristics, who share challenges, and who have a common understanding of the way they experience health, and as colleagues in the health system, how can they leverage that collective and engage with the system, but also how can they come together and support one another? And certainly with all these organizations that we have, not only on this panel, there's some wonderful organizations that have been mentioned in the previous talk as well, and there are many others that look to collect individuals on the basis of a characteristics or several characteristics and provide a safe space for them. So I think that's kind of the reason why they exist. And certainly from my perspective, I think, you know, one of the great motivators for why we have set up our work is because we have skin in the game, quite literally. We have been impacted by these inequalities, either as patients or as relatives of patients who have suffered inequalities and inequities in the system, not just now, but historically, but also as colleagues in that system, recognizing that perhaps things don't always go in our way. And how do we engage with the system? And I think in terms of the well-being of the NHS workforce, I think it's really important that colleagues know that there are spaces for them. There may not necessarily be their cups of tea, but there are spaces for them where if they do find that they need some place where they can retreat to, or even celebrate, more openly and more passionately and proudly about why they are X characteristic and also a health professional, they are there for them. And increasingly, we're becoming recognized as not only a sort of safe space, but actually the Chief Medical Officer, Chris Whitty, really brought attention to the work that we've been doing throughout COVID and even before COVID, in terms of using the two hats that we wear, or often several hats that we wear, not just in our health professional role, but also in our community role. We don't just suddenly stop becoming Black or Brown or Muslim or Jewish or Christian the minute we go back into our communities. We also take that back with us, and we're able to leverage that role very successfully in addressing health inequalities.
Thank you. I think what struck me about what you've just said is that there is both the inward-looking supportive nature of what you're doing, but it has an outward-facing interaction with the wider community and NHS. And I think that's perhaps not always appreciated, that these apparent small clubs also have an outward-facing role as well. So yeah, I'm grateful to you for mentioning that, because that hadn't quite struck me until you said so. And if I just move on to you, JS, so BAPIO is one of the, if not the oldest, it's one of the oldest and strongest of the organisations, which obviously captures mainly people from the Indian diaspora within it. One of the strategic priorities, I believe, is policy influence, if that's a correct way of terminology to apply. Are you able to give me a recent example where you feel BAPIO has had a real influence on international workforce policy?
So, well, thank you very much for inviting me, and it's great. I'm learning from Salman and Olamide every day, to be truthful. Melanin Medics have done an amazing job. And I think, well, my latest example wouldn't just be for BAPIO. Yes, indeed, we've been around for 25 years, and we've had time to change ourselves, adapt ourselves as well. It's all about the togetherness, to be truthful. Nothing could be possible without other consortia, that are health and other consortia, with whom we've been putting pressure on the government, particularly during COVID. There are lots of policy documents we've created. Bridging the Gap is one recent one, where we looked at all sorts of inequalities, not just the inequalities of race and ethnicity, but also inequalities down to gender inequalities, down to physical. You will be surprised about the physical disability that doctors have and how the NHS does not support them. So it's all about that. It's very hard then to give you categoric outcomes, other than, because there are softer influences that we've had and there are harder influences that we've had, such as with the GMC campaigning for Hadiza Bawagaba and also David Salu. So while this is an Indian was set up as an Indian organization, it is beyond that, and our influence isn't just for Indians. So that's what I would say. I think there's lots of stuff, but you cannot do anything in isolation. Right. Yeah. I should have thanked you, like Salman did, for inviting me here as well, because I think this is fantastic. And I think what he said is true as well. Why do you need particular organizations? Because the core mainstream organizations have actually not done the job that they should have done. When I came as an IMG from Tanzania, I have to tell you, I struggled a huge lot. I was unemployed. I'd never been unemployed. I failed my BLAB 3 times. I have to tell you now, I'd never failed an exam in my career. I was working in a petrol pump, a corner shop, because nobody gave me a job. Yeah. So I think that's why, and I think that's where, so policy, there's softer policy influence There's harder policy influence where we've gone to judicial review, taken the RCGP and the GMC to judicial review over the MRCGP. And although we lost the case, the judge said we won a moral victory. Right. So there are many other things that, yeah, it's about awareness. Thank you.
Yes, that's really interesting to hear that you're not necessarily crusading on one individual item at a time. You are actually influencing, encouraging, supporting, managing across the board in a vast range of areas. And I think that's very interesting to hear, that you're not working in a silo, that your organisation is across the board looking to support international medical workers in the NHS. Yeah, that's really, really encouraging to hear. Olamide, thank you for joining us as well. In our region, in the Northeast, we've got very few Afro-Caribbean trainees, really just one at the moment, which really, even in our area, doesn't represent the proportion of Afro-Caribbeans in our society and in our part of the country. What do you think we can do to improve the representation of Afro-Caribbeans within our workforce?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's really an honour to be on this panel alongside the great speakers. So yeah, I think it's an interesting issue, and it's one that's been around for a while. And we're really lucky in terms of our work as an organisation, really trying to push for increased representation of Africans and Caribbeans in medicine. I think we have to really question where the real issue is, and that looks at examining the data. So are we having enough people applying and then they're not being appointed? Are people interested in working in these regions? What is the culture like in these regions? Have people had previous exposure to these regions and maybe for one reason or another they didn't like it? Yes, we know there's a lot more kind of ethnic diversity, particularly concentrated in certain areas in London and things, and that can be comforting for people. You know, you don't want to be far away, you don't want to be the only one. And sometimes it takes one person, you know, being that trailblazer and encouraging other people who are interested in, you know, just pursuing other opportunities in areas that might not be so comfortable for them. That's really important as well. I think we have to just really consider, how are we valuing these individuals when they are in our workforce? I think everybody sets an example whether or not they realize it. There's always somebody looking at you, always somebody watching you, always somebody being inspired by you. And if somebody watches you have a negative experience in a particular place, they might be less than keen to pursue the same path. So we really have to look at role modeling. We really have to look at how are we welcoming these individuals. And it's a bit of a slow burner. We won't possibly get our solutions in the next kind of 6 months or so. And I think people want a quick turnaround when it comes to issues pertaining to representation and diversity in medicine, but that isn't going to be the case. And I guess time will tell. You can see the people who stick with it for long enough to see the favourable outcomes that we're able to achieve. But ultimately, we do need to make sure that the environments that we're creating are inclusive.
No, that's really interesting, Olamide, to hear what you're saying about that role modelling, that positive representation of opportunity for individuals in different regions and different places. And going back to what I mentioned earlier about you set up Melanin Medics as a medical student. So what was it for you that inspired you to do it, that required you to do it? You know, thinking about what you just said about role models, opportunities, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think what you'll find with all of the panelists today is lived experience is the kind of common denominator. You know, in one way or form, we've experienced discrimination. In one way or form, we've experienced what it means to really just overcome the challenges of navigating your career, of caring for patients who come from similar backgrounds to yourself. And for me, it was my lived experience. So applying for medicine, it was straightforward in my head. It wasn't straightforward in reality. And when you realize that you're subject to other people's kind of perceptions of you, perceptions of your ability, and how that can impede your kind of application. So for example, I wasn't given the predicted grades that I required for one of my subjects, and I knew that that would be a significant factor in terms of just being shortlisted for an interview. Lucky enough, my dad fought for me. He didn't accept it, and somebody more senior changed the grade on the system. I ended up achieving the grade that they said that I wasn't going to achieve. And I know that that's been the experience for many people. And then when you come from a relatively deprived area like where I grew up, and then you get to medical school, there's that kind of thought in your head that actually, do I deserve to be here, or did I just about make it by the skin of my teeth? But then as you speak to more and more people, you realize that they're also feeling the feelings of imposter syndrome. And as much as I love role models, I also love real models. And that's what I've really always hoped that we'd be able to do, not just through myself, but also through everybody who comes in contact with our organisation. How can we show what it really looks like to navigate a career in medicine, and the fact that you can make it work for you and there are people there who wish to support you.
And that's very inspiring to hear, but it's also disappointing that you had to have outside advocacy to even get the foot on the ladder, as it were. And I'm guessing Melanin Medics is trying to help that with that advocacy as well.
Definitely. I think over the past year or so, we've realized that, and just like Professor Bamrah said, it doesn't just lie with ourselves as an organisation. We're really trying to inspire people who might not even be directly affected by the issue, but we're trying to realise that the roles that they have to play. So one of the things that we've started doing is that we deliver workshops to medical students and doctors across the country, looking at what does it look like to be an ally for your colleagues, what does it look like to advocate for your patients. And it's been really well received. And I think previously, prior to the Black Lives Matter movement last year, people just felt that, it was just the issue of our respective organizations to tackle these issues of discrimination, to tackle these issues that people come across in the workplace, but actually there's a collective responsibility. And the more we're able to communicate that, the more we're able to galvanize people and to mobilize change, then that's going to achieve long-lasting outcomes.
Yeah. So, Aman, could I just come back to you? I hope you don't mind me asking, but my assumption from the outside is that representing those of Islamic origin, that there is also a religious as well as a cultural need within that group. And what about religious needs within the NHS? How do you think we could accommodate faith needs? Should they be accommodated? Is it sufficiently important for us as human beings to be able to express that at work, that it should be part of what we consider normal behaviours and cultural, culturally embedded?
It's a really good question, and there's a legal answer to that. In the Equalities Act, faith and belief is one of the protected characteristics. So actually, any talk around EDI should include what do we do about faith. But all of us involved in EDI know that faith really never makes to the agenda. We're just about comfortable talking about race and gender and sexual orientation and disability and so on and so forth. But really, the minute someone brings up faith, everyone just sort of, sucks in their teeth. It's like, oh, I don't know how to deal with that. And I think that's a real shame because, we know certainly from a Muslim perspective, and I know this is also the case for Christians, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, anyone who sort of brings forth a religious belief to the table. And even actually, if you look at non sort of traditional religions, if you look at ethical veganism, for example, we know that there are issues when it comes to practicing one's beliefs, not just in a workplace but in society. But one would have thought that when you're in a public sector organization, an institution like the NHS, that those beliefs would be recognized and respected, which is the minimum that one would hope for. But I guess the other thing is actually when we think about inequalities and inequities and discrimination, if we don't talk about this aspect, we're going to miss something that's very obvious. So when we're talking about Muslims in particular, you can't ignore the fact that Islamophobia is rampant amongst society at the moment, whether it's in the press, whether it's in the culture, the movies, the TV, all that sort of stuff, it's all there. is it not obvious then that people in society will internalize some of that? It's often thought that, you know, people in healthcare will rise above this discrimination, whether it's anti-Semitism, whether it's Islamophobia, whether it's homophobia, it's sexism. I think it's a lot to ask of a human to sort of go into any environment and not have those prejudices with them. But if we're not talking about them, we're going to be very consciously carrying those into the consulting room, into the ward, into the patient environment. So actually, we need to start talking about faith. We need to get over the squeamishness. And we have seen again in COVID, when we utilize faith institutions, when we utilize clinicians who have got a faith background to engage with communities, we unlock a huge treasure trove of outputs that we would have never have thought before. And similarly, when we're talking about inequalities that clinicians are experiencing and students are experiencing in the workforce and in the undergraduate setting, you start accommodating for the faith needs, you realize actually that a lot of these difficult things, a lot of these hard to reach people or these underserved people actually are much better served. A good example from the Muslim community is issues around alcohol. We know that a lot of Muslims do not like being in an environment where alcohol is being served, but we also know that a lot of career progression happens in that sort of offline learning and getting to know how much of the team you are. And what JS talked about earlier, that horrible discrimination that he faced when he came into this country, we tend not to get that so much anymore. Instead, now you get what Azim Rafiq talked about, which is values, and you're just not the right fit. And I think there is still a lot of that goes on. And unless we're talking about people's whole self, if they're not able to bring their whole self into work, we're still going to have situations where people are perhaps, not willfully, but they are certainly structurally excluded. And faith is, I think, a key element. I always call it the unprotected, protected characteristic, just because we don't talk about it.
No, that's great. And I'm delighted that you've introduced those thoughts into our discussion, because I think you're right. It is important to bring your whole self to work. Jess, I just want to touch on a really difficult issue with you, which I think is the one of differential attainment, which has already been referenced several times across our discussions so far. Do you feel that your organisation can help with, or what have you been doing to help with that across the colleges? Can you tell us more about your work there?
So we launched the Bridging the Gap project at the King's Fund. Lord AJ Kacker actually launched it in late September. And the idea was we brought together 150 different stakeholders, many of them will be here. And the idea is that the recommendations that we made will be adapted by the colleges. So there's a lot of buy-in from colleges. Of course, we need to see traction, and traction won't happen unless everybody has ownership of that. There are some colleges which are very progressive. The Royal College of Physicians has progressively published a lot of data. Unless colleges publish data, not just about exams, but also about who's on the top bench, we will not see that change. So this is work in progress, and I'm very hopeful. I think that this is the right climate. People actually do appreciate now, as Salman said, people are talking about it. Talk will make change happen. And before, it was just kind of stuck in the corridors. I couldn't tell you about the issues that plagued me right at the beginning, because I knew that my career would have been scuppered. There's still that fear amongst people, but I think differential attainment, as we see, is hugely, so who loses out? Patients lose out and the NHS loses out. I mean, I hear about all of this recruitment, and I dare say, I'm not sure that I quite like the idea of international recruitment anymore, unless we are prepared to look after people who we bring on these shows. The GMC, the NHS, and the CQC are still colonially discriminative in their attitudes. You don't have the top tier who reflect the NHS workforce, whether that's doctors, pharmacists, nurses, care workers. And I think those changes, including differential attainment, will only happen when the culture actually changes. I'm a little bit more hopeful, that actually with all of this COVID stuff, people are actually now gearing up to making that change, because at the end of the day, a patient shouldn't say, well, I don't want to see a brown or a black doctor. I want to see a white doctor.
Yeah.
You know, that is just not acceptable. And many of them, you know, I've got a quote for you, which is really one that has been probably wrongly attributed to Benjamin Franklin, which is, and I can see you're very interested in this issue of discrimination, which is justice will not be served until those who are unaffected are as outraged as those who are affected. And that is probably what is happening in the NHS just now.
I mean, I think that is a very powerful thought, isn't it? I think that is the thought to seed and really to work with. That from what all of you have said, and indeed all our speakers up until now, why is this still a problem within our working culture? It is outrageous that we invite and employ people in our system and then simply treat them so badly that it makes their lives a misery. How can it not be wrong? And, you know, why weren't we doing this 70 years ago? I've got a question from one of our participants, which perhaps looks at it from a slightly different angle. So this is from an international medical graduate who says they have been impacted by many of the issues leading to the inequalities that you've all talked about, and identify strongly with the BAME group. However, they are seen as an ally rather than a member because of the colour of their skin, which to me sounds like this is a Caucasian international medical graduate who perhaps, you know, understands and lives some of the BAME group experiences, but is excluded from that group or some of the positive work that's being done there because they're white, I guess. Is there any way that your groups can support inclusion of other internationals who aren't of colour? Or do we feel we need another group who are graduates from white countries who come to the UK? I think that's quite a tricky question. Let's go to you, Olamide. Have you any thoughts about that initially? I'm sorry just to launch this at you, but that's what this panel's all about.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah, I definitely kind of understand where that question is coming from, and I can't speak
that question, but yeah,
I can't speak particularly for myself or our organisation. As a lot of our work is focused on students who are going through medical school here, whether that be international students and also students who've been here majority of their lives. But I do think I was listening to Aishnine's talk earlier, and she was talking about the different groups within the BMA as well, that are looking at how they're able to support international medical graduates. I don't know if Professor Bamrah or Salman are able to further add to this topic, but I think there definitely is scope to identify more specifically what challenges they face, because that might not be synonymous with people who are from ethnic minority backgrounds and then also are international medical graduates. That's a challenge with intersectionality. But yes, I'll hand over to my other colleagues.
Gentlemen, either of you got any initial thoughts about that question?
Salman, do you want to go first and then I'll come in?
Of course, let's save the heavyweight for last. I think it's what we talked about earlier. So certainly if a group feels that they're not being served by whether it's the mainstream offer or any of these other wonderful organizations that we have, then let's create a space for them. So if this is Eastern European doctors, I mean, it sounds like it from the context, if someone's come from an Eastern European background, because we know there's a lot of actually xenophobia around Eastern Europeans in this country, unfortunately, because of Brexit and many other historical issues. Absolutely would support people setting that up. Yes, they may have a degree of white privilege, but that doesn't mean that they still don't experience discrimination. And as Olamide said, they will have very unique challenges from that intersectionality of being migrants, from being discriminated, yet still having, being perceived to be from a white community. And so I think, yeah, creating a space for them, for them being part of these networks, I think is incredibly vital and important as well. And because we've touched on intersectionality a bit, I think it is important for us to recognize that that does compound a lot of these issues, which is why it is incredibly difficult for us to perhaps, it can be difficult for us to get the word across to people and to get allies for this. So we know, for example, that if you are a Black woman who is visibly Muslim and who has a disability, you know, I can add on more and more, and is pregnant, you're going to be, and working less than full time and is from an immigrant background, you're going to be the canary in the deepest coal mines of the pits of the NHS. However, if you're saying that I'm having a great time at work, I'm having a great time in my undergraduate placement, I'm pretty sure everyone else is as well. And so it's recognizing actually that, you know, these experiences are compounded and we can't just look at them in isolation, and we have to look at them in totality. And yes, and certainly I would say again, once again to this individual, if they are in this chat, if they want to talk about how to set up a network, JS, myself, Olamide have got a lot of experience in that. We can certainly help and support them do that.
Thanks, Salman. JS, do you want to just give a final thought on that question?
Yes, so Catherine, discrimination is discrimination, isn't it? It doesn't matter where it happens, it's discrimination. And certainly I'm very acutely aware that we must be careful that there isn't that sort of, there's no such word as reverse discrimination. So if I'm discriminatory or somebody's discriminatory towards a white colleague, that is still discrimination. That's possible, but you know, usually it's the other way around, as we know from statistics. So I would say to our colleague that, look, we're all inclusive. There's nothing, we have in BAPIO certainly white colleagues as well who are members of BAPIO. I'm sure that I know how Salman and Olamide work, because we have a consortium that Salman set up during COVID, and that has a number of range of people. They're not distributed due to their color, the color of their skin, to be truthful. So yes, we would be inclusive. We should always be mindful. I'll give you just one quick example, you know, something that was very probably poignant, which is that when I was a director of the BMA some years ago, I'm not now, there was a discussion that there should be English regional councils, because you have Scottish, Welsh, and Irish regional councils. Why can't there be an English regional council within the BMA? And I presided over the first chairing of the English regional council, of which there were 8, because people feel that, Salman referred to this, that kinship, that being part of a group, you know, your own characteristics being part of it, but we have to be careful that we do not just exclude others with other characteristics. So yes, I think welcome. You know, I would gladly embrace you digitally, virtually, of course, now, but thank you, Catherine.
Brilliant. Panelists, you are marvelous human beings. Thank you for joining us and giving us your contribution. It's inspirational, informative, and just fantastic. So I'm going to bring this panel to a close, but before handing Marla over to our next Q&A session, we have another lovely poll for you. So that should be appearing on your screens now. And the question is, do you feel able to speak up about racism in your workplace? Thank you. Right. Well, what is the poll result? Here we have it. Do you feel able to speak up about racism in your workplace?
Well, it's encouraging that 53% of participants today feel answer yes to that question, but that still leaves 47% who believe they can't. So, still around half. As Catherine mentioned, after the first poll, plenty of work to do. Well, welcome back to all of our panelists. And I think I'm going to start by asking Aishnine, who of course represents the British Medical Association, the body that's there to represent us as a profession, that's the medics. What is the one resource? You made a very helpful presentation of all of these strategies that the BMA is spearheading at this point in time. There's a huge amount of very impressive things going on, Aishnine. But I wonder, given that poll, what one resource do you think the organization provides to our delegates if they ever feel they are facing a live situation of racism? Is the BMA a go-to place in that situation? And then if there are others who have something to offer, BAPIO perhaps, Jess, I'll come on to you in a minute. But Aishnine, does BMA have a resource that offers immediate support?
Yes, yes. So the BMA offers support as a union to its members, and it covers any kind of racial abuse or issues, or providing advice in the workplace as well. And we do work in collaboration with all the organisations that have spoken today as well. So, there's definitely room for having the union and having organisations that represent certain groups for particular types of advice. And we're doing a lot more in terms of building our awareness and our support for different doctors from different ethnic minority groups. And a lot of that is the research that we do, because we take that research, we take the learning, and we take it back into our member services and advise and say, this is the information, this is what's happening on the ground. And we have the BAME Doctors Forum, as I mentioned, that's been set up earlier in the year to provide better support, peer support, understanding, learning about some of these topics, because it's a lot of, there's good practice out there, and we can share best practice in terms of how to deal with those things. But at the same time, a lot is quite local in terms of bad policies or procedures in certain organisations. And sometimes overcoming that needs that kind of direct support and talking to a doctor about that particular environment that might not be inclusive, and how to kind of go around manoeuvring through some of these systems for the best outcome.
Thank you, Aishnine. And what about the organizations, the sort of grassroots organizations? They play such an important role. So same question to you, Jess, and Soheb, if he's in the virtual room, given the IMG Facebook group and the sheer size of it, does that offer any urgent support and advice to people who feel they need it urgently? JS, please.
So I think most organizations, this wouldn't just be BAPIO. Most organizations offer that sort of support. All of these organizations are unfunded. So Melanin Medics, BIMA, and other organizations they are all voluntary workers, usually full-time clinicians who run, and Francis Fernando is the same, offering great support to their nursing colleagues. That is one of the difficulties, is if there were better funding arrangements for some of these organizations, then more help would be available. But yes, absolutely, people reach out all the time through various means, social media, sometimes Twitter, sometimes directly contacting us at BAPIO, sometimes calling us. And we try and take them through. It's the lack of mentors. You see, in the old days, we used to have proper mentoring arrangements, I think. Not in the very old days, but in the middle of my career somewhere, all the colleges were pushing very much for mentorship. And if you have good mentorship, then you have less of a need for that sort of, because people know where to, you've got a place where you turn to so that you can get that support well before trouble starts.
Yeah, thank you, Jess. The Facebook group, does that offer any of this, Soheb? Is he there? Well, if he's not, perhaps let's move on to some other questions that have come in from participants, and they relate to induction for starters. Is there evidence of cost effectiveness of investing in IMG induction, as a question that participants are asking? Aishnine again has presented such strong evidence from GMC reports, BMA's own reports, year after year, telling us there's an induction is needed. I don't know that there's any necessity for further research-based evidence gathering. Anyone wish to answer that? This is probably back to Aishnine again. You were talking about research at the BMA. Do you think this is necessary, Aishnine? Just very quickly.
People get research fatigue, survey fatigue, and frustrated, I think, at this stage, when we have got so much evidence to support things like induction. It's, the evidence is there. That's why I'm saying I think we need to go back and find out what's stopping it from moving on, really. That idea that if something goes wrong in a system, you usually investigate and find out what's blocking it, or why your tap's leaking, etc., etc. Let's spend a bit of time and find out what's actually stopping progress. And sometimes it's an uncomfortable conversation to be had, because maybe what's stopping it is there's not enough money, or the money isn't being dedicated. And then let's be honest about that. Or maybe we're coming down to elements of behaviours and structural racism and barriers within people's own perceptions of maybe this isn't important enough. Maybe people just don't think it's important enough. And in that case, we have to kind of address it, spend a bit more time talking about why it's important and kind of selling the business case behind it, so that we can move on and stop going in circles. So I personally I think we need research to kind of highlight experiences and to bring things to life, but not necessarily the stats on the disparities anymore.
Yeah, and another question, thank you, Aishnine. Another question is, of course, even with induction, there is so much variation across trusts. And I'll be saying something about the efforts that we are pulling together with all of the organizations represented here to standardize the induction. But there are so many other things that are variable and across the NHS. And so a question is, that's come in is, how do we eliminate variation through a better understanding across trusts of employment law, NHS contracts, and so on and so forth. That's something that Olamide, you're doing beyond helping medics. Are you looking at how some of these things are better known to your group representatives? Are you doing that, Salman? Let me bring you into this conversation. What is there anything you're doing to equip your membership to ask for a better understanding in their organizations of some of these things, which may not be understood and may be the root cause of variations in the way they treat I think minority doctors and international medical graduates in particular? We start with Olamide.
Mala, just before Olamide comes in, Soheb can you unmute, can somebody unmute Soheb, because he is there, he just can't unmute himself.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of it. While Soheb is unmuting himself, Salman has a raised hand. Salman, do you want to come in quickly? And thank you, Jess, for pointing that out. So Salman first and then Soheb.
Thank you. So I think there's several angles to this. I think the first thing is, a lot of us struggle to do something unless we're given permission to do it or we're given the space to do that. And I think, especially for those who are migrants into a new system, where they are not familiar with the culture and they don't want to rock the boat, being told that they have permission to express their full self, I think is quite empowering. But that's also the case for those people who are born and bred and raised here. I think there is a lot of that medical hierarchy that we have, where people find it difficult to sort of come out the closet, as it were, about expressing their whole self, whether that's their faith, whether that's their home life, their less than full-time situation, so on and so forth. So I think there needs to be a little bit more about supporting people to come out and helping mentors and helping workplaces to do that. I think the other thing is actually recognizing that across society, the state or the mainstream always will have gaps. And that's why we always have third sector or voluntary sector groups that are there to plug those gaps, as the reason why we have charities, unfortunately, to do with homelessness and food banks and so on, because we haven't got that sorted out in the mainstream. That doesn't mean we don't stop doing it, but we recognize that there is a role for these other spaces. And I think it goes back to JS's point that organizations like ours, we are providing that very critical role for the NHS and actually funding and resourcing these organizations rather than assuming that you can do everything yourself. Of course, a lot can still be done in the mainstream and it needs to be supported, absolutely. But there are going to be certain aspects of one identity and one's experience that are going to be better represented by independent voices and by voices who have those lived experiences. And I give a good example of this in the work that we've done recently around IMG induction for Muslim doctors, because we know that when Muslim doctors come into this country, there are certain issues that would be difficult for them to access, like halal food and where do you send your children to sort of Sunday schools and just the sort of Islamophobia angle. We should definitely talk about that in a mainstream GMC workplace induction as well, but having that separate space to have those conversations, I think, is vital. And having that work that is more formalized and having that supported and recognizing the point you make around research, I think just adds value to that. But we shouldn't wait for yet another research paper to just sit on the shelf. We've got enough, as Aishnine said, to really work to move forwards with.
Salman, that's very helpful indeed. And in fact, this lovely team that's supporting this conference and looking at the chat and the chat box and pulling out questions. I'm going to invite them to park that, because perhaps at the final panel discussion, when we have our senior system leaders here to talk to us, perhaps a question we may put to them collectively is, would they consider in future some investment in these critically important organizations, grassroots organizations that are doing such an important job that would otherwise be required to do in the formal organizational structures of the NHS. So let's put it to them and see if we can get some positive response from them. So thank you for that. Is Soheb unmuted now, and is he able to join us? So shall I go on to Olamide?
Yes, I am. I can listen to you.
So Soheb, what's your what are your thoughts from the Facebook page and the group that's organized? Does that offer rapid support?
So what I've heard so far, there is a lot of material and there is a lot of documentation and policies in place, as mentioned by many people. But the point is, it's not happening. We're not seeing results. People are still suffering. Like this year, when all of a sudden 41% of international medical graduates joined training as compared to previous years, the trust and BIMRES across the NHS, they started a special induction program for international medical graduates, and that helped. But that is just tip of iceberg. What about those international medical graduates who are not in a training program? Why is not something happening for them? Aishnine mentioned a lot of nice things. If I start collecting documents from all over the UK and we just wait, it would be more than 200, 300, 500 pounds practically. What we want is to see the results in the form of statistics. My platform can offer support to anyone who wants to use it. It has got like nothing can get bigger than that platform in order to reach to the international medical graduates. Not claiming that it is the biggest one, but you can see 113,000 members. You can reach to the wide range of international medical graduates, and whatever the policies you want to survey or do a poll, you can.
Yes. So hey, we need to that's very, very helpful, and that's very clear. I mean, one of the points I need to make before we move on to our next question, thank you for that, Soheb, is could those of you who are not speaking please mute yourselves, because that avoids a background noise. Many of you might actually be in your NHS workplaces and listening in. And you will have background noise that's then interfering with other participants' ability to listen in. So please, could you keep yourselves on mute? So I don't see Olamide on my screen, but I don't know if she's there, and she's got a very quick response to Olamide. Are you there? Do you offer such support, yes or no? Or do you have plans to go on and offer such support?
Yeah, so the main support that we tend to adopt is through mentoring. And of course, a lot of our focus is widening access initially, and then also supporting African and Caribbean medics as they progress. So a new program that we more recently established is what we call the enrichment program. So that is essentially to bridge the gap from the final year of medical school and the first year of working as a junior doctor in the NHS. And the aim of this is to just encourage professional working relationships, to increase our confidence entering the workplace, to increase career preparedness, and to just make sure that they know where support is obtainable from. So that's one of the ways that we do support people. And of course, as we grow and as we gain more resources, we'd love to scale as much as possible, increasing what we're able to do.
Thank you very much, and I hope you're going to stay to the end of the conference, because let's pose that question to our system leaders and see what they have to say. Margaret, I see you've got your hand raised, and this is actually a good time for me to move to a nurse angle, and we need from you, and I believe Francis is now here. I don't see him on screen. Is Francis here? Yes, Francis is there. That's fantastic. So, Margaret, is your hand raised because you want to answer this question, or may I ask you a question about how you and Francis could help us with your experience and advice on how we could do something better for doctors, and indeed how we can maybe bring it all together. So Margaret, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you. So the two then, joining the two. I mean, we haven't got this right in nursing either. I'm not trying to portray that. But I think one of the real misses in all of this is we're really, really strong on induction, onboarding. And you heard from me about we have to do the stay and thrive bit. And I totally support the fact that we are not funding that support appropriately, which is part of the issue we're dealing with. But I think what we're not really good at, in my view, and listening and speaking to my colleagues who are international recruitment nurses, is that we think about orientating people and onboarding them into the NHS. And I think we're not really good at the fact that we need to look at the cultural issues, thriving in the community and other parts of their life. And although we're really strong on BME networks, we probably, and I know my lead's on the call today, working on how can we do a network for international recruiters. recruitment doctors and nurses, because it's not just around coming into a professional role. It is about coming into a brand new country, and I'm not so sure we've got the same level of support there, which is an issue. And then finally from me, which is a bit in the chat, and every time I tried to answer, I was nervous I'd get thrown out because my technology is not allowing me to contribute other than speaking. But Francis had put others, and other people's put questions in the box. You know, we really have to sort out recognizing clinical experience. You know, I mentioned that in terms of the Stay and Thrive, and we've got to develop our international nurses and doctors through a talent pipeline that starts to recognize that and moves them into senior posts, because to recruit people to our lowest grade in itself is inequality, and we have got to sort that one out. And I'll stop there if that's okay.
Thank you, Margaret. And actually, you know, I think one of our how do we continue beyond today's conference message needs to be that colleagues such as Exton, who made such a wonderful presentation about, you know, his experiences in Singapore of valuing that diversity and welcoming people from diverse backgrounds. You know, we need to capture that and bring it back into how we do it better in this country. We've got such a wealth of knowledge here, and we don't use it enough. I think you know, why is it that it's only at conferences that you meet people who are you know, experts on many topics other than you know, the clinical roles that they play, and yet we don't you know, capture that. So there's something in that I think must be a take-home message from today. The NMC, is the NMC doing something about this, Margaret? You're muted.
Sorry. They're working very closely with us, so they're involved with us in all this work across the country. So absolutely supportive of the work and working with us on it.
Right. Well, it's a good time to introduce Francis. Francis, we were very sad when you couldn't join us earlier, and I haven't had the chance, therefore, to introduce you. So bear with me while I find my introduction. Francis, there are more than, I understand, 35,000 nurses who graduated from Philippines who now work in the UK, and it's imperative to be aware of the challenges that you know, all of you face as well. And Francis, you, I gather, are a founding member of the Filipino Nursing Association in the UK. You've been working in the NHS for more than 23 years and currently serve as an Associate Director of Nursing and Quality at the North East London Hospital NHS Trust. You won a lot of awards for your service and have been listed by the Health Services Journal among the top 50 most influential ethnic minority leaders of 2021. So we're delighted to have you here, Francis. We'd have preferred you to have made the full presentation, but lovely to have you here. So could we have a 2 to 3 minute, you know, contribution from you on the challenges faced by international nursing, international nursing graduates, and what would you suggest as solutions? Because this panel session is about solutions.
Yes, no, thank you for that, Professor Mala. And I'm so sorry I didn't manage to have the opportunity to present my my talk earlier because of IT issues. So I agree with Margaret. There must be some sort of cultural awareness for international nurses who are working in the NHS. So what I mean by that is, as Margaret said, we are very good in ensuring that international nurses are inducted into the trust and into the British way of life and into the NHS way of life, but actually our white colleagues and the non-international nurses and non-international staff are not being made aware of the different cultures of nurses from the Philippines, for example, from India, from Africa, and so forth and so on. So there must be a way that we can try and address this issue. Because from the lived experiences of my Filipino colleagues, we have 20, we are helping 20 Filipino nurses at the moment who have workplace issues. And I think the key theme for them is that there is a cultural misunderstanding about the Filipino cultures and the way we work as nurses. We are very tactile, we are very meek and very quiet. We put our heads down, we just work, and and we don't say or we don't argue with our managers or our colleagues. So there is that misunderstanding of the culture of the Filipino nurses. So that's one. And number two is we need to ensure, as Margaret said, we recognize the talent and the skills and the experiences of our international nurses, not only those coming from the Philippines and India, but the rest of the world. We must have a way of remunerating them properly, because that's the moral and ethical way of recognizing and ensuring that they stay within our NHS, because as far as I'm aware, 30% of our international nurses leave the NHS for good after 3 years. So we're losing them. We keep recruiting more and more international nurses, but we're not doing so good in ensuring that they are retained within the NHS. So unfortunately, that's the statistics that we have at the moment. And then lastly, we need to ensure that all these barriers that we are putting in place for nurses from the international community to progress in the ranks are addressed. So, Filipino Nurses Association UK is working very closely with 26 other international nursing associations in the UK, with the International Nurses team led by Duncan Burton, with the CNO team, and with the Department of Health and Social Care. So with all those work ongoing in the background, I think we could manage and address some of these challenges. Thank you.
So much for that. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. This has been an important discussion. Lots of take-home messages here that maybe we'll come back to in the afternoon. We mustn't forget that in all this cultural diversity, it's important that our European white international medical and nursing graduates, need to be included. We'll have to sadly end there. So I'm going to thank you all for a fabulous contribution. Thank you so much. We hope you'll stay for the rest of the afternoon. And I'm going to hand back to Catherine for the next session on the workforce race equality standard. So thank you all so much. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've had a few seconds to run around the room and shake yourselves loose, because here we go again. This session, we're going to take a deep dive into RES, but before we begin the next session, we have another poll for you. And our question this time is, have you heard of the term RES before today? So that's coming up on your screens now. So while you're answering that, I'll keep going with what we're covering today, which is a year ago in Leveling the Field 2020, we polled about 700 delegates who were all logged on at the time, asking this question: had they heard of the workforce race equality standards? And at that time,
80% replied that they had never heard of it. So I think our poll's finished, the results are in, so let's have a look at the results today. Well, there we go, we're doing a bit better. So 65% haven't heard of it this year. So, you know, that's progress, that's what we're here for. So yay, but let's try and get it better next time, guys, okay? So let's hear about what WRES is all about. Our first speaker is Professor Anton Emmanuel, who is Professor of Neurogastroenterology at UCL and a consultant gastrologist at University College Hospital, as well as the National Hospital for Neurology and Neurosurgery. I'm just going to say, Anton, that sounds quite niche to me, but it's not about your day job. So he was appointed lead for the Workforce Race Equality Standard in December last year, 2020. And in that role, he's moving the focus of WRES towards embedding local accountability with the organisations for their own data. So it's not just launching this data and saying, oh, well, that's what we're doing, but actually making them accountable for that. And a key component to the development of the WRES are the metrics, which reflect the individual experiences of staff in the trusts and the systems that are there to try and implement evidence-based change and actions, with a longer-term plan to develop the NHS first race equality strategy. So Anton, thank you so much for joining us. I can see your slides and I can see your lovely face, so off you go.
Kind of you. Thank you very much for summarising my talk for me. It's perfect. I now have the easy part of just showing some of the messages behind it, and it's a real privilege to join this group. And congratulations to the organisers, and thank you for inviting me to contribute a small part to this. So why do we need to do this? I mean, I guess the first thing I'd say is that I'm sorry that only 2/3 of you have heard it before. I hope that you will recognise this as a useful tool. The WRES in itself isn't going to be the answer to our problems, but it's going to be the tool that helps us as we try and find answers to what is a structural problem of deeply rooted systemic racism in our workforces, including the NHS. We're not immune from that. Why do we need to try and reset the work that we've been done by my predecessors in the WRES? I think there's an opportunity as we move to systems working and thinking about the health and equality work that we could be doing, which I'll spell out in a second or two, and then thinking about the fact that obviously COVID revealed to us the very intensely discriminating sort of climate that we work in, which exposed people to least access to PPE, most likely to be redeployed, etc., and therefore most likely to be harmed during the pandemic as workforce and individuals, none of which should surprise us. And if you look at the ethnicity and mortality outcomes from COVID, it's fairly well known, but actually very formally documentable and is independent from the other aspects of demography in terms of region and socioeconomic status. But this has an impact. This impact that you see in terms of discrimination, for all the reasons that are very clear to people on this call, has an impact on patient outcomes. Fundamentally, and this is just an example, the same could be shown in mental health, the same could be shown in pediatric practice. You know, inequity in our society has an effect on the workforce, but it has an effect on patient outcomes from all of this data, just the maternity data shown here. And fundamentally, we've been trying to hope that I think the history of the WRES and the sort of the dignity of its being formed was the intention that if we show people the data, that they'll be empowered in organizations to then make changes. Why would you want to keep people treated badly? There's no moral framework, there's no legal framework. In fact, there's the opposite, a legal framework to do it right, and there's a patient outcome framework. So for all these reasons, we should be doing this right, but here we are year upon year later with little progress. And fundamentally, I think this is because we haven't failed to address the things which actually need to be done, which is to take organizational accountability. Because as an organizational leader, or as any leader, what does the research tell us in terms of what we should be doing in terms of providing equity and sort of inclusive leadership? Number one, I think it comes out of three things. All the kind of glossy words and thousands of original pieces of work come down to you provide three things. Above all, you provide equal treatment for all your employees. Everyone should be treated the same, whether that's treated badly or treated well. It should be the same. That's a key point. Number two, there needs to be a fostered sense of belonging. People need to feel that they want to work in this place, that they have agency in this place, that they have voice in this place, and that sense of belonging needs to be fostered by inclusive leadership. And thirdly, we have to be providing the resources for people to do the job they need, and to do it in a safe way, as exposed already by COVID already. So the fact about this is that's fundamentally what it comes down to. At all three of these levels, the data tells us that this has not happened, unfortunately. We don't treat people equally, we don't foster belonging, and we don't give them the resources they need to do their work. Because this health inequality piece and system working I alluded to earlier on is this. The determinants of health that are out there in society, obviously it's very well recognized, have a direct effect on patient outcomes at the very bottom of this little cartoon on the right. But they have a second impact on patient outcomes in as much as our workforce are affected by the social determinants of health, and that misrepresentation and that disparity of representation for that workforce has in itself an effect on outcomes. So there are all sorts of reasons why we mustn't think about social determinants of health as being exclusive of workforce. They absolutely include the workforce, and we need to triangulate with that. Because the work experience is grim. There are numerous ways that we as humans find to discriminate against each other on the basis of gender, religion, sexual orientation, disability, etc. But the one that's top of the pile year upon year from the staff survey in NHS, amongst other organisations, but we're focusing on the NHS today, is race. We find it easiest and most likely to be discriminated against based on the race. And whilst the other characteristics have stayed the same or gone down, race discrimination has increased in terms of what people have experienced. So this is a big deal. This is a continuing, enduring, worsening problem. And for years, we've shown you data like this, showing that staff, in terms of their progression of their career, this is for the non-medical staff, where the agenda for change bands are shown on the horizontal axis, seem to get to a point where you get to about band 5 or 6 in terms of representation. So 21% of the workforce roughly is BME, that green line across, and there's reasonable representation at that point. But from those promotion points onwards, from band 6 onwards, there is very little representation. We've shown this time and again. And we can try and say, oh, well, some areas are doing better. So if you look at the 7 regions of the UK in these first 7 columns, East of England, London, etc., you think, well, then sort of rag rate it with the colours. You say, well, maybe London isn't doing so badly. But actually, when you start looking at it in a more nuanced way, which is one of the things I want to do, so if we talk about where does the RES go forward, because just showing this data year upon year isn't going to get anything done. You say it's no point, because what we've learned is that showing organizations their data, having inverted commas difficult conversations, closing inverted commas, and then expecting them to pick up the pieces, providing training in some nebulous way, that isn't going to get it done. We need to be doing much, much more to hold people to account. And that's accountability, as alluded to in the introduction, is the key thing here. Because if you look at this, well, London's doing fine. We've introduced these things. I don't want to go through this in detail, but just to tell you, we're going to use the same indicators, no greater ask and providers, but we're producing these things called disparity ratios, amongst other things, to look at the metrics. So here's a hypothetical organization shown in the right-hand side, sorry, in the lower part of the panel, with, in theory, 210 employees, 90 white, 120 BME, and below band 5. But then if you look at band 8 and above, the more senior bands, there are 3 white colleagues and there are 2 white colleagues for BME background. So that progression ratio is 30-1 for white colleagues, 60-1 for BME colleagues. Suddenly the 3-2 that you saw actually is slightly meaningless, and that disparity between 60 and 30 is 2. And we can generate that, and we can look at that, and we can see that a truly eye-watering disparity of more than 3 is seen in more than 50% of organizations for clinical staff, and it's clinical staff where this is especially visible. And we can look at these disparity ratios. I'm just flashing through these just to make the point, not about to go on about this too much, but to show that we can use our data in a more clever way. We can see that London isn't doing so well after all. It's way over there. Its average is 5. So that green you saw in that previous assessment was a false dawn, just reflecting the huge population of BME people we have in the workforce in London. And actually, we can then look at things, and we can then look at it by sector. And ambulance services actually are doing very well. They're close to 1 parity, in other words. But their issue is that they don't get white and BME staff. They don't get BME staff rather into the forces. So there are 15 white staff for every 1 member of BME staff. So if you're going to focus on action with ambulance staff, it's not about progression and promotion. For them, you need to focus on getting the right balance of staff in to represent the workforce and represent society. So we can use these things in a way, and they become fairly hardwired into the systems now to understand where our trigger points are. Is it from band 5 to 6? Is it within this surgical division? Is it in our non-clinical staff? Is it in our estate staff? And we can do it even by ethnicity and break down. Is it we have a particular problem with our Filipino nurses, or do we have a particular problem with how we treat our Black midwives? We can break it down, and we can do this intersectionally. We can do exactly the same sort of thing with the workforce disability standard, which you've hopefully now heard of. Alongside the WRES, there's which is race, there's the disability standard, and we can look at organizations, names redacted, which do it very well in green and which do it very badly, and we can learn from these exemplars. So the next thing is to say, produce innovative metrics, combine them to understand where the exemplars are, and then plot our progress. Because if you look at this line to date, here's what we've seen. We've seen, looking at band 9, very senior bands, very little progression in the left-hand side of this lower graph, very little progression. And we've begun to see a small rise, but we've got to set us, if we're serious about getting to this target, which is close to parity at senior banding, close to parity with the workforce representation, we've got to go on a very, very steep curve here. And just showing the data isn't going to do that. So the what next part has to involve the WRES being absolutely involved into hardwiring actions and accountability. How are we going to do that beyond this? So new metrics, we're also going to broaden the focus on where we work. So I'll leave Marla to talk more about the medical workforce standard that she's led and launched its first report this year. But suffice to say, again, that familiar looking graph, but this time looking at different things on the horizontal axis. 40% plus of our workforce is BME, and you can see that when it comes to the senior clinical positions and executive positions, it falls off. Senior lecturer and professor levels, it really, really falls off in academic life as well. And how does this happen? The next bit of data we want to look at is break it down by ethnicity. We know that Asian doctors skew things to make things, the BME story, look worse. This is data done by friend and colleague Sheila Cunliffe, who looked at the 18 acute London trusts and got data from them on a freedom of information basis. For this display, just to show you what I'm trying to get at, white colleagues are averaged as one and shown in blue, and all the other ethnicities broken down by specific ethnicity are shown in different color bands. And what you see is that Black and mixed race doctors have an especially grievous time of it, yet it's hidden under the label of BME. So we're moving away from trying to just monolithically place people in white or BME categories. Within white, we recognize this is data from this year's report upcoming very shortly, looking at the fact that actually Gypsy and Irish traveller in the so-called white community experience things in an adverse way. Asian other, which basically means Filipino, Black other, which basically means mixed, also experience especially bad treatment in this particular indicator. The point being not that this indicator is what I want to focus on in the discussion, but breaking down by ethnicity, we can understand better. If we understand better, organizations can be held to account better. So rather than saying, oh, it's a big problem, we don't know where to start, we can say, listen, you need to start very specifically with this population in this sector in that way, and then set KPIs for that. And we're also now splitting our data not just by ethnicity, but by gender. As you can see, the darker colored bars are shown for women and the paler colored for men, and you can see that there's differential experience, especially in the Black other group there. And we can look at it also split and stratified by type of the workforce. This is the whole workforce for this indicator, but then looking at it by AHPs, by ambulance crew, by general management, and you can again draw out that certain populations experience extremely bad treatment, and then sometimes that treatment is getting worse with time, or it's static. So the point being that we can look at organizations, this is a national data set, but we're going to present this at organization level, this kind of detailed cut, which helps people to say what they're going to do. I've made this point about exemplars before. We recognize these are the worst performing organizations on this kind of recruitment index, and we can, what are these guys doing badly, and how can they learn from these organizations, again, names redacted in the paler colors, which are doing exceptionally. So how can we either buddy people up or make this work better? And we can identify these organizations by putting distributions and identifying those which are in this end of the spectrum doing terribly, this end of the spectrum doing very well, again, all names redacted, and those which have had a sustained trend over the 6 years of the WRES. So we got to use our data more intelligently, but recognize that there's more to data than just numbers. This stuff has to sing to people. It has to make people sleepless and restless and uncomfortable, people who are in accountable positions. While I've been talking, you've had a chance to read this horrific story. The very, very worst part of this job that I'm doing now is the fact that on certainly a monthly basis, probably a fortnightly basis, I hear stories which make my skin crawl genuinely about people's experience of working in the health force. This is a tiny example which made social media, which is the reason I'm sharing it. I could share a couple of score others, which would make your hair turn. But this is what I've been reading. You can see this is a British nurse of Nigerian origin, written for application, and gets this complicit little mention made. That is uncomfortable. That should make for uncomfortable reading. The complicity of that little kiss mark at the end. So we're going to work with the networks, create these strong networks. These are the Black African leaders, unfortunately all men in the 60s, who were involved in forming a Pan-African Congress, creating that social capital which saw them overthrow the yoke of oppression in their countries. This is what we need to do as a RES team. We need to try and get into networks of the RES experts networks, the ethnic minority networks that exist, set these very clear targets I've mentioned now, where we identify using the data in an intelligent way, focus on the target at organizational level, think about a plan of what time that's going to work, organization to implement that plan, and then we feed back the data and look at how that's happened. So fundamentally, my conclusions are that we need to focus on accountability. We need to generate local data in kind of heat map way to see where the particular focus for each thing, retention, representation, promotion, disciplinary disparity, etc., is met, and ally that finally to this workforce race equality strategy that we're in process of delivering, which is going to look at aspects of process, of performance, and of purpose, so that each organization will be able to go in as an HR person or as an inclusive leader or as a system leader or whatever else, and be able to say, okay, here's the things that I'm failing in from my local data, and my bottom left, here's the strategy, what the strategy says can be a toolkit to work, here's the action I'll take, here's the KPI I'll be measured by, and then we reroute round, and we're embedding our actions with CQC to make this something that they will use our data and our assessment of their action plans to actually see whether they are likely to work, and if they don't, then maybe trigger an inspection. So in summary, what we're trying to do is to produce actions at trust level to be accountable, working through regions who know their patch better, producing our reports in a timely fashion, broadening our influence to specifically focus on the medical res. Next year we will be launching a bank res to understand what the challenges are there, looking at these new metrics. And fundamentally, my belief is that we've got to stop producing data and reports, and we've got to start making actions. So future reports are going to be more than just here's the latest data, like a broadcast of bad news where we admire the data and say, oh, isn't it shocking, and then do nothing. Future actions in the RES have to be around implementing action plans at organizational level, the national team being involved in monitoring that, as I've been going on about, and then allying ourselves to the regulators who have teeth and power to actually make a difference to all this. Thank you very much indeed. I can let you breathe while I breathe as well now.
Anton, that's so brilliant. Thank you so much. When I said we were going to do a deep dive into this subject, I wasn't kidding. That is one of the most data-dense and quickest presentations I've ever had the pleasure of enjoying. So thank you very much indeed. And I think a bit like everybody else, I'm very relieved to understand that we're going to, that your next mission is to translate this into practical things that real world people like myself and colleagues can actually get to grips with, because I think that's absolutely vital. We're going to move on from Anton at the moment, although he's going to stay with us as a panel member in a short while. And I'm going to bring Marla back into the discussion because she's going to give us a presentation next. Before she starts presenting about the MWRES that she's involved with, we've got another poll for you. And this one is even more specific. So I would like to know, have you heard of the term MWRES before today?
Well, Catherine, thank you very much for inviting me back here, and not as your co-chair, for the next few minutes, but to present on MWRES, I have my task cut out. So look at this, you know.
Yep, it's just getting worse, Marla.
19% have heard of the MWRES and 81% have not. So perhaps this session is going to be very useful after all. So let me explain what the medical res is. Anton rightly pointed out that where the workforce race equality strategy began was to put together indicators, because evidence is important, indicators for the whole workforce. And that's where it began, and from that, the MWRES came. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is the MWRES, where we are with it, and where we're going with it. So the RES, the Workforce Race Equality Standard and its indicators and strategy, that journey began with the main RES indicators Anton talked about. There are 9 indicators. A greater proportion of you apparently know these indicators, and that's good. And I would urge all the 2,000 participants in this event, if you work in the NHS and you work in trust, do please ask your trust HR staff, or you can actually look it up and see what your own trust res data are and where you are with this. Now, you know, I have had the privilege of being part of the Workforce Race Equality Strategy journey from the time that it was established in 2015. And I was party to bringing in the RES indicators. But as one of the few medically qualified people on the Workforce Race Equality Strategy Advisory Group of NHS England, it was very evident to me that there was a lot of research buried deep in the British Medical Journal and other journals, which showed over the past 3 decades or more that ethnic minority doctors face disadvantage throughout their careers. And yet, because of the, you know, if I try and go back to these indicators, if you look at indicator 1, which maps career progression, and Anton was talking about going from Agenda for Change pay band 5 to pay band 9, it's very clear that that does not apply to doctors. And so the doctor's experience, as I said, buried deep, the evidence in the BMJ was not being shared, highlighted, and brought to the attention of the wider NHS system. The other thing is doctors' career pathways are not linear, are they? You know, we graduate, we become junior doctors, and then we could become salaried doctors, we become consultants. We must also go off and be GPs. So how do you map career progression? What is the definition of career progression? Then there are other obligations such as revalidation, where there is scope for racism and ethnic variation, but which cannot be represented in indicators which are generally focused on Agenda for Change payback workforce colleagues. And then we also know for doctors in the NHS, do we not, that it isn't just NHS Trust, but Health Education England and how its processes are set up. The General Medical Council and the Medical Royal Colleges, of which we have, I believe, about 18 in England, have much influence on our career progression, our experience, and the extent to which we have equality of opportunity within the workforce. Need I say anything about international medical graduates? We've heard so much, and we've heard eloquent presentations from our speakers this morning. But all I'll say is this concerned me, because again, there has been a lot of evidence, but all in research-based journals, never brought to the attention of our leadership. And we needed to ensure that if we had a set of indicators, international medical graduates were able to be flagged up as a separate group. So that's what the medical workforce race equality standard and its indicators is based on. The indicators were published in September of 2020, and the first data report for 2020 was published this year in July. They're very easily accessible on the WRES website. All you have to do is to Google MWRES and you'll have access to this. So if you look at 1A, 1B, 1C, and I'm going to very quickly take you through these indicators, Anton has already pointed out, first of all, if you look at table 1 on the left-hand side, the numbers of Black and minority ethnic graduates in the system has been gradually increasing, and it's set to further increase with much more IMG recruitment about to take place this year. But if you look at the kinds of ways by which we can define career progression for medics, Anton showed the slide, on the right-hand side, the top bar chart. All doctors, ethnic minority doctors, make up about 40%, the same sort of percentage for postgraduate trainees. With salary doctors, it goes up to nearly 50%, consults, it goes down a bit. And then if we look at the leadership positions, such as clinical directors, medical directors, that starts to decline further. We don't very well map what's going on in medical academia, and that's a subject all of itself. But look at the proportion of professors and senior lecturers made up of the red bars, the ethnic minority bars. So there's a lot to be done to achieve equality there. The bottom bar chart shows us pay inequalities. Now, I'm not going to go through the pay inequalities for doctors in training and all of the groups, but the overall pay inequality is about 7%. And you might say, well, it's only 7%, but over a lifetime of career earnings and pensions, that amounts to an awful lot of money. So then if we go on to MWRES indicator 2, this is based entirely on Royal College of Physicians data. 2 top bars show white rates of being shortlisted for consultant appointment and being appointed to a consultant post from the time when a junior doctor becomes certified as having completed their specialist training. And the ethnic minority bars for shortlisting and appointments are the third and the fourth bar below. And you can just see the difference here. And my gentle ask is, since this is, hosted by a group of anaesthetists, could we persuade the Royal College of Anaesthetists and psychiatrists and so on to do a similar sort of data collection for their specialties in the future? 3 looks at GMC referrals by ethnicity, and here we begin to see those differences. I'm very mindful of what our European white and ethnic minority graduates have been saying in the chat box. And we begin to see differences in referrals rates, again, which favor white UK graduates in the NHS. And the ethnic minority graduates, whether they are UK graduates or EU graduates or from the rest of the world, doing far worse in terms of GMC referrals, with ethnic minority doctors being twice as likely to receive a complaint or be referred. And this is especially true for international medical graduates, and the biggest difference is in terms of referrals by employers, not the public. And once they're referred, the levels of investigation are also different and favor white referred doctors. 4 is to do with revalidation. Again, ethnic minority doctors are less likely to be revalidated and are more likely to be deferred at least once as part of the revalidation process. 4A, 4B, and 4C look at differential attainment. We only have one for undergraduates, and that's applications accepted for medicine and dentistry, and look at the difference in ethnic minority and white race. Postgraduate specialty exam passes and annual review of competence progression are in these bar charts, again showing are favorable to white candidates. 5 and 6 are doctors experiencing reporting abuse and harassment from patients or relatives, and on the right-hand side, staff in the last 12 months. The blue bars, which represent white doctors, is higher for doctors reporting harassment from patients and the public, which is interesting. The other, the bullying and harassment from staff, and these bars are 7 and 8, which shows experience of discrimination on the left-hand side at work from a manager, team leader, or other colleague, and on the right-hand side, the percentage of doctors believing that their trust provides equal opportunities, again with ethnic minority doctors are giving us less favorable answers, reporting more discrimination and less opportunities. And 9 and 10 are not in the main WRES indicators. These are also taken from the staff survey. These are about motivation and engagement. So motivation is about, do you feel like leaping out of bed and coming and working in the NHS? And it's interesting that it's the ethnic minority doctors, Catherine, who report higher levels of motivation despite all of that. And I think it represents the pride that international medical graduates in particular feel, the sense of privilege to be able to work for the NHS. And it's a pity that the organization doesn't recognize that and treat them better. And on the right-hand side, it's about, do you feel involved when the trust is planning innovation and strategy and so on? That's roughly equal between white and ethnic minority groups. And this final indicator relates to diversity in the tops of organizations. And we began with our Royal College councils. And I think it's commendable that they gave us these data, because if you look at the unknowns, there are huge, they make up huge percentages. But that's because in the past, colleges have not felt any great compulsion to look at ethnicity data or record that for their members. But now they're beginning to do this. From this baseline, you can only start to improve. So again, all of you from the various Royal Colleges, please go out there and encourage your colleges to collect better data, because you can have a more accurate picture as to the diversity of their councils. And we need to start doing this for other medical organizations. So now, as I conclude, this is, I think it was mentioned at the beginning, we are proud, all of the organizations that took part in this, in the steering group, bringing this together. We're proud. It's a world first in monitoring race equality. Singapore does a lot, Canada does a lot, and we heard New Zealand does a lot, but we're proud that we've got the first indicators to begin with. How could we map better indicators? We intend to publish this annually. Should they be collected? Should we do more granular data at regional or trust level? Answers, please. We need participants to give us ideas. The MWRES belongs to us all. It really should be everybody's business. Get to know the facts and the data, highlighting inequity. This is enormously accessible. So please look at it and see how within your spheres of influence you can help improve the quality of the data we collect. Embed, some actions have begun, like an induction program pilot. If I have the time later in panel discussion, I might tell you a little bit about it. When that gets off the ground, please help roll it out and embed it into the system. Challenge things like inequalities in career progression. We need you to own the MWRES. Please use it and help develop it further. So thank you. Thank you, Catherine.
Marla, fantastic as ever. And I think it's so important that we know this data's out there and we can use it, because information is power. And if we want to make cases to make progress, knowing what the data is vital. And I think, you and Anton's role in collecting this data and then translating it into a format and into a way that, as I say, jobbing clinicians can actually make use of is so important, because it's so easy to look at loads of bar charts and go blah and not really know what to do with it. So I think there are two things: to exhort us all to actually take the time to look at the data, because I think it's much less complex than we fear, but also to then use it to empower our discussions with colleagues in our own trusts. You know, and if we don't know the data to help the solution, then we're not doing justice to the problem, really, because I think the data's out there that can help us. So thank you very much, Marla. We're going to be moving on to our next speaker, who is Roopa Balasundaram, who is a consultant in emergency medicine at West Suffolk Hospital. She's currently working as a quick lead and wellbeing lead for her department. She's got a special interest in resilience and wellbeing of junior doctors and has already published 2 blogs on those subjects, as well as with the Royal College of Emergency Medicine website. She's worked in steering groups for induction programs for international medical graduates at a local and national level. And Roopa's going to tell us her own experiences and really from what I was just saying, how the RES data connects directly with the lives of an NHS employee from a BMA background. So I'm just looking to see if I can see Roopa. Just waiting for her to come on screen. While we're just waiting, I think it is really important, Marla, isn't it, to make sure that we all are strong in our knowledge base, because if we don't know what's going on, we can't help about it. I think we can all feel outraged and know it's out there, but how do we grasp this data? You know, how do you think we can get hold of it? Your implication was it's actually very easy, but
well, I think what I'd suggest is perhaps system leaders in Health Education England, you, Catherine, have the role in looking after trainees with different needs, as I understand it. I mean, what I'd very much encourage you to do. I mean, you are exceptional because you know these data and you're doing something about it at Newcastle. But is there a way by which we could ask allies such as yourself to spread the word within your sphere of influence? And that's how anybody who knows the data, I would suggest, go out there and tell other people about it and start to find ways to discuss it in the course of your organizational planning and planning the work that you do.
So I suppose it becomes part of our vocabulary.
Absolutely.
As we're just dealing in day-to-day business. You know, it is part of our working
white
vocabulary.
and ethnic minority doctors have roles as examiners. They have roles as panelists in ARCPs.
Yes, that's true.
And so on and so forth. So knowing the data and being conscious of it hopefully starts to get people to reflect on how their behaviors might need to be different in all of those situations.
Yeah, and just exploring in each of those individual silos and asking what their data is, inquiring of that organisation, what's their data. Yeah. Thank you, Mark. So I can see Roopa now and I can see your slides. So welcome, and please give us your thoughts.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the conference committee and the panelists for giving me this great opportunity to speak at this forum. So the previous 2 talks, I can see that there was extensively data sharing about their work, but this is the human side of data, a personal story. When I say the human side of data, we are not just the number in the data of international medical graduates and international nursing graduates coming to NHS. So it's not just my story. It could be the story of any one of us, any of the international medical graduate or the nursing graduate. It is a story of trial and tribulations. It is a story of patience and perseverance. And it's a story of resilience, which took me nearly a decade from coming as a middle grade or registrar in emergency medicine to today being the consultant in emergency medicine. So a bit about myself. I was born as the youngest overprotected child in a very traditional South Indian family. My father was head of a nursing college and my mother a housewife. It was their dream to make me a doctor. The reason, they said, it's either the nursing field or the medicine field is where you get to do the direct service to mankind. And service to mankind is like service to God. My mother's motto was to make her daughters educated and independent. So here I qualified from medical school, but then I took this road less traveled, a specialty of emergency medicine. During that time, emergency medicine was not a recognized specialty in India. So why emergency medicine? It is a variety of cases which we see in day-to-day life. Not a single day is same in our lives. And what walks through the front door, we never know. And it's the versatility of the specialty. So, and also being the frontline physician, it does make a difference in someone's life. Whether it's the cardiac arrest or the trauma, we need to act within minutes for the survival of our patient. So, since it was not a recognized post-graduation, I still did 2-year training program in one of the prestigious medical colleges of India, St. John's Medical College Hospital. After that, I wanted to pursue my membership examinations in emergency medicine in UK. That's when one of the NHS Trust recruited me from India. I was the only one to get the registrar post among all the candidates applied to that post because I was already working at that level. Now, if you see, nearly 20 to 25% of all the doctors of UK in any NHS trust is international medical graduates who have gained their primary medical qualification overseas. So when you make this conscious decision to come to NHS, we kind of have to know that there are going to be challenges ahead. What type of challenges are they? Whether you're an international medical graduate or international nursing graduate, the cultural differences are huge from where we come from. And it's the expectations due to understaffing. I was a middle grade in the DGH, recruited newly, but I was expected to do the night shifts independently within 2 weeks of coming to NHS. I had a 2-day induction program of the trust, which kind of superficially lets you know about the trust, but not the entire working process of NHS. When I'm saying independent middle grade in emergency medicine, you are the most senior clinician giving the decisions for your 2 junior foundation doctors. The buck stops at you for all the decisions. I was still not ready. I kind of knew it would be very daunting. I did mention it to the consultants, but they said, we have seen you, you're working fine, you can do it. It's not about me working fine. Was I safe to work during night shifts? But again, it's the rota gaps, which has ever been there. So it's kind of, I started off my night shifts. It was a very steep learning curve for me. I still didn't know the guidelines, pathways, referral systems, and also the communication issues. These leads to ethical problems for international medical graduates and nursing graduates. Yes, we are from an English-speaking country, but we are not taught that communication, how to deal with the patients and their families. Coming to the non-clinical aspects, that in itself is very complex, the consent, the capacity, confidentiality, and the clinical governance. And social care setup, we come from a background where family care is a social care. There is no established social care like this. So this was quite difficult for me to get the head around. How will a shoulder fracture gets admitted under medical team while they wait for the social care to be set up? Is there something called acopia? The patient cannot cope at home, gets admitted under medical team where they do not have any medical problems at all. So here, when I'm saying I'm the senior most clinician giving the decisions, I myself was not aware of the social care system to admit the patient. We are all clinically sound, but where we struggle is with these pathways and the disposition of the patient. Also in any DGH, not everything is under one roof, like neurosurgery, plastic surgery, or vascular team. So 2 weeks was too new to know all these things. And the unsocial hours. It was still, we had a pattern of the rota when I chose A&E in India, but here the rota is all over the place. Most importantly, for all of us, international medical graduates and nursing graduates, we need to know what not to do when you start initially. I used to do the intubation, central lines, and other life-saving procedures when I was a registrar in emergency medicine back home. But here I need to learn to step back and not to do those procedures. The reason I'm not trained or signed off in this country. So we need to know our limitations quickly when we start here. Okay, you kind of settling into your workplace and kind of get to know the working processes. But then starts the problems of social isolation for all of us. You don't have family members here, and you're still not driving to go to your friends or to the leisure places. So where do you let out your work stress? Not really anyone. And then the whole purpose of why you're here, the exams, the membership exams. So exams are not easy for us. The reason the local graduates have dedicated hours for communication skills, whether it's a medical graduate or nursing graduate. Back home, we do not have anything called communication skills training. So you need to work extra to get your exams. It can take extra attempts. It's time consuming and expensive too. The most vital thing, the career progress. Career progress is vital for any one of us, whether it's a medical graduate from outside or a nursing graduate from overseas. You can't keep doing the same thing for the next 20, 30 years of your life. So when it comes to career progression, did I get any help? No. I saw my other rotation trainees rotating in my hospital, going and becoming consultants, but I was there with the exams, not getting anywhere, not much of the help there. Finally, one of the consultants asked me to go and speak to the head of the deanery. When I spoke to him, I realized that I needed anesthesia and acute medicine competencies equal to a local trainee. But again, I had to go back and ask them, please, I need these secondaments to apply for higher training. And again, that was deliberately prolonged. The reason, you're the main workforce, you're a service provider. No one wants to lose a working middle grade and again create a rota gap. So applying to the specialty training, that in itself needs a lot of support. It's not about how hardworking or how intelligent you are. It's about until you deliver what the shortlisting panel wants and what the interview panel wants, you're not going to get that post. So that needs support in itself. And when you realize that, pause and think that I'm not getting anywhere, what is happening with my career? That's when you have to dare to take that leap, to go out and seek help. So not everything is bad and sad. I remember the day when I put my luggage in the back of my small Toyota Yaris car and drove to another trust which was 200 miles away. I left this trust and went to a different trust. The road never seemed to end, making me think that, oh God, what have I done to myself? I have left a stable post and I don't know what is in my store next. However, you need to think that if one door closes, another door always opens. And the difficult roads do lead to beautiful destinations. In the new trust, I met this clinical supervisor, Dr. Jim Crawford, who goes an extra mile in supporting his junior doctors. He did correct my CV, which no one ever bothered to have a look at it, in spite of me asking. He corrected my application form, and also he gave me the practice for interview. That's when I got into the higher specialty training post. So here I am, literally a decade of struggles as a result of my patience and perseverance. Graduating with the Fellowship of Royal College of Emergency Medicine, wearing the sari to represent where I come from, and proudly wearing the gown of the Royal College of Emergency Medicine, standing next to the clinical supervisor, Dr. Jim Crawford, who helped me to get into a higher training post. Last year, I got to climb Snowdonia, one of the highest mountains of Wales, after the COVID stress, for my mental well-being and physical well-being. But it was a blustery day when I climbed the mountain. It kind of gave me an insight to draw parallels to my own life, how I have dealt with the struggles. So I wrote an article which got published in the Royal College of Emergency Medicine President's blog. It says, "Does resilience arise from adversity?" These are the snippets of my own blog. So people say life is a journey, but I say life is a mountain. It's a mountain of rocky, rugged terrain of failures, disappointments, struggles, and triumphs. You can only reach the summit and feel the joy of accomplishment and enjoy the view from the top only if you dare to bear the rocky, rugged terrain. When it comes across the adversity, you need to hang in there, cling on to the rocks of hope, aiming to reach the summit without ever turning back. So what do we learn from our own struggles of life as an international medical graduate or a nursing graduate in NHS? You too can make a difference. Now I'm involved in the trust guidelines of international medical graduate induction at my trust. So it includes 2 weeks of shadowing where the new international medical graduate need not have to do any clinical work. They can just stand and observe how the things are working around them. And also a 3-month supernumerary period when they need not have to do independent shifts. Having said that, you can find some reluctance from specialty because there are rota gaps. However, my trust is quite helpful. The medical staffing are very helpful trying to get this up and running. I have corrected the handbook of international medical graduates. I have been involved with the pilot IMG induction at Workforce Race Equality Standard Implementation Committee on the emergency medicine side of induction. And going just that extra mile, helping the new international medical graduates, helping them to settle into the society. Now I'm an educational supervisor for international medical graduates, where I get this opportunity to help them at individual level with their exams and applications. Also, I take pride in being the well-being lead for my junior doctors. Finally, I would tell to my new international medical graduates who would come to this country, never ever give up and fight your failures. Hard work and honesty pays whichever part of the world you are in. Choice is yours. Either you feel sorry for yourself and perish, or fight your failures and flourish. We need to remember, we need to remember that every dark cloud has a silver lining. I will say thank you to the committee again. And thank you very much.
Roopa, I just want to give you a round of applause. That was absolutely fantastic. That was really good to hear. Thank you for sharing that with us. I found that very emotional listening to it, and it makes me so angry that you had to decide to flourish rather than perish, and that's exactly what we're trying to challenge today. We're going to move on to a panel discussion. But before we begin the Q&A, I just want to remind the delegates that we've got a poster presentation session during the lunchtime, and we've got some brilliant posters for you guys to have a look at. So please dip in and out as you're eating your crisp sandwich. It's all about the amazing work that's being done across the country to try and improve the well-being of our ethnic minority colleagues. Can I also remind you to use the Q&A box at the bottom of the screen to give us questions? We've been handed some here that we can hopefully get answers to, and also to keep following us on social media. 2 things are happening now. The lovely Roopa is going to be hopefully coming on screen because she was being presented upside down during her talk, which is why we cancelled her image. So welcome, Roopa, lovely to see you. And we've also, I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Surash, who is one of my lovely neurosurgical colleagues. And I don't say that very often, actually, perhaps not often enough, Surash. He's a consultant neurosurgeon at the RBI. And in 2019, he led the publication of the Surash Pierce report, which was the first report of its kind, examining the workforce pay gap for ethnic minority staff. So we're very proud of him and very proud that our trust delivered that. Since then, Surash has also worked with the MWRES team on their recent report and collaborated with the STEM publication on workforce discrimination. He's also got an LLM in medical law, and his dissertation was on gross negligence manslaughter, so be careful. So welcome, Surash. And I also know Surash is clinical today, so if he has to go dark and disappear, he's off to save lives and put his Superman underpants on. So we're going to start this session with a Q&A session with another poll. I hope you don't mind the polls, but we hope they give you an opportunity to interact with us. So what I'd like to ask you this time is, have you seen any changes in the organisation, in your organisation within the last year to improve the inequality treatment of ethnic minorities? And just answer yes or no for us. So while you're answering that, I'm going to direct the same question to Surash, if you don't mind. So during the last conference, you presented some findings of the Surash PS report, which did highlight the inequalities. Have you seen any positive initiatives within the trust that which could make us feel better about the sobering statistics you presented last time?
Thanks, Dr. Bell. Thanks, Marla. Thanks for inviting me. So what I would say is this. When we did the report and published it last year, we recognized, or at least I recognized, the difficulties that individual employing trusts have in terms of what they can do to fundamentally change things on the ground, especially for the worker bees. So it became very clear that if you're going to change things, you're going to have to try and change things on a more national level. And one of those things has to be accountability, and I know Anton's touched upon that already, but really financial accountability on organizations, because without which organizations don't necessarily tend to change the narrative without proper direction from NHS England. And unfortunately, a year isn't a huge amount of time to really get palpable change within organizations. What I would say is, I've had a number of conversations with, exec, in particular our chief exec, and with our medical director, and they are very much on board. It's very important to them on a personal level that, change occurs. But fundamentally, it's about making sure that the worker bees experience that change, and that has to be the drive, not just at a local level, but at a national level as well.
Thank you, sir. I think that's a very wise comment, that a year is a short time in the NHS. And I think you're right, it does take a long time to get this change progressing. So the answers to our poll, have you seen any changes in your organisation? So 55% have said yes, which, is better than nothing. And I'm really delighted and glad that over half of our delegates have seen some improvement. And let's hope we can keep that momentum going. So I'm going to direct the first question to Anton. You referred to the RES data as very much a tool for NHS providers. What exactly do you mean by that term tool, and can it be used by us here to empower ourselves? A bit like I was chatting with Marla earlier on, to try and make a change. How do we use this tool to engender change?
Yeah, that's critically important, I think. And I think probably is one explanation for why we haven't seen the progress that we could have seen over the longer period of sort of 6-7 years that we've had data. So what I mean by that is that data is the kind of necessary prerequisite to get your agenda onto the bigger agenda, but it isn't in its own right going to deliver a damn thing. The analogy I often use is like, it's a lawnmower, and mowing the lawn doesn't get you nice vegetables to eat and nice flowers to look at. It just mows the lawn. And if we actually want to have a fully functioning system, we have to do that. Now, the question implies in part, how do we as members of the workforce use that tool? And I think what we're trying to do is move to this point where that data is kind of widely available. So it's at an organization level where an organization compare itself with other organizations of its like in the region, in the system. So if I'm a mental health provider, how do I rank with other mental health providers? If I'm in London, how do I rank with other London regional colleagues? To see where you are not doing this well. And then this thing about trying to buddy up. And so if, as a member of the workforce, the networks, one of the things we're trying to do is get this network maturity framework, which is kind of jargon for basically meaning that we need to get executives to understand what their networks, to actually give their networks voice and actually executive power. So there are some exemplars, which have been doing this for a long time, where networks are supported by big financial programs. They have voice in every executive. They have a sponsor who actually does something rather than just is in name only. And then there are others where it's completely the poor network colleagues are just used to write our race action plan for the year. So what we're trying to do is uncover these organizations. I've seen 72 different executive things out of 220 in this country in the last year. And we're making this point that we are, we're big brothering this basically. So for me, the tool is essentially, so the organization level is to ally to network actions. And at national level is to say that I've got no agency. I can't change a damn thing as an NHSE person. What I can do is link up to CQC, to GMC, who have some teeth, and I can let executives know that we're looking at their data, and every time we hear a complaint from a doctor or a nurse who's been inappropriately disciplined, who's spoken up and been mistreated, that we will then visit you with trying to understand that and say, okay, so your data doesn't really fit with what you're saying, and you've spent £4,500 every month on PricewaterhouseCoopers to come in, and they don't seem to have achieved much. And we're just trying to, and I think Surash's point is incredibly well made. So what we're trying to do, sorry, a very long answer to a very brief question, is to move towards this thing about looking at action plans. Every action plan that is produced, we're going to rag rate. And if they're rag rated as red consecutively, that's going to trigger some CQC action. And in that rag rating is going to be the amount of money you're spending. Not that we're going to put a pecking order of, oh, great, isn't this place spending so much money? But if we're going to suggest for that action plan you've got, spending £80,000 on this agenda, you could actually be much better served by doing this, and not creating unconscious bias training or what other nonsense that you decide to use. So we're trying to be just much more focused and targeting where the soft points in our organisation are.
Excellent. No, thank you, Anton, very much. That's a very comprehensive answer, and in fact speaks to one of the questions we've had from our delegates, which was, does the CQC have a role in enforcing, if you like, the RES statistics? I don't know if you've got any opinion about that, Marla, either. It sounds like that's very much an intention that it's going to be enfolded into the CQC.
Oh, absolutely. And interestingly, it's been an intention since 2015, and you know, it's the speed with which the CQC were able to, and I'm not being critical, they had their own challenges as to why, for example, the well-led domain aspect of the inspection could not include RES data or you know, find a way by which its ratings matched the RES indicator report. And Anton's working incredibly hard. In fact, Rosie Benuworth is the primary care CQC lead, is joining us in the panel this afternoon, and we could ask her that question. And I suspect she will have a much more positive answer now than we had 6 years ago.
Good. And Roopa, I was going to come to you and just ask you, given that the MWRES data is available to you now, and you're now in a position of leadership and seniority within your organisation, can you use the data? Are you in a position to use that data to make change where you are?
Like I said earlier, we have to expect there can be reluctance, but it's the persistence. Yes, our medical staffing is quite supportive because we, as an emergency medicine has huge rota gaps, we do get a large number of international medical graduates, and they have been supportive in working towards it. But yes, the data would definitely help. It gives us the evidence what needs to be done.
I just wanted to follow up with you, Roopa, something you were saying in your talk about the persistence and the, you know, if you don't succeed, try again. I'm very conscious that that requires a lot of personal effort from you. And is it fair to expect that? I know that is in one sense, that's the practical solution to the position you found yourself in, but I'm very conscious that that doesn't seem fair to me.
It's the individual choice. Again, as I said, it's the summit. You have to have a focus in your life and what you want and what is your limitation. Can you push yourself to that? Are you passionate? Are you going to enjoy what you're going to achieve? As you know, emergency medicine has high burnout rate. It is a stressful specialty. But if you are passionate about it, if you're enjoying it, yes, you have to work towards it. And I don't think nothing comes easily in life, and not the. So that is my take, or whether it's the career or life. Yeah.
Surash, I was just going to develop that theme with you a bit, because you've obviously put a huge amount of personal effort into this within the trust. Is there a point at which you're feeling exhausted by having to push this rock up a hill again and again? I was very encouraged to hear that our top level is engaged with this and really want to make change, but I'm conscious that, you know, you're a full-time clinician, you've got a lot of clinical responsibilities, and this is not really your day job. So how do you keep going?
I am, and I have to say it is fatiguing. It absolutely does wear you down. But a lot of the stuff that, you know, we talk and we fight for, it's not stuff I've necessarily personally experienced. But when you hear stories from people like Roopa, which by the way was an absolutely brilliant talk, that's what keeps me going, is remembering that actually there are a lot of people who are within our own departments, within our own organizations up and down the country, who every day are still experiencing problems. You know, I had a mother who was an international medical graduate. She could probably relate to everything that Roopa said. And I've got 2 children who are of mixed race. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm doing it for them. And I think we all need to be conscious of that. Whatever we do, it's not for ourselves, it is for the people around us.
No, that's helpful, Surash. Thank you. Anton, just to come back to you, I know you have a national NHS role. What's your sense of what the NHS leadership is doing to embrace greater race equality and really help us achieve these changes? I'm aware we need a pincer action. We've got Surash and Roopa at the grassroots, if you like. You know, and you're more at the top table. And how do we get that pincer action to meet in the middle? Where's NHS England coming from, in your opinion?
I'll try not to get myself sacked, which probably is the appropriate thing to stop it at in some ways, but I can't be appropriate. I think there is I think I'm still a clinician, and thank God I am, because I think that's where I'll escape to. That's probably another way of saying what I want to say as well. I think the reality is that we can all say things. We have to actually then fundamentally translate that into action. You have to look at the 37 people, chief executives to the ICSs who've been appointed. Guess how many of them are BME background? 1. Okay, so we live and die by our actions rather than our words, frankly. And we are harvesting the senior leadership numbers that we have sown. We have not developed a pipeline of leadership. We have not seen any executive transformation. We see this especially badly for Black colleagues. And we talk about it and we rub our hands and we regret things and we put a black sash on and celebrate Black History Month and we do all this stuff. I'm not talking about NHSE on its own. There's lots of arms and bodies which could do better. And I think fundamentally we have to be prepared to actually translate stuff and be decisive. And I think we're locked into this kind of very weird big P and small p political entanglement, which we have to sort of negotiate. But I think it is a really difficult space. I think I feel sorry for the people who it's their life, because I think they have to negotiate and say things much more cautious than I do. I can be as immoderate as I like within reason. But I think that really reflects, and I'm not trying to talk about myself, I'm trying to say that actually that reflects the challenge that's faced by people whose career is to try and make policy change, and your hands are so tied, and your mouth is so bound, and your hands are so shackled. All of this stuff, I feel for these poor devils. And, I get constantly berated on a personal basis, but, it's fine. I've got thick skin and big, broad shoulders. But it's very hard for people to actually enact stuff. I think it's really tough. And I think we have to respect that. So I've gone from being, when I was purely in the services for the last however many years, 31 years, I used to say, oh, these guys do nothing. They don't know our life. They don't know it. I think they do. But the people who have the power to change don't have the inclination, and the people who have the inclination to change don't have the power.
I think that's really helpful, Anton, for those of us who do have a day job, not to be too critical of those who it is their professional, salary that they have to consider when they're trying to speak about these things, and that we can be incautious and demanding, because we've got the NHS doctor line to go back to on nursing. And thank you. That's something I hadn't really thought about, when it's easy to be critical of managers or those in authority. I just wanted to move to Marla, maybe with maybe the final question, because we are coming to the end of this discussion. One of our delegates asked, is there a way to address the indirect discrimination, where the IMGs are starting on their lowest pay scale when they have experience in their home country. And I think that goes back to something that Margaret was saying during your session about respecting experience when people come to the country. I don't know if we can or should collect any data to say, well, you know, where should people be on the pay scale?
I think, you know, I imagine that Surash will back me up on this, you know, because one of the things that we get together on for at least half an hour or something, at least every month we discuss this, do we not, Surash? And that's pay inequalities.
Right. Yeah.
And the thing is, what can we do about not starting them on the lowest pay when in fact they endure pay inequality throughout their careers? You know, 10 years after they've been in the system, they are still, you know, poorly paid for a variety of reasons. And we wrote a paper on clinical excellence awards and the differences there. Surash was one of the reviewers of the paper, and it's acknowledged in that. But you know, here I have to say I'm going to challenge senior ethnic minority clinicians in here and our white allies. Why are we allowing this incredibly iniquitous system of clinical excellence awards to continue? You know, we know the purpose for which it was introduced in 1948. It had nothing to do with clinical excellence. It still has nothing to do with clinical excellence. There are very decent white people who don't get it. So, you know, I just rest my case. So we have problems with pay where Surash and I sort of feel we don't necessarily have enough support even among the ethnic minority people. You know, there are associations now and white allies, perhaps because everybody's workload is so big, to almost as a movement protest about pay and do something about it and bring about equality. And yes, this is one of the issues that we need to resolve. And then if you see where gender intersects with ethnicity, you find hierarchies. The Nuffield Trust found that Black women doctors are in a hierarchy of pay, the lowest paid. And so yes, this is one of many things related to pay that we have to address. So Anton and I, Surash is now a member of the MWRES steering group, and so with help from your own trust, Catherine, we'll fight that one, but it'll take some time.
Well, team, thank you so much for your contribution to this Q&A session. You've all been absolutely brilliant. Thank you to Anton, to Roopa, to Surash, and of course Marla. We're going to break for lunch now. Please, can I ask you again to just look at the poster presentation and make your own decision, and then we'll of course be having our prize presentation later on this afternoon. So enjoy lunch. Please come back to us at 1:30. We've got much more to think and talk about, and see you later. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you've all had an enjoyable lunch. Our afternoon session is, we're going to kick off. And I'm delighted to introduce Sujesh Bansal, who is a consultant anaesthetist at Manchester, in Manchester University, and has got a special clinical interest in oncology and transplant anaesthesia. He's also director of the Manchester International Fellowship Scheme, which is a multi-specialty scheme, and he's associate director of medical education for the Trust, which looks after about 800 locally employed doctors. He's got a specific interest in the induction, supervision and support and the career progression of international doctors. And he has conceptualised and developed national online and training package induction for international doctors, which is hosted by the e-learning for health platform. And not surprisingly, that's won multiple awards for its UK-wide usefulness. So that's a fantastic job, Sujesh, and I'm very happy that you're with us. I can see you, and can I see your slides? Yes. So I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for your kind introduction. So before I start my talk, I really want to say that I really believe that the departments, trust and deaneries are really, they do a great job, but they are really very, very busy. They are very, very busy with their routine operational and core activities. So much so that unfortunately, they develop some blind spots, especially the activities which are not their core activities, which basically limit the access they have and they provide to other individuals, as well as limit the time they have for blue sky thinking. In fact, many organizations suggest that 15% of the time is spent by these organizations in blue sky thinking, in being innovative working. But sometimes because of the so much busyness, they don't get the time. And other thing is, when I was given this talk, I thought, why this talk in this particular platform is such a great platform? And I thought more about it. And one of the reasons is that snowy white peaks, basically the movers and shakers who will be helping you to support in your developing the programs, they will, unfortunately, there is absence of black and minority ethnic staff members, which basically means that they might not have the lived-in experience of international medical graduates, the international nurses, and they might not appreciate that the advantage of this, the advantage of the support program for the new international staff members. And the topic itself is very, very interesting as well, especially the title, which says engage, which is almost like attracting these organizations, your trust, your department, and your deanery to participate in developing a support program. So how do you do that? And it is a very, very hard task, especially when you try to pick one thing, you suddenly realize everything is interconnected. As a clinician, you say, okay, let's try to help them doing their induction, then suddenly realize the problem is in pre-transition when they are still in their home country. They don't know about the accommodation, they don't know who to contact in the hospital. When you try to sort that out, you realize, oh my God, they have problems with the career progression. They have differential attainment in the exams. So all these things are interlinked. And when you start doing a particular job in your hospital, in your department, then suddenly you realize that you do need support of outside organizations like General Medical Council, Deaneries, Health Education England, and NHS BMA. So that's why engaging one particular department or one particular human resources department is not helpful at all. You suddenly realize that your engagement has to be very, very encompassing. I'm going to show you this 1-minute video, which will show you what challenges you will face when you start engaging with a particular body.
So hard to get things done. Did you manage to get things done?
Oh, almost nothing, old boy. Stalling technique.
Stalling technique?
Yeah, it comes in 5 stages. First of all, he'll tell you that your administration is very new and there's lots of things to be getting on with.
Told me that this morning.
Quite. Then, if you still persist, whatever your idea is, you'll say something like, yes, Minister. I quite appreciate the intention. Certainly something ought to be done, but are you sure this is the right way to achieve it?
I must make a note of this.
Now, if you are still undeterred, he will shift his ground. He will shift from telling you how to do it to when you should do it. You know, I mean, he'll say, now, Minister, this is not the right time, for all sorts of reasons.
Well, do you expect ministers to settle for that?
Well, lots do, and if you don't, well, he'll simply say that the policy has run into difficulties.
Such as?
Technical, political, legal.
Yes? How's it taken 3 years?
Well, because Sir Humphrey will do absolutely nothing at every stage unless you chase him, and you've got far too much to do. You see, it's what they call creative inertia.
So creative inertia, and I think I was thinking about why I was chosen for this particular topic, and looks like I had antidote for creative inertia. So right from the last 15 years or so, I have worked at different stages of department, trust, deaneries, and nationally as well, and try to robustly challenge the creative inertia which I faced. So much so that some challenges which I faced, and raise your hand virtually if you have faced it yourself as well. First of all, getting involved in international doctors, international medical graduates, and international nurses is not a traditional work stream for an educator and a trainer. As soon as you get into that work stream, so you are kind of ostracized. You are not, you kind of not going to be a college tutor because you are limiting yourself to clinical fellows, to local employed doctors, to international medical graduates, which might not be in the national training scheme. As well as suddenly you realize you are completely not in the mainstream of education and training and development, as well as in the deanery structure as well. So that's one of the things which I faced. And the bane of my life is this February and August cycle. You try to approach department, you try to approach postgrad department, you try to approach the college tutors, you try to approach the deanery, and they say, oh my God, it's February now, or it's going to be February soon. We need to look at the intake of the new trainees, and then it's August again, and then February, then August, and it's all the time. And so that's the other problem you will face. Another thing is the access, as already said. There's always a limited access to somebody who is trying to do some different work streams, some innovative work. Another thing which I have faced regularly is high turnover of admin team and managers in these organizations, HR departments, deaneries who deal with international medical graduate and Royal Colleges as well. I just cannot understand why. Maybe this is not the desirable job for an admin team and the managers. They quickly move on. So the rapport which you have formed over a few months and years, suddenly you find that the person has changed, and you have to form a rapport again. You have to pick up the threads again. Working with the Academy of Medical Royal Colleges, till now I have 4 different MTI managers I have worked with. So it's turnover after turnover. Then of course, other thing is till recently, especially medical departments as well as the postgrad, they are very, very focused on GMC surveys, CQC surveys, CQC visits, and all that stuff. So, and of course, there is no expectation to improve the experience of the international medical graduate as such. So that's other problem as well. I found, of course, no forward plan. In the past, when I contacted for some work, I was told, oh, sorry, it's a very good piece of work, really want to get involved, but unfortunately, it's not in our forward plan for next 2 years. And why don't we put it in the 3rd year? And I was very surprised. If it's such a good program, why not get it now in some kind of a supplementary forward plan? I just can't understand it. And of course, not enough resources is always there, especially now. I'm sure all of us face that situation as well. So how can you try to overcome those challenges? And I looked at it, and I think if you look at the theory point of it, I think you as an enthusiast, as an innovator, you will have to engage with the visionaries, which basically are sitting in the departments, in the postgrad departments, and in the deaneries as well, because these are the people who are the movers and shakers, and who are going to help you to achieve your goal, as well as to develop the support structure and the program you want to develop. So if we use this particular principle of spreading the innovation, that's what I'm going to use for my talk. So first of all, the question you should ask yourself is, why should they engage with you? If you approach the deanery, your local deanery, why will they want to engage with you? Because you need to prove yourself that you are the right person for the job with your passion, your enthusiasm, and your drive. And of course, that will come through how you approach them, your experience as well. It's very, very important. And the experience which you get it from by starting maybe locally within your department with a small group of people and work with it. What I have found it myself is, of course, I started working in the department. At the department level, I thought, okay, we need to develop a robust induction program for our anesthetic fellows who are coming. Then suddenly I realized there's no that though I developed the program, but it will be it's a very, very useful program for other departments as well. So of course I engaged with the other departments, and then I went to the postgrad departments and I shared my experience, and then of course to the deanery and then nationally as well. So it is very, very important that you gain the experience on the shop floor first before you kind of try to say, okay, I'm an expert in these things. Another thing is, of course, especially if you are picking up a particular theme of work stream, you should develop your knowledge, experience, and skill, and consider to be an expert in that field. And you develop a track record so that once you approach deaneries, they already know about you as well as they know about your work, and they see you as a potential collaborator who will do most of the legwork for them. Because as I said it already, they are very, very busy in their normal core activities, and they will be very keen to get people who are very enthusiastic, who are working, and are potential collaborator as well. But if you approach them and approach with a particular theme you want to develop in the support structure, of course you need to know, you need to put your point across about why this particular project is needed. But I don't think you will have any dearth of material in the background. Of course, during the whole day, there must many, many lectures which have been talked about. Other thing is about the huge number of international medical graduate and nurses joining the UK NHS practice. So if you see over the last, in 2020, more than 13,000 international medical graduates joined the NHS. And in fact, it's much, much more than the UK graduates which joined that year. And if you look at the nurses as well, UK is the biggest attraction country which attracts international nurses. In fact, in the last 6 months, almost 10,000 nurses have been recruited into the UK, which is double the number as compared to the previous years. So to be frank, there is no dearth of evidence of the requirement of any kind of support program you want to develop for international medical graduate and international nurses as well. Then, of course, you need to know, is there a need for this particular program you want to develop, which is going to support the international doctors and international nurses? Is there a clinical need, an educational need, a training need, a financial need, or just it's the right thing to do? Because, of course, all of us are human, so we nothing. Again, to be frank, there is no dearth of robust reports, evidence-based reports, which are all over plaster all over the UK. And of course, I'm sure most of these reports must have been referenced during the talk in the morning, right from 2009 by Warwick Group, which was for the report for the General Medical Council, which was about the inadequate ethical, legal, and professional aspects of UK clinical practice, which of course helps about the induction program which you want to develop, to basically fair to refer report, which is again about inadequate induction, inadequate support, and then of course about the differential attainment report as well, and then of course the recent ones about the MWRES report as well as bridging the gap report from the BAPIO as well. So it's about not only during the pre-transition about induction, it's about the support during the transition period, and during the post-transition, the differential attainment of the achievement of the BME doctors and nurses as well. But unfortunately, what you will realize once you engage with anybody who is a non-clinical manager is money talks, and majority of the time that will be one of the speed breakers as well. Again, there is a lot of work and evidence which shows that appropriate and adequate and robust support is much better, and in fact for UK international nurses, the break-even point comes within 6 months. So this was a program in which by the King's Fund, which had a robust induction, a great support and some support, financially accommodation, other things as well. And they found out that these nurses stayed longer with the organization, and the trust was able to break even within the 6 months with these nurses. So many times, if you can show financial benefit, the no can convert to yes for the program and the engagement you want to have. Then, of course, it's about what is available at the moment in that particular patch, either your department or regionally, and what do you think is ideal. Of course, Professor Malaro and her group and some of us, Dr. Roy is developing standardized induction support guidance with the hope that it will be, we are going to pilot in the next few months, and then basically it will be introduced all over the UK. And it is a very, very robust induction and support guidance. And once this guidance is released, then it will be a great tool and weapon for everybody and every clinician to go to their department, to their deaneries, and ask for the resources. Another thing is about measure, measure, measure. It is very, very important that you find about what is happening in your departments right now, what is the number, and how much difference it will make. So always ask yourself, the project you are going to do is going to solve any problem or not, and is the evidence fit for purpose, and develop a business plan. Other thing is, of course, networking. If you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. I have tried both things. On some occasions, I want to achieve results faster, and I went on my own. But to be frank, by experience, I can tell you, if you want to have something long-lasting, it's always better to develop a bigger team and work with the team. So who to approach? Of course, find like-minded people and allies. These are the ones who share your lived-in experience and who feel the same way. And of course, you need to find the people who are responsible and influencers as well, because it is very, very important. These are people who will make the difference, who will open the doors for you. Share the vision with them and make sure that they understand what you want to achieve, that your interest and their interest are the same. And share the success stories as well. It is very, very important what you have done till now and how it has changed the experience of the international doctors and international nurses in your hospital, in your department. And that is really very powerful tool as well. In the past, I have used videos as well of my international fellows. And of course, give them some time, let them think about it, ask for suggestion to see if something you can do to make it better, and of course, maintain contact as well. But it is very, very important that you also consider the other side as well, because some people have seen previous failures as well. They are approached by many people for different things within their normal core activities. So they will try to obtain more information as well, which is completely fine. You being very, very passionate will say, oh, why is somebody asking me for more information? It just makes sense that we need to provide more support, and that's it. But don't get disheartened if more information is asked for you. It still happens to me that I'm asked to provide a one-page information about why this is needed and any resources associated with it. And then, of course, they might try to give you a realistic chill pill, which is fine as well, because they are more aware of the resources which might be available. And then, of course, they might take your work with a grain of salt, which is fine. The main thing is you bring your robust data, what you have done till now, and how has it made any difference, and of course, have a reasoned decision. But don't hesitate to discuss with people who disagree with you and try to find reasonable alternatives. And of course, once you know what are their strengths, weaknesses, and threats, and you share what you feel are your challenges, I'm sure you will find a common ground. So when you introduce a support program, you need to really work and make them as an equal stakeholder, because one person cannot change the whole thing, especially when you're developing a support program, and basically make your dream their dream as well. Many times you have to shoot for the moons and land on the stars. Many times it happens that you might go with very, very high expectations, but you might get something slightly lesser than that. But be flexible and fine tune and try involved. So in summary, if you want to engage people who are not interested, first of all, you want to do, what do you want to change with evidence, usefulness, and become an expert? How you're going to do it? And one of the things which I said is standardized induction support guidance will be available soon, and that would be a strong weapon to convince departments and deaneries. Find out the people who are responsible and have vested interest and engage with them, understand their motivation and form a rapport with them. Be realistic and focus your engagement, and you might have to just fine tune it further. Discuss solution, and you might have to pilot it, do a stepped introduction, and monitor and continue to improve. So I will finish my talk by saying that try not to be a dysfunctional team, but a functional team. So thanks a lot. Of course, I will be there later in the discussion. Happy to answer any questions.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Sujesh. And I do like your references to Yes Minister. That's one of my favorites as well. And just bless you for giving us such a fantastically practical approach to getting things done. It really spoke to me a lot. I like your point about the blind spots, that people aren't trying to be negative, but they just don't see what you can see. And you're right about the administrative turnover. Even in my short time trying to push this rock up a hill, it's surprising how quickly, particularly non-clinical staff turnover. And we find that surprising as doctors because we tend to stay in one place for a long time. So thank you very much for that, Sujesh. I'm going to introduce Nnenna Osuji now. She is the Chief Executive of North Middlesex University Hospital. And prior to working at North Mid, she was Deputy Chief Executive and Medical Director at Croydon Health Services. She's a haematologist and continues to practice alongside her role as Chief Exec, so wow. And she was also an Associate Lecturer and Consultant for the Mary Seacole Programme, which is a fantastic programme run by the NHS Leadership Academy, Open University and Hay Group, and that's looking to develop leadership across the health service. She's also Diversity Inclusion Lead of the Faculty of Medical Leadership and Management. So thank you so much for joining us. I can see you. Can we see your slides, gentlemen? My tech team, we're still waiting for your slides, Nnenna. So is there anything more that we need to know about you that we haven't included in that introduction?
No, not at all. I think that was comprehensive enough. The rest will come through in the presentation. Can you see my slides? Lovely. So thank you very much for inviting me to speak about developing leadership in ethnic minority doctors and nurses. In typical fashion, if any of you know me, I'm about to modify the title, and I'm going to change that to "and midwives and therapists and healthcare scientists," and the list goes on. I will not thank you for asking me to speak after Sujesh, which was a wonderful talk. Thank you so much. I feel a little bit set up to come after someone so wonderful. But I wanted to spend a little bit of time possibly justifying why me? Because it's a question I ask myself. What legitimacy do I have to talk to this subject? Always start off with the need to prove that there is a credible reason for me to speak to this in terms of the theory. So I've already been introduced as the EDI lead for the Faculty of Medical Leaders and Managers. I also chair the London EDI steering group. I used to do taekwondo with my daughters on a regular basis, and as part of the creed, we would say something that resonates really strongly with me, and that is, I am a champion of freedom and justice. And I think that's hugely important because it has defined how I've chosen to live my life and how I've chosen to lead, with compassion and empathy, but also with the representational responsibility of sharing my story to where I am and to lifting as I climb. I want to talk about the importance of this. This matters. It matters a lot. I do like data, so I'll use the equation A plus B equals C. But C is greater than the sum of A plus B, where we celebrate difference and we see it as an asset, not as a deficit. And any of you who've read Matthew Said's Cognitive Diversity will understand the importance of not just recruiting and retaining to fit, which runs the risk of building echo chambers, but actually deliberately trying to introduce difference and celebrating diversity. And then the third element for me is something about the story of my journey to this point. and recognizing that when we ask clinicians to step up into leadership, we have to first think about the backdrop of what they're currently doing and what they're currently doing and in the context in which they're doing it. So mine was the experience as an SHO or junior doctor of going into a busy ED department and having a patient refuse to have me care for him. I remember the embarrassment, I remember the anger, and then I remember consoling myself with the notion that, well, I was actually top of my class at medical school. I'm a real people person. I spent a lot of time genuinely wanting to learn about medicine, so it was his loss. But it was a hard message. Mine is the experience of people asking, oh, you speak really good English. And of course, English is my first language. I have Nigerian parents. I grew up in Trinidad. It is my first language, but it's about the assumption that's behind that. Or how do you pronounce your name? And 9 times out of 10, if they try, they will get it. But the clinger for me is, oh, where are you from? And depending on how you ask, I will answer, I'm from Aberdeen, Scotland, because I was born in Aberdeen, but that was incidental. I grew up in the Caribbean, as I explained. If you ask me with genuine curiosity, I'll tell you I'm a child of the world. And I find that's beneficial because I've had the experience of multiculturalism in every sense of that word. When we think about our clinicians, we always start off with a group of people with high IQ. They're people. And so they often have great emotional intelligence. But I think the facet, and particularly when you talk about international recruits, is that global intelligence and that cultural intelligence, which I believe really richly adds rather than subtracts. And if we look at our experience of COVID, you recognize that the resourcefulness of what was done in many countries, including our own, came from people who had that breadth and that ability to adapt in a different way. I want to just also celebrate the conversations we have with people if we but listen and understand the joy and the richness of their life, but often the struggle and the strength. And I speak to a junior doctor who has a significant disability. His story is, don't positively discriminate. Provide me with reasonable adjustments. I don't want charity. I want reasonable and just adjustments. Or to the nurse whose experience of a patient making ridiculous noises at her on the ward. So this is the backdrop on which we're asking clinicians to lead. When we talk about the workforce race strategy, it's a huge document. It's an important document. It sets the context, which ultimately is about creating a sense of belonging. It sets the culture change that we intend to achieve by April 2031. And I want to say a particular thank you to Yvonne Coghill, who has led this, and Janine De La Rosa, who is pushing forward on this. But I want to highlight the importance of leadership. In London, David Sloman is our regional director. It's his sponsorship and his policy change and his provision of funding that has really made a difference. The document, of course, takes us to 15 key recommendations, again, bringing us to that clarity and focus of what we need to do, but in a way that helps us to objectify the steps we need to take, to share stories, to recognize the importance of allyship, to recognize the importance of evidence, and to use evaluation to generate our next steps. Thinking about disciplinaries where we know there is disproportion, thinking about career progression, and thinking about the chance of progressing in recruitment. But that is an overall story. And I know that Professor Rao, who's been talking on this event, has been phenomenal in saying, well, what's the detail behind the aggregate data? If we were to look at medics in particular, what does the story tell us? And we look at the GMC data in terms of international medical graduates, and we know that there's over-investigation, and disproportionately so, based on where you trained, not necessarily on your ethnic minority, but based on whether or not you train in this country or in another country. What the medical res data starts to show us is that we do still have significant underrepresentation in our consultant and leadership roles for doctors from ethnic minority groups. We know that there is a salary disproportion, or disparity rather, in terms of our doctors who come from a minority ethnic group. We think this is probably to do with CEA awards, but that is an area for further investigation. We know that doctors who come from minority ethnic groups are less likely to be shortlisted and offered a consultant post, or have to apply many more times before they get to that post. And certainly in terms of clinical academia, they're not necessarily overrepresented. So when we look at the medical landscape, we know that there is an issue. Nurses and midwives are a huge proportion of our total clinical workforce, and the recognition that this glass ceiling, where we see largely at a band 7, I'm really pleased to say at North Middlesex Hospital, we are actually at a band 8C in terms of the career progression and the visibility of minority ethnic nurses and midwives in leadership positions. But there has to be the focus. And so some of this starts with policy and recognition and drive. The delivery plan for the London Workforce Race Strategy for BME nurses and midwives is a strong push and policy development to move us forward. But it's supplemented by a number of discrete programs. And I want to call out the London Talent Management Support Network, which is in its 2nd year. Network is an important word. And I think you mentioned it previously, the importance not of doing it alone. Yes, that gives us speed, but doing it together, that takes us further. Hugely important that we have networking and recognizing the opportunity and learning that comes from working together for nurses and midwives from bands 5 to 8B. This is the 2nd year of running. Pipeline is another key word, and looking at how we generate the opportunity for us to get towards equity sponsorship for directors of nursing and midwifery. In September 2021, this was launched, and actually again shows us the commitment to senior leadership capacity. We also look at integrated care nurses and our opportunity to develop the systemic and system-wide learning opportunities for senior nurses, but also clinical fellows. And I think that comes back to the pipeline conversation, because what you get is exposure to something that's more strategic and more tactical versus the operational day-to-day. And you start understanding the micro cultures and the microcosms of culture through which you will need to lead. But the question really is, so what are we actually going to do to develop this leadership? And I don't have a recipe. I don't think there is a recipe. I think it's a complex field, and I think one that we're still exploring. But it is an issue, and it is important. And in order to do anything about it, we first need to recognize that. And I think the equality strategy starts to do that. We then need to have the data. And again, looking at what we've done with RES and medical RES data, we start to have the data to ask the question, so what do we need to do now? That data is no use in a warehouse. It needs to be promoted, it needs to be spread, it needs to be disseminated, it needs to be understood, and the insights from that data need to be actionable. And what are some of the actions? I think the first thing is always curiosity. Don't just assume or take it as read. Ask the question. Ask the question with charm, but always ask the question about, is the representation enough? Is this the right thing to do? To serve the people we serve, do we have the right constitution? Challenge, and challenge is something that can be done with eloquence. And I think as you learn in leadership, you actually get further sometimes with a spoonful of sugar than a spoonful of salt. And I have to say that's a learning lesson for me all through my life. Training is something I want to spend some time on. Before any of us takes on our clinical roles, we go through a huge amount of education. For leadership, that needs to be equivalent. And I know that our pipeline opportunities in part pick up on training, but that training is as much to do with the knowledge, but it's to do with the skills. It's to do with the experience and the exposure. So I was fortunate enough to do the Athena course with the King's Fund. It really made me think, and then the Aspiring Chief Executive course. And if we're serious about developing this leadership, we need to be able to invest in credible, deep learning courses such as those. My colleagues often make the distinction between mentorship and sponsorship. And I think if I were to leave you with one key action, it is the sponsorship action. And it is different from mentoring. Mentoring can be supportive. It could be reverse mentoring. It could be forward mentoring. It is a supportive, problem-based solution. Sponsorship is about somebody taking an interest in you, recognizing the talent at whatever stage of your career. And I know all of us would have seen medical students, junior doctors, junior nurses, student midwives, all you can see early that they have a talent. And when you see that, what do you do to make sure that's not snubbed out? And that we continue to ignite and grow that talent? What do we do to make sure we give individuals who demonstrate the willingness, the talent, the opportunity, the thinking, the creativity, that we take them out of their day-to-day humdrum enough to say, this is the wider world and this is where you will need to lead. But it's not just putting them out there, it's also generating the networks and it's generating the protection. So we speak about bounded failures, because one of the worst things is to set leaders up to fail. I've learned about glass ceilings. More recently, I've been learning about glass cliffs and the risk that if we don't prepare our leaders, there's a chance that they will be put into a situation where they fail rather than succeed. So I think that sponsorship is hugely important. And when I think of my own career, if I stand here, it's because I stand on the shoulders of giants. My parents were instrumental. The chair at my hospital, Mike Bell, he was the one who kept me in leadership at times when it got really hard. And then I have two incredible women in Navina Evans and Marie Gabriel, who have been both mentors and sponsors. And I have a lot to say thank you for. Our responsibility, our opportunity is to be sponsors for future generations. Representation, this is not just about ticking a box and missing the point. It's also about the responsibility of achieving a position of senior leadership and making sure that as we do so, we continue to mentor, we continue to sponsor, and we lift as we climb. And then pipeline we've spoken about in terms of the policy and schools. Whatever we do need to evaluate and demonstrate difference, and then to take that forward and iterate in typical QI fashion. But I remember the importance, not just of achieving a leadership position, but of being leaderly. Whoever you are, whatever you do, what you permit, you promote, being leaderly and having the courage and the compassion to lead. I'll leave you with one last thought, and that is the fact that although we put all of this forward, this is no longer a linear or stochastic approach to life. 100-year life suggests that we no longer have segments of learn, earn, and retire. So our approach does need to reflect that. And my image of the plant, we need to have sturdy seeds in good soil and with environmentally friendly fertilizer. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Nnenna, thank you so much. That was so encouraging to hear what you can achieve and also inspiring to think about, what we're hoping to achieve in the future. So thank you so very much. We're going to move on to a panel discussion now, and I'm absolutely delighted to introduce our panelists who are joining us. We've got Professor Namita Kumar, who is Postgraduate Dean for Health Education England North East and Yorkshire. She's also a clinical professor at Durham, Newcastle and Sunderland universities, as well as the University of Central Lancashire, and she's my own very nice postgraduate dean, so hello Namita. She's also trustee councillor royal at the College of Physicians and works as a consultant rheumatologist at South Tyneside and Sunderland Hospitals. Our other panelist that's coming in to join us is Dr. Mumtaz Patel, who is a consultant nephrologist based in Manchester, so more Manchester connection across there. She's currently postgraduate associate dean for Health Education England North West, and Mumtaz has a very strong research background in assessment, professionalism, differential attainment and quality improvement, so all the tough topics that we've been thinking about today. And she's currently the Global Vice President of the Royal College of Physicians, so welcome to you all. Thank you. I'm going to open the panel discussion perhaps with the folks that have just joined us to give our contributors a bit of a rest. So Namita, I was going to come to you first. Obviously, you and I work in the North East and I'm familiar with your work and drive up here, but what leadership development opportunities do our trainees in our region have with us? so that we can see more healthcare professionals from ethnic minorities coming into leadership positions in the future, which I think is what this session's all about.
So we've worked really hard on improving the leadership opportunities. What we've done is we've developed in our pyramid approach, so that's all on our online web pages, and we can share the links afterwards, about basic leadership education and training. And that works all the way up through to doing things like an MBA or a master's in leadership. So, and that's accessible for all our trainees. There are some transferable skills between being an academic researcher, being an educator, and there is crossover. And what I've found is the more of these types of opportunities for formal study you give your doctors in training, and indeed all of our workforce, the more likely you are that they will just have a little bit of a look and see if there was something else that they could use their skills. So I think it's really important we offer all of them. But as your question was about leadership, I'll keep going. We have leadership fellows who can work with us directly for 1 to 2 years, which has been very, very powerful for those individuals. And the last thing we have is a relationship with the Healthcare Leadership Academy. And again, that's open to all our trainees. So could we do more? Almost certainly. I hope it is in the vocabulary of every trainee. It is actually a standard now that all doctors in training should receive some form of leadership and management training. I think the biggest issue is that many of us as a profession still see it as being in the dark side or on the dark side. And what I've been trying to do is say it's not for everyone. It really isn't. You know, we've talked to, you know, we've had 2 very candid talks about the problems you might face in trying to lead in your areas. But you have to have a great deal of personal resilience. And actually, most of us got into medicine to take care of patients. So for the ones who actually do want to do leadership, I think the rest of us have to support them, because if we're not at the decision-making tables, we won't improve care for patients.
No, thank you, Namita. And I know you feel very strongly that we have to turn up to make the decisions. It's no good moaning if we haven't participated. So I think that's a very important point for all of us. Mumtaz, could I just ask, do you have similar schemes across in the Northwest? I have to admit to my shame, I'm not familiar with what goes on the other side of the Pennines.
Oh, bless you, no problem at all. So again, we have a number of, through my HE role, a number of medical education and leadership fellows, which we kind of try and engage. We kind of have and encourage open access, so, you know, for trainees, but we have opportunities for our non-training grade doctors as well. So we have Sujesh in the Northwest based, so he works very closely with us, with one of my other fellow associate deans who looks after a lot of our international medical graduates as well. And it's how we enable them to feel comfortable, also to apply, let alone to be in those positions. So I think there's still lots of work to do. So just opening out positions is one aspect of it, but also enabling them to feel comfortable in and feeling, you know, like that sense of belongingness that we talk about, and inclusion is so important for all really, but particularly in the groups that we've been discussing today. So I think lots of different initiatives through both HEE, even at my trust, in which we're trying to engage both at all levels, from junior doctors but also in medical students. So I think a lot of work to do also in the undergraduate arena as well. So then it becomes less of a stigma, because I think sometimes actually it's harder to get engaged with these things in later on in your journey, whereas if it's normalized early, then I think there'll people be more willing to kind of participate. So I think lots of things are already happening, but I think maybe, you know, sort of there's always work to do, isn't it, to take these things forwards.
No, sure. I was just going to follow up with Mumtaz, with you and Namita, because you've got senior deanery level responsibilities. How do you see the national view at the deanery level across deaneries? Is there coordination? Are there similarities? Is there a level playing field across the country? You know, if you come to the Northwest or the Northeast, it sounds like we've got some really good programs. What about our poor colleagues down south? I mean, I do pity the people down south, but never mind, somebody's got to work there. Or our colleagues up in Scotland, for instance, you know, how are we caring about them?
Shall I start with that one?
Yes, of course.
So yeah, we are coordinated to a degree. So yes, in England we work as HEE, across the 4 nations we work as COPMed. And what we have defined are minimum standards, not excellence. I think the issue here is it's about what you can offer and what your infrastructure locally enables you to offer. And I know we talk a lot about postcode lotteries, but a lot of how do we in the Northeast attract doctors to come and work in the Northeast? We can't ever compete with the geography of London or Manchester. We can't, and that's okay because they're very special places and they have the things that they have to offer. So our ethos in the Northeast is to provide the best training that we possibly can in all those aspects and include and welcome everybody so that we can continue to provide care for our patients and provide really excellent training. If we level the playing field too much, we'll always play catch up. And I think that's for those other regions to decide what their particular needs are. There are lots of excellent programs everywhere. I think what we have are different focuses that enable us to show what our particular USPs might be, because there are regional differences and our healthcare is not equally delivered. So does it follow that our training should be equally delivered in terms of excellence, or just the basic standards? So more questions than answers there, I suspect.
Anything to add on, Taz?
Yeah, no, I agree with all of what Namita said. And I think, we are, as you say, Namita, I think we're getting better with sharing good practices. There is variation across, kind of the 4 nations, but also within regions. But there's so much good work in so many different regions that I think, episodes, are events like this for today, conferences, other sort of means and measures where we are sharing and delivering good practice will then enable others to take kind of steps forwards as well. So I think that's kind of one part. Namita, you did mention your wonderful EDI group, which brings lots of expertise nationally from different areas as well, and at multi-specialty, multi-professional level. And hopefully, those kind of initiatives at organizational levels. I do sort of similar work with the RCP as well, with EDI networks. So I think, there's lots of ways where there's lots of things that we could share and then level the field, as we're discussing today, that it's not just in one area where there's wonderful work and then other areas there's huge gaps. So we can kind of hopefully make it more equitable and fair across the board.
So thank you. Nnenna, I was going to sort of slide that question into your direction. I was very interested in what you were saying about your London workforce race strategy. Again, how do we translate that into excellence countrywide? Being very conscious that those of us outside the M25 get a little bit, upset at the fact that lots of good work seems to go on in the centre, and how do we get a piece of the action further away from the epicentre of London, as it were? So your experiences, what you're developing there, do you think it can translate out of the very multicultural, multiracial society that we know is in London, but is much, much less diverse where I work and in other places in the country?
That's a really good question, actually. And I think I'd start off by saying whatever we do in London should be seen as a pilot that can be extrapolated. And at the heart of what we're doing, again, there's a sense of belonging. And I think belonging is independent of the constitution of your population, because they're different things that may be different. That's a really tautologist statement. You may want to have inclusiveness around different themes. And I think those concepts of respect, belonging, difference, diversity are hugely important. So I started off, I didn't give it any attention. Diversity is a fact. Equity is a choice. Inclusion is an action, and belonging is an outcome. And so I do think that pertains to wherever we go. In terms of places outside, actually, I think there are things we can learn, because your focus may be on distance, for example, your focus may be on digital literacy, your focus may be on deprivation in a different way. The population constitution may be slightly different, and therefore the nuance of the solution would be slightly different, but the thematic element of it, I think, remains the same. And I would always say that learning is best when it is shared.
Thank you. And I did like that piece on your slide that said exactly what you said: diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. I think that's a great way of looking at things. Sujesh, may I ask you a more personal question and really ask, you are an international medical graduate. What was your inspiration to take up these leadership roles that you've developed so well across your career?
I think what happened was when I came to the UK, of course, came at the plenty of era in 2001-2 and came into a deanery program as an SHO. So I had a very well-developed structured program, education supervision, clinical supervision, and as well as I landed in Wales. So they had a 3-day induction program. And when I became a consultant and suddenly 2008 hit, all the finances were removed from everywhere. And to be frank, unfortunately, deanery removed their finances as well. They said, this is not our problem. This is a trust problem because, of course, all those international doctors were getting job in the trust. They were not deanery jobs. They were locally employed doctors. And trusts were not ready for that kind of developing that infrastructure because they had never done that. They had never conducted induction program for the international doctors. So unfortunately, international doctors and nurses fell between the hard and rock place. There was nothing. And then, of course, as a consultant, when you interact with trainees and interact with international medical graduates, you feel bad that what you had, they are not getting it. And that was the reason I slowly kind of just got my hand dirty. I don't want to put myself in a thing, but I had to get into those difficult situations myself and approaching people, begging for things, borrowing things, and still have to do that. I think in the last 18 months or so, things have slightly changed. Deanery is getting more engaging. So I'm sure something is happening on the top, which I'm not aware of as a frontline staff, but I think that things are changing now. I can see in the last 18 months.
Yeah, lots of vigorous nodding coming from the ladies on the panel, so that's good news. I wanted just to think about how do we make these leadership opportunities more appealing to our trainees, to our nursing colleagues, when, again, I go back to Sujesh's point of this blind spot where people are so busy doing the day job that it's very difficult to have the bandwidth, that's I suppose the fashionable term, or the energy to take on more roles. And yet we know if we don't participate, we can't develop anything. We've just changed our curriculum in anaesthesia, and I'm very aware that the curriculum for all of the specialties is changing as well. That feels very burdensome to trainees. If I could just throw it out there, perhaps back to Namita, really, how, why, when should trainees try and take these opportunities, Namita, considering there's so much burden on them just to get the day job done?
So it's however you communicate with people, someone doesn't like it. So if you send emails, that's not right. If you tweet, they're not on Twitter. If you come and do events like this, that doesn't suit everyone. And I think what we have to do is make sure we use all means available to us and accept that it's not going to suit everyone. We've all got preferences as to how we like to receive our communication. And it's really difficult to get it right. And I ask this of the trainees when I see them and the fellows, so how do I do it? I went on Twitter. I think it would be just as I was appointed, because I thought, right, this is the way I go. I thought it would be Facebook, but then my kids told me that Facebook was only for older, more boring people, actually. And actually where we should be is Instagram. And I think there is something about how we acknowledge that the way we want to be communicated with is perhaps not how our trainees wish to be communicated with. So I think we have to have an open mind, and I think there is perhaps something about some of our comms departments that aren't as flexible and as knowledgeable about what our younger groups want to hear about, as opposed to managing PR, managing upwards with the public and politicians potentially, as opposed to managing outwards to the people who we need to be the next generation of healthcare professionals. So I think use all and every available means to you. But again, I think this goes back to Sujesh's point that if you don't have a track record of delivery, why will people trust you? So if I haven't shown in the past 10 years that I've made a difference, why would the new incoming cohort of doctors and indeed my colleagues trust me? but there is always this thing of, well, you never do anything. And then I have to say, well, no, actually, we have and we do. And I think there's also that knee-jerk reaction of nothing ever happens, but not based on evidence, but based on what others have told them. So I think it's just an ongoing thing. You have to do it all the time. You have to find different means, and you have to keep reevaluating what you do. But then, of course, internally, you have to monitor the outcome. So has the makeup of what we've done changed the faculty? Has it changed the composition of our workforce? Have we improved outcomes? Have we reduced the gender pay gap? You know, all of those things. And I think that's what we haven't been good at. And I'm hopeful that that's one of the things that we will be able to affect nationally, because we now have a plan as to how we might do that going forwards.
I'm conscious we're now running out of time, so I'm just going to take Namita's contribution to that question. But I've got a question to Nnenna from one of our delegates who said that what leadership courses would you recommend for someone interested in getting started at the beginning of their career with some leadership and some management responsibilities? Is there anything that you can get in at a very young junior level?
So I think there's a lot out there, and I think that's probably difficult for people to then understand what to choose and what not to choose. Two things I would say: there's some that are free. So the NHS Leadership Academy has a hierarchy of courses that starts with the Edward Jenner course and then goes to the Mary Seacole. And it's good to whet your appetite. So it's something that you can access quite easily. I think thereafter, you want to look around you. The Faculty of Medical Leaders and Managers also has a portfolio of courses that you can look at. Then you want to look at the sort of key leadership faculty around you. I know that Health Education England has some good leadership courses. King's Fund in London has some good leadership courses, but there's a lot out there. What are the ingredients? I would say it's a course that is not 1 day or 2 day. It's a course that runs over a few months. It's a course that you do in conjunction with people. It's a course that requires you to give of yourself and to invest, and probably one that is linked to some sort of a project, so that you don't just learn the theory, but you put it into action. So that's probably more relevant than the specific brand of the course itself. I hope that's helpful.
No, that's great. Thank you, Nnenna. And just one last round-up question, perhaps for everybody's opinion more than anything else. We've had quite a few questions about decolonizing the curriculum. I have to admit, I'm not completely sure what that means. Would any of you like to make any comment on that? No. Wow. So it's not just me that's puzzled.
No, I'll come in briefly if that's okay.
Please do, rescue me.
So I'm going to assume it means that a lot of our teachings are based on historic approaches to learning that don't necessarily have representation. So it refers back to the colony states, for example. And I think some of this is being manifest now in the conversations about oximeters, for example. I think this comes back to cultural appropriateness of what we discuss and how we make it relevant to the populations we currently serve, and not the traditional populations that were previously defined. That's a learning journey, and one we should absolutely be on. It applies to the curriculum, it applies to the workplace, it applies to what we do in everyday life. I would probably just say that.
Excellent, thank you. I'm going to draw us to a close there, team. Thank you so much for your contributions. I've massively appreciated your engagement with us and your contribution to us. So thank you so much. It's good to see you all. As we end this session today, we're going to throw out another poll. And this is not just something that we're not interested in. We're very interested in whether or not today has given you any ideas which you think you could take forward in your own organisation. Now, it's just a yes, no answer. We're not putting it into any context, but the whole point of us trying to push this day forward and engage with such fantastic senior leaders across the country is for you to get some ideas of what is possible. We know how big this hill is that we've got to climb, but we need you guys there to climb it with us. So has today so far given you any ideas? We're going to have are we having a break now? I think we're having a quick break. So as those results come in, please grab a coffee and then come back And do come and watch the oral presentations because they are really high quality. We've had such a fantastic response to our poster competition. And I'm sure you'll really enjoy listening to the presentations we've got for you. So the poll results are in, and 92% of you have said yes, that there are some good ideas that you're taking away from today. And that just makes me so proud of what my colleagues have contributed to the day. So thank you. And we will see you back with us at 14:50.
Good afternoon. I am Jack Plume from Intermed School, and today I'm going to be talking to you about an interview workshop we ran for students from underrepresented backgrounds in medical school. The title of the presentation is about creating equal opportunities in medical school interview preparation. Getting into medical school is difficult. It's very, very competitive, with competition ratios ranging between 4 and 38 to 1 for home and EU applicants. There are a variety of paid services that exist to assist applicants in their entrance exams, interview practice, personal statement reviews, and other aspects of the application process. Now, the cost of these can run into the hundreds of pounds, and that can be very prohibitive for those from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Essentially, if you're able to pay, or your families are able to pay for these services, you have a better chance of getting into medical school because you've had that high quality practice that is so important in the application process. This has created a paradigm that again means those who can afford to pay are more likely to get into medical school, which means those from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds are already at a disadvantage before they've even pressed the submit button on the application form. This reduces diversity and representation in the health service, which then no longer represents the public which it serves. So this is the area of interest for Intermed School. We are a community interest company that aims to level the playing field in the medical application process. One of the ways we do this is by regularly running workshops, and the focus of this presentation is on one of these workshops about multiple mini interviews, which is a common interviewing format used by UK med schools. This was entitled MMI Interviews for Good, Bad, Average. Now, this workshop consisted of a general overview of good interview technique, followed by live role play of 2 MMI stations by our wonderful volunteers. Now, we surveyed our participants on both their confidence levels in their interviewing technique before and after the event, but also alternative resource options that would have been available to them had they not joined our workshop. We found that 95% of our participants would not have had access to any paid high-quality interview preparations. So these expensive one-on-one mock interviews that are offered online, or these online video interview courses, our students from underrepresented backgrounds would simply not have had access to them. We also found that a third of our participants would only have practiced with friends or not at all if they had not come to our workshop. And happily for us, our participants' confidence in their interview technique increased by an average of 1.6 points following the workshop, indicating that this medium of online workshop delivery is increasing their self-reported confidence in their interview ability. This workshop essentially is a snapshot of the need for readily available, high-quality, free application resources for medical applicants from underrepresented backgrounds. By running events like these, Intermed School hopes that we can allow those from underrepresented backgrounds equal opportunities and access to high-quality medical school application materials. Your ability to get into medical school should not be dictated by your background or your socioeconomic status. That is something Intermed School absolutely believes in, and hopefully, without being too corny, this will go one step further to levelling the playing field in medical applications. Thank you very much for your attention.
International medical graduates have a higher rate of exam failure and are more likely to be referred to the regulator for professional performance issues than UK graduates. Support to reduce this differential attainment in GP training in Yorkshire includes enhanced induction with linguistic and time management workshops, booster courses for communication skills in the first year of training, targeted exam courses in the second and third years, neurodiversity screening, shadowing and simulation. Coaching and mentoring has been used to support international medical graduates, but the use of a non-medical, near-peer linguistic coach has not been described before. The aim of this pilot study was to investigate the acceptability and utility of a non-medical, near-peer linguistic coach in identification of international graduates with significant communication issues so that early targeted support could be offered. NHS naive international medical graduates entering GP training in one geographical area were offered one-to-one near-peer linguistic coaching during their first 2 weeks of training. A non-medical linguistic student was trained in coaching skills. The student designed and delivered a coaching session focusing on cultural acclimatization, local accent, and dialect. Trainees were given the opportunity to practice their consultation skills using mock patients played by the coach in the local accent and using dialect words. Feedback was obtained from the trainees about the acceptability and usefulness of the coaching. 30 international graduates in the pilot area were identified as NHS naive and offered coaching. 19 accepted the offer, 12 attended the session. All of them had passed either the International English Language Testing System exam, which is accepted by the UK Visas and Immigration Service as proof of English proficiency for those wishing to work in the UK, or the Occupational English Test, which is designed to meet the specific English language needs of the healthcare sector. In addition, they had all passed the General Medical Council's Professional and Linguistics Assessment Board test. Significant concerns about communication skills were identified in one trainee, and their trainer was alerted so that support could be offered. The 12 international medical graduates who took part in the coaching sessions came originally from Nigeria, Egypt, Pakistan, and Ghana. For 6 of them, English was their first language, and another had been brought up in a household that spoke both English and Twi. All but one had received their secondary education in English, and all but one had studied medicine in English. The trainee who had studied medicine in Russian had received their secondary education in English. All participants found the coaching session useful. In particular, the discussions regarding accent and sentence construction helped with their own communication skills and the difference between what is said and what is meant. Use of a non-medical, near-peer linguistic coach has not been described before, and this approach allowed trainees to raise concerns they would not feel comfortable asking their trainers. They were able to ask questions of the coach because they did not feel judged on their medical competency. Trainees with significant communication issues could be identified using this method. The trainees in the study would value additional one-to-one linguistic coaching sessions. To roll this out across the region, a network of coaches would be required, and using students may be a cost-effective way of providing this. Further study involving larger numbers and longer follow-up is needed to see whether this method is effective in helping reduce differential attainment.
Hi, my name is Anu Obaro and I am a consultant radiologist at St Mark's Hospital in London. And along with my colleagues Jade and Hannah, we co-founded RadReach, which is a widening participation initiative. So the mission of RadReach is really to promote equity of opportunity within radiology and oncology. It's a collaboration between the Widening Participation Medics Network and the Royal College of Radiologists. And what we want to do is encourage underrepresented groups to apply to subspecialise within radiology and oncology. And RadReach is really built on 3 pillars of mentorship, advocacy and professional development. The Widening Participation Medics Network was formed last year by Jade and has now got representation in almost every medical school across the country. Widening participation groups include those who attend a school with a low progression into higher education, are from an underrepresented ethnic group, have a disability or are a care leaver. And we know individuals from such groups face barriers getting into medicine, and then once within medicine, they tend to have a worse experience. And we know from our own diversity reports that radiology and oncology are not diverse specialties. So we really want to empower those people from a widening participation background to consider training in radiology or oncology. And through mentoring, advocacy and professional development, we want to ensure that they have a good and positive and enriching training experience. We want to ensure that they have access to opportunities. And ultimately, we want to create a much more diverse leadership pool for the future of our specialty. The RadReach ethos is not only to provide guidance and mentorship, but also advocacy and championing of our participants. And we know that that may be more meaningful with respect to overcoming inequity. So we offer mentorship, but we also offer sponsorship, coaching, and role modeling. We're really aiming to build a community of support. And to that end, we have engaged patrons, and these are internationally eminent clinicians in the field of radiology and oncology, and they are really externally advocating for the RAD-REACH mission. We also have ambassadors who are internally advocating within the Royal College of Radiologists and supporting the work of RAD-REACH. So our target mentees are final year medical students or foundation year doctors from a widening participation background, and we personally match them to a mentor, and we offer both mentors and mentees formal training through our support with the Royal College of Radiologists. Now, it was really important to us that we were able to see whether or not the initiative is having the intended impact. And so we have some prospectively agreed outcome measures. We're collecting the qualitative feedback on mentee and mentor satisfaction, their career aspirations and intentions, whether or not they go on to apply to radiology and are successful in gaining a training post. We also want to see whether or not people remain engaged with the RAD-REACH community after getting into their training post. And also we want to promote engagement with our Royal College and increase opportunities that might be to serve within communities, within committees there. So our progress so far, we had 78 applicants when we first opened to recruitment in September, amazing applications. And from that, we scored and matched 12 successful mentees with their mentors. In December, we will be holding a How to Get into Radiology webinar, which will be open to all. And also in February next year, we'll be holding a leadership workshop. So this is just a screenshot from our training, which we held in October, and the feedback thus far has been absolutely incredible. It's amazing to see the mission and the vision of RAD-REACH really being understood and taken on by the people that applied to take part, and we really hope to make a demonstrable positive impact in our specialty. I would like to just acknowledge the following for their incredible support, without whom we would not have been able to get RAD-REACH off the ground. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to all the participants to this penultimate session. And I welcome some of our most senior system leaders for taking the time to join us in this panel discussion this afternoon. So thank you all so much to the panel. Let me introduce you all, starting with Professor Stephen Powers, who's the National Medical Director of NHS England and NHS Improvement, and Professor of Renal Medicine at University College London. We have Dr. Chan Nagpal, who's the Chair of the British Medical Association Council, representing the medical profession across the UK. He has championed race equality in the NHS in his capacity as BMA Council Chair. Dr. Tista Chakravarti Gannon co-leads the outreach team at the GMC and heads up our Welcome to UK Practice work to support doctors who qualified overseas. And besides leadership responsibilities, Tista's role involves engaging with doctors, system partners, and developing workshops on ethical standards. And we also have Dr. Sonali Kinra, who's clinical associate in the primary care team at NHS England and NHS Improvement. She completed her undergraduate training in India and moved to England in 2004 and began practicing as a GP in 2008. She has held multiple leadership roles across commissioning and provider organizations while championing the cause of improved equity and engagement across patients in the workforce. Professor Namita Kumar returns to this session, and welcome to you, Professor Kumar. You've been introduced in the earlier session and you're representing Health Education England in this panel discussion. And finally, we've got Dr. Rosie Pennyworth. Unfortunately, Dr. Pennyworth has IT problems today, and we're really sad about that. So we can't see her, but she's been kind enough to join us by phone. We are keeping our fingers crossed that the technology works sufficiently to allow her to speak to us. So we'll hear her, but not see her. Thank you so much, Rosie, for joining despite the problems. Dr. Pennyworth is the Chief Inspector of Primary Medical Services and Integrated Care at the Care Quality Commission. She's a GP and has worked for over 15 years as a principal salaried and sessional GP. She's passionate about improving health and care for people and ensuring safe, joined-up care for everyone. She's representing the CQC. Now, this session is all about welcoming and valuing diversity and, in particular, international medical graduates. And many of our participants today, and you'll be interested to know that 2,400 people registered for this conference today. That's the level of interest in hearing your views. And so what I plan to do for the next 50 minutes is not to ask questions I want to ask. You know, I'm desperately keen to ask you plenty of questions, but I think that it's the opportunity for our participants to ask you the question. So I'm going to act as a mere facilitator and pass on the questions that we're just pouring in our chat box and ask you some of those. So I'm going to begin with something that we actually haven't discussed so far today. If any of you have attended during the earlier part of today, you'll know that we've had some discussion about differential attainment, differences in exams and career progression and so on and so forth. But this question we haven't really addressed, and a participant has asked, tackling discrimination needs to go beyond the RES and the MWRES indicators. There are ongoing incidents with patients discriminating against Black and Asian and minority ethnic NHS professionals, for example, not wanting to see particular doctors because of their backgrounds. How can we ensure zero tolerance. I'd like to begin by asking you, Professor Peres, if you'd like to kick off the answers, please, to that question.
Yes, thanks. And of course, I think it's something that we all recognise, because I'm sure we've all experienced it. Certainly I don't practice anymore, but certainly in the 30 odd years I did, you don't have to be in the health service long, I think, to see that sort of incident. So I think the first thing is obviously to recognise it. And of course, the second thing is to call it out. But it can be difficult to call out, because sometimes those are very tense circumstances where there are all sorts of emotions flying around, because of course it's an emotional time when loved ones are sick, etc., for some of the incidents that occur. But I think we need to give staff the support to be able to call it out, and to be able to say this is not acceptable. And we need to recognise that is sometimes difficult too, because of the circumstances. So it is of course right that the person who's a subject of the abuse is supported, but it's also support for the colleagues who often want to call it out, but find difficulties in how they call it out and the circumstances under which they need to call it out. So I think that's a responsibility for leadership teams within healthcare organisations, to feel that not only that the policies are there to ensure that there's a zero tolerance, as you say, but the staff are supported in the tools and the skills they need in order to call that sort of thing out when it happens, because that is when you have the most impact, when it's called out immediately and shown to simply be unacceptable.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, if I could just persist a little bit further with that response, are leadership teams reasonably certain as to what they might do? Is there any standardized approach to this? It's been taken by NHS England across the trust now.
We have a zero tolerance approach to this, as you say. But of course, we also there are very, very many health settings in which this sort of thing can occur. I mean, we often immediately jump to hospital settings, but I'm sure Chand will be the first to say that the general practice settings, primary care settings, community pharmacy settings, there are a whole host of settings in which this behaviour can exist. And what we can't do ever in NHS England is come up with the solutions for every individual setting. So we have to frame it within zero tolerance and then work with local systems in a huge variety of settings to deliver the practical tools to be able to call it out and support those that are calling it out.
Well, thank you, Professor Peres. But that leads me nicely to ask Sonali whether you have any progress to report. I know you've been looking into this, and thank you for doing so, because this is an issue that's been reported many times to the Primary Care Directorate. And then I'll come on to you, Chand, and ask you the same question. Sonali first, please.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mala. And I've been following a bit of the conference on Twitter, so really huge congratulations to all the organizers who have put up this brilliant conference. You're absolutely right. I have been working on this for some time now, and in light of the incidents that took place in the Manchester general practice, unfortunate as it would have been, it has almost given us further momentum to work further on this. And we've been working under 3 pillars of protect, support and communicate, and working with the People Directorate in NHS England. There are policies such as violence prevention and violence reduction, but it's really as to how we ensure that those at the front line get the support that is required in that instance. Some of the things that we have been working on is one in terms of conversations, so compassionate conversation. People's Directorate is again going to be putting up some training for how do we really help to de-escalate the situation that may be there at the front line. And primary care is going to be able to access this training, which is coming in the new year. The second element is around the violence prevention standard, which has been in place, but it's again focused a lot on secondary care, and we want to ensure that primary care is included in this, and we are working on that. The third is, of course, on the messaging, ensuring that we send the right messaging out to our citizens. And more recently, we launched a communication campaign where we'll be talking about speaking to each other with respect and kindness. And there's further communication planned meetings with the patient and citizen group, as well as charitable organization. The last is, I would say, about the policies, the zero tolerance policy, absolutely, which is in there. But I think what it recognizes more is around the physical violence. And there's more to be done around the microaggression and the discrimination that happens, not just from patients, but sometimes from colleagues as well. And we are going to be introducing further within our practice guidance manual, a new chapter on this, but ensure that the people on the front line are absolutely aware of what to do. Something that I have come across while having these conversations is that while we could absolutely be looking at, sending warning letters to these patients and then perhaps removing them from the list, but then it becomes somebody else's problem. What can we do more in practice to be able to resolve or solve this? And the conversations around restorative justice, really where we are able to create the environment where people are able to discuss what is being felt by the victim and what has really led to the situation in the person who may be threatening, whether it's violence or whether it's discrimination. So I know there are various strands to this. There is more work to be done, Mala, absolutely, in this phase. But primary care is learning from things that have happened in secondary care in terms of violence prevention, but also ensuring that we use the nuances which would be different for if you're in a pharmacy or a dentistry or optometry and general practice. And just ensuring we work together. Manchester continues to do work with local authority as well and police, and we are taking learnings from them as well.
Well, thank you so much, Sonali. John, is there something that the BMA is doing about this?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to remind all of us, we work in a healthcare system in which its fundamental principle is that we treat patients equally, regardless of background or any other factor for that matter. Everyone is equal in front of the eyes of a healthcare professional. Now, if a doctor was to refuse to see a patient on the basis of their faith, color, background, they would be struck off, full stop. I mean, this is impossible. You could not imagine that happening. Or if it did, that healthcare professional certainly should not be practicing. They would not be able to. So you can't have a system that is rooted in this principle. We all abide by that because we believe in it, and have those that use it able to express, blatant discrimination. So I think the first thing is it's unacceptable. We talk a lot about zero tolerance, and a lot of the zero tolerance has focused around treating staff with respect. It's focused on abuse, violence. I think we need to be very clear as part of the language we use on zero tolerance that there's zero tolerance to any form of discrimination by patients. And so that needs to be the narrative right up front, so everyone's clear that they both can expect to receive care based on equality, but they also in turn have a equal contract to treat the system and people who treat them equally as well. In terms of narratives, I also do think, and I am going to say that I think a lot of this is also about the narrative that comes right from the top of government. Because if the government used language to say, do you know, nation, you owe the fact that lives are saved every day to the input, to the contribution, to the work of those who have come here from overseas, not now, but from the time the NHS was born. And if there's much more of that language coming out right from the top, I think you change people's understanding that actually everyone should be grateful to actually have a healthcare system because we have doctors from overseas here. So it's not even a question about I won't be seen or will be seen. It's like, you either accept that you have a healthcare system based around a diverse workforce or you don't. And that language needs to be very clear, which is why I think it was very worrying when we've used, well, some have used language in the past about being more reliant on homegrown. What is a homegrown doctor? The NHS never has never existed on the basis of just homegrown doctors. So it's a really false narrative. So I do think language from the top is important. The expectation of politicians, the governments around the nation's behavior towards a diverse workforce and those who come from overseas is vitally important. The other issue, and I think Steve, just to say, what is the responsibility of NHS leaders? So representing the BMA, we hear from doctors who have difficulties. And I have to say, the picture is very mixed. One of the things that is so important is that when a doctor or a nurse or a healthcare professional does call it out or feels they've been unfairly treated, they need to have the confidence that their management in that hospital or in general practice will support them. We've got reports where there's been excellent support, where I've heard from doctors who've said they felt unfairly treated, they've gone to their management really behind them. But equally, I've heard of other situations where the management itself, in a way, I'm sure unwittingly, not intentionally, has almost colluded with the racism by sort of not wanting to make a big deal out of it. So there's probably some training to be had in terms of leaders and people who look after others in the workplace. So it's not just that you call it out, but are you going to be supported by others when you call it out? And can the situation be handled? There's a much more complex issue. I don't want to get into that now, but that relates to refusal to see a certain type of doctor on behalf of those who are under 16 and children. It's a completely different dimension, but I'm just saying the issue is quite complex. But to me, zero tolerance and clear expectations.
Well, thank you very much, John. Actually, we had a poll earlier this morning, and it was something to do with are you confident that you can call out racism if it happened in your organization? And I seem to recall around 60%, Catherine, who said they were confident they could, but it still left about 40% who could not. So it illustrates the point you're making, Chan. So, very quickly, I would like others' opinions on this, because of course the GMC represents patients, it protects patients. How does that, is there a GMC view on this? Professor Kumar, is there any resilience building that happens through education? But I mean, more to the point, as Chan was saying, are system leaders being trained to ensure that they don't collude with the racism? Is there anything going on through HEE? And then I'd like Rosie to have the last word. What is the CQC doing on this? So Tista, anything to add on the GMC?
Yeah, I would add, and I don't think there is so much, the EDI training is a mandated NHS part of training, and we can all decide and talk about how good it is, how dry it is, whether it does what it is supposed to do. So I'm not talking on behalf of HE. These are my observations now as a doctor and someone working in the NHS. I don't think we lead by example. Our boards and our senior leaders are not diverse. We know that, let alone career progression. And I have indeed had to call it out a couple of times, and those concerns have not been acknowledged. And I don't think it's still regarded at NHS leadership level to resolve issues like this. I think it is still quite often swept under the carpet. And if I'm finding that, I'm sure others are elsewhere. I think it's very difficult to talk about, someone had put in the chat somewhere about strategies and policies. They're often called dignity at work, and actually that's unintelligible to what actually that might mean. And I think we have to reclaim some of this so that our workforce and staff can understand what a policy is meant to do. I've had doctors, and it was in the context of bullying and undermining, saying no organisation has an anti-bullying policy. And we said, yes, they do, but they're all called dignity at work. And then the policy is written in a way to avoid legal challenge, so you can't understand what you can do. And I think if we really want the NHS to be the best place to work, then we have to look at the policies and the tools that our staff have to make complaints. The next thing I would say in our local people board, which is an NHS system-wide discussion, we were talking after the football in the summer, where football has a kick it out campaign. Why can't we do that in the NHS? We know we have specific issues in the North East and Yorkshire. Whenever they talk about Brexit, they always put that slide up from that woman in Sunderland. So we know there are specific issues. I know it concerns our local system leaders, our medical directors, but why can't we have an NHS campaign saying we won't act, so we're kicking it out of the NHS as well as football? Why can't we do that? So it's not a surprise to any patient or any user of the service that we don't find it acceptable. Chan's absolutely right. As a doctor, you can't say no, and you must treat your patient. But how do we then affect the system change afterwards? And I'm still not seeing the willingness across the system. Everyone is now at least listening, and everyone at least now acknowledges there is a problem. But now, how do we actually affect the change, and how do we educate our public that it isn't acceptable anymore?
Thank you very much. That's a really powerful insight into where it's at. Something has to happen at the very, very top of the NHS. Thank you. Just anything to add to that?
Yes, absolutely. So I agree with what colleagues have said. There has to be a really, really strong message. From our point of view, we need to move into that place of anti-racism, and people need to know, they need to have that comfort straight away that when they see this, when they experience this, they know that they are going to get support when they raise it. So I think there is work to be done there. I think there is the longitudinal work that Namita, that Chand and others were speaking to around societal changes where the system, politicians, etc., can contribute to this change. But being parochial to the GMC for a moment, there's something that I want to highlight that many colleagues will be aware of. We are reviewing good medical practice, so core ethical standards, imminently. And the last time it was reviewed was 10 years ago. And I very, very much expect that in the new standards, there will be a considerable focus on discrimination. And I would encourage colleagues to really contribute their voice to that consultation in spring, to tell us what they need as that hook, if you will, from the professional regulator, that hang on a minute, our professional regulator says that leaders need to do this. Our professional regulator says that this is the environment which we need. And we can then put things like that in the standards in a much more emphatic way as well.
Well, thank you, Tista. I think that would be enormously encouraging for our participants to hear. And so I'm going to ask Rosie if she has a CQC view. Rosie, can you hear us?
I can hear you, and I hope you can hear me. I'm very sorry I'm not able to join on Zoom, but can I just add a few thoughts, because I think most of what has been said already I completely agree with. And I think just to reiterate, any form of discrimination is completely unacceptable, and what we can't let happen is this become normalised in any way. Sometimes we see that because things are happening so often, they become something that people come to expect and become kind of normal part of what happens. And we need to all work together as organisations to say this is not acceptable. We need to continue to call it out, as Steve has said. And I think from one of the things we look at the CQC is actually that freedom to speak up culture. I think people need to feel comfortable in raising these concerns, raising these issues. And then I think, as someone else has said, we need to be absolutely sure that when people do speak up about concerns and things that are happening to them, that's listened to and taken action about. I think it's really important as well that there's that culture of inclusivity in all organisations that are providing services, because I think that actually enables that culture of being able to speak up and talk about it. And I think just the final point I want to mention is that I think there's this link that is apparent between inequalities for people using services and for the equality, diversity and inclusion of staff working in those areas. And I think we need to think about how, as primary care networks, as integrated care systems develop, we really look at that and understand it in more detail and encourage people working in services to be working with their local communities to see what can be done with that engagement with local communities to really address some of these issues.
Rosie, thank you so much. Namita mentioned something that really interested me, and that's about how a lot of the system leaders are white and don't recognize the issue. This morning, Professor J.S. Bamrah in another session quoted Benjamin Franklin when he said, "Justice will not be served until those who are unaffected are as outraged as those who are." Powerful words. And it just reminded me that quite often conferences like this, there is a sense that, oh, it's a conference for ethnic minority people and not for us. And you'll find, we haven't, that's one poll we haven't done today, to actually try and establish the ethnicity of participants. But in many of these conferences, participants are overwhelmingly ethnic minority. And I'd be very interested, as indeed I'm sure the participants will be, to try and understand how it is we start to build up and harness interest amongst our white colleagues across the system, and what you as system leaders can do about that. I'm quite happy for any of you to raise a hand and want to be the first to kick off. Namita, you're on mute.
Can I come in, Marla? Oh, sorry, I haven't got a hand. But can I start, if that's okay?
Sure, Namita, I think you're on mute.
I think Rosie wanted to come in.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute, but I have now.
Rosie's come in while you've been on mute, so shall we just finish with asking Rosie to speak, and then I'll come on to you. Brilliant. Rosie, do go ahead.
So I think there's something here about how we look at inclusivity for all services in the round, and that's about how do we really enable those environments for everyone to come to work and bring their whole self to work. I think this clearly we're talking about race and discrimination today, but I think we still are seeing the same levels of discrimination for people who are LGBT. There's still some gender discrimination. There's discrimination against people who are carers. A whole range of different things, and I think and clearly there's overlaps between all of those. And so I think as a collective leadership, we need to be driving that really, truly inclusive behaviour and inclusive culture within all of the services, both in health and social care, and across systems, and think about the culture that we want to be delivering care for our patients, because I think both that will improve the circumstances for our people working within services, but it will also lead to better services for people who use those services as well.
Thank you, Rosie. Namita next. Namita, you're on mute again.
Hi, I'm trying. Have you got me this time? Great. Okay, so I think the first thing, there is now good data that diversity improves quality, innovation and profit. That's what the FTSE companies are being told, and that if it doesn't appeal to anything else, the profit bit would. Sujesh said earlier, money is what drives much of what goes on in the NHS, and we need to be cognizant of that. So that's the first thing. The other thing is how we use the stories, and I think we're very good at looking at the protected characteristic that we are particularly affected by. And I think one of the things we need to do is be inclusive of everyone, regardless, and even whether or not it's currently a protected characteristic, might be something that's a completely different issue. But one of the things I talk about when I do a talk on diversity is, again, in a northeastern Yorkshire way. We had the Yorkshire Ripper in the late 70s, and there have been some very good documentaries on both BBC and Channel 4 about how that team was not diverse that was investigating. And because they all thought in the same way, that led to women dying, because they were absolutely wedded to the fact that the Yorkshire Ripper just murdered prostitutes, even though they had evidence to the contrary. And I have a slide that's contemporary with that investigation team, which is, younger women who were singing and in bands at the time. We do have stories we can tell that people understand, but I think the profitability, the quality and innovation, not just because it's the right thing to do, we have to put data up, we have to put evidence up. And then people may start just listening and buying into the other than politically correct and moral arguments, that there are sound business reasons to do this too.
Namita, thank you very much. Do others want to come in on this and give us some brief responses, because there are so many questions coming in. I want the chance to ask you some more on behalf of our participants. So Tista next.
Yeah, please. So actually, Namita's started touching on some of what I was going to mention. Outside of the GMC, I work in sexual assault services. And one of the things I was reflecting on when this question came up is that because I am involved in those services and speak with people all the time on these topics, we are very familiar with the experiences that predominantly women have. However, speaking with colleagues and acquaintances and friends who aren't in that arena, they are often shocked and surprised and disbelieving of the everyday sexism, never mind the absolute egregious extremes. And similarly with racism and any other type of discrimination, we don't share these stories in the workplace. And I very much think that will make a significant difference in raising awareness, but also, as Namita was saying, that there's the evidence of the difference that inclusion makes as well. But I think we need to get to a place, first of all, where we are normalizing sharing the lived experiences that so many of us have, but before it wasn't considered professional to bring these to work, we need to have the space to discuss them.
Yeah, thank you, Tista. Yes, the power of stories, a good take-home message. And you're right also that it's about bringing all of those types of discrimination together, because that's how you build up a movement. So thank you. Professor Perez, did you have anything to add about how we grow allies among system leaders who are often white at this stage? How do we create that outrage at that level?
Well, I mean, that's part of the point, isn't it? And you raised it right at the very start, and I'm sure it will have come up in other discussions today. We just have to do much better at having a senior leadership team within the NHS that better reflects both the staff that serve within the NHS, but also the populations and the communities that we serve. And we're just not doing well enough. It's as simple as that. So I spend a lot of time when I'm creating senior leadership teams, when I'm appointing people into senior posts, in how we can get the balance of ethnicity right, the balance of diversity, the gender balance right, because I'm really passionate that we need a senior leadership team that reflects the people that we serve. And I think by doing that, then you foster a much greater experiential understanding in the one hand, but not just that, a much greater reflection of what the NHS is, as Jan so rightly said in his comments earlier. And that's hard miles. I mean, it's easy to say, it's really challenging to do. But the real issue here is getting in early. It's pipeline, really, isn't it? It's making sure that we give everybody equal opportunity, and then we exercise that choice of individual fairly. And there's a ton of things that we can do here. In my kind of glass half full moments, I kind of look at, for instance, the National Medical Directors Clinical Fellows Scheme that the Faculty of Medical Leadership Management run for us. And that has a great range of diversity in the people who are coming that scheme. So I look and say, I can see and there's hundreds of people who've gone through that scheme now. I have a group of people who are the leaders of the future that has a much better balance in it than I think you would have been there 10, 15 years ago. But then the challenge is how you make sure that then translates in 5, 10, 15 years time into a more diverse set of people being in my shoes, in Chan's shoes at the BMA. I could see the comment in the chat about Chan, in all those senior positions, and of course not just nationally, but at trust board level, at ICS board level, and we just have to keep going at it. And we, bit by bit, I think we will get there. But I just, want to reiterate my personal commitment to making sure I can do everything I can to make sure that we have that better diversity at senior leadership level throughout the NHS, because I think then it does become easier to address some of these issues.
Well, thank you very much. I see Sonali has her hand raised as this chance. So Sonali first, please.
I'll be brief, Mala, and I think there are some policies that are there, and we talk about diverse interview panels and other methods, but I think it's the accountability. I think we are still at this stage. We've got the data, the RES data shows us as well, but who is being held accountable if all those things, those challenges that have been put up, if that is not taking place? Where does the buck really stop? I know we mentioned about, ICS chief execs and ICS, recent recruitment of the ICS leads. What's the diversity really like within the integrated care system chief exec leads? And who is going to be held accountable if we don't have that cognitive diversity around the table? I just feel sometimes while we are collecting the data and while we are trying to do the actions, we are not holding anyone responsible towards the end. And therefore, the systems just continue. We could still be here 15 years down the line, still raising the same questions that we have been for the past 15 to 20 years, unfortunately.
Well, thank you, Sonali. There was a lot mentioned this morning about accountability and the need for accountability somewhere in the system for bringing in that greater diversity. So your view concurs with that, Sonali. Chan, please.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, just to say that we obviously must have a more diverse workforce, especially leadership positions, etc. But you were saying that most of the attendees today are from ethnic minorities. But I also just want to say and have a shout out for many of my colleagues and people I know who are not from ethnic minorities who have absolutely championed fairness and what's right. And so we mustn't be simplistic about this. Colleague of mine, Sam Everington, for example, and the BMA, and I can quote many others. So I think that what the issue is, do people actually believe in equality or not? And do they actually believe in it as a value? Because if you actually believe in it as a value, you will believe in it when it applies to race. You will believe in it when it applies to faith. And let me tell you, there's faith discrimination even within ethnic minorities. You will believe in it with regards to disability, gender, accent, because you will see people for their true potential. You won't discriminate. So I do think there's something about equality as a value that transcends all characteristics. And the important thing about valuing that diversity and equality is something that Nnenna said, that and in fact others have also said, in fact you've said it to me, Mala, is that organizations where there is proper respect of inclusivity, not a negative thing of being anti-racism, but pro-diversity and inclusion, are happier places. Yes. They actually, it's in fact, everyone gains. You've got sort of your own white or the indigenous population gaining. You've got ethnically diverse people gaining. You've got better productivity. Providers actually have better patient outcomes. And that sense of joy of being part of a diverse team, I think many may never have experienced it. So if you start changing the narrative into one of both stamping something out, but seeing the value of diversity and enjoying it, that has you both tackle the negative and you also accentuate the positive at the same time.
John, that's a wonderfully uplifting message on which to move from that topic to another one, which the participants are concerned about, and that's induction. Going on to some practical actions we've been discussing today, and that's the lack of a standardized induction program for international medical graduates, and the fact that at last there is an opportunity to bring it in. A question that people have is that there is a lot going on, for example, in the Northeast. We've heard that from Namita and AGE is doing plenty. Is the reorganization going to in any way jeopardize the work carrying on? Shouldn't NHS England be investing in induction? Because what international medical graduate senior clinicians often find is when they speak to their trusts and say, well, really there ought to be inductions, the question that's raised is, well, who's paying for it? So
who'd like to say something about, whether you can reassure participants that the reorganization of HEE, NHS England, and so on, will not jeopardize some of these good things that are going on in the background to try and improve the lot of international medical graduates and their social integration into the NHS and life in England. And also, can we have some assurance that you as system leaders will make a strong case for investing in the induction program? So who would like to?
Can I start? Yes. So I think you have to use the tools available to you. We have GMC standards and we have education quality standards, we have patient safety standards. And if we just look at induction is something that everybody says should happen. And even our organizational development practitioners have decided that induction is an OD issue. There are many tools available to us. We just have to make sure that we measure and we enforce it when they don't happen. And in my time, when I started doing medical education, I didn't have a curriculum, I didn't have an induction, I got no feedback after the exam and I just kept failing. Those things have changed now. You might not like the answers you get, but at least you get some, which was very different. I'm sure that, and I'm sure Steve will agree with me, I know that Nnenna is very keen for the good work to continue, as I understand Alison is as well. There are too many people now who have invested too much time and want to do the right thing. So I know that we will continue the good work because there's too much to do, and there is a wave of enthusiasm to make sure that this does continue. But we do have regulatory levers we can use, and I'm sure the GMC will help us there as well.
Well, thank you very much, Amita. Perhaps we won't take we won't ask for an answer from all of you to that question unless you have you want to. Tista, did you wish to come in on this? Yes.
Absolutely. So I agree that we have moved on. I remember back in 2011 when we called for a national induction programme, there wasn't that appetite in the system. Everyone agreed it was a good idea, but that appetite in the system of taking ownership wasn't there. And I remember what Aishnine was saying earlier before, we've got a considerable evidence base now. We don't need more evidence, we just need to get it done. And I think we have reached that critical mass. But what I think will make a real difference is that accountability. And I go back to what Anton was saying earlier, we need direction from the top to say that this needs to be delivered locally by employers. And we're really hopeful. The collaboration, Marla, that you and I and HE colleagues and BMA are on, I'm really, really hopeful that that is then taken by employers and is mandated absolutely, so that our IMG colleagues get that actual welcome and thank you for bringing your expertise, for bringing your compassion, for bringing your skills to this service. It needs to happen. And if we're having this conversation this time next year, we can't allow that to happen.
Tista, that's great, thank you. Chan, did you want to come in? I'm conscious we've got about 7 minutes and I have an awful lot of questions to ask you, so please go ahead.
Okay, so very quickly, I mean, first of all, I don't think this is a negotiable. This just has to happen. And I want to say it's not just induction, it is induction and continued support. This is not a crash course in spending a weekend or even 1 week and then learning how to live in another country, let alone adjusting to the challenges of the NHS culture itself, which many of us still are getting used to after years of working in it. So it's both. And this needs to be a must-do, not as a pilot here and there. We need to make sure that NHS England, as ultimately responsible for NHS providers, together with HE, for those doctors that HE covers, together with the GMC, all play a part in a standardized induction program that is the entitlement of every single doctor who comes here with that continued support. And in the BMA, we will play our part. We're already trying to work up having budding arrangements through our regional fora, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Subodh's on the audience participation. He will give you, the evidence of how mentorship works in improving differential attainment. So not a negotiable, just let's make next year the year it happens.
Thank you, John. Now, something that arose this morning was a discussion about the excellent work that organizations such as the Muslim, Doctors Association or the Islamic Association, the British Association of Physicians of Indian origin, Pakistani origin, Nigerian origin, and so on. All of these organizations are playing in plugging seriously important gaps, whether it's induction or offering support to doctors who are facing, international medical graduates in particular, who are facing racism in their trusts and so on. The question arose, have we come to a point where these should be regarded as formal, formal supporters and formal and to give them a formal role in the NHS family of organizations, because we don't really think those gaps are going to be likely plugged, even if we gave the statutory organizations, NHS England and so on, a decade to do. Is it time, as we would recognize charitable organizations offering mental health services, a role in providing mental health services? Do these organizations require some formal investment now, formal recognition and investment? Yes, no answers, I think, please. So who'd like to kick off that one? We have a...
Well, yes, they need recognition. I think the question of what constitutes formal recognition is quite a complex one. But the truth is that, at NHS England, we and I personally work with a whole set of other organizations. You've mentioned some of the key charities, the BMA we work with, the Royal Colleges, BAPIO, you've mentioned, in all sorts of different ways. And I think the key point is that we can't do this on our own, actually. And neither can HE do it on their own or GMC. We need everybody doing it with us. And so I think where it really works well is where those organizations, and there's a bunch of others of them, come together. And actually, during the pandemic, that has happened. Many of the people on this call will have been on various meetings and discussions that were brought together. How do we improve vaccination rates amongst diverse groups that don't sometimes access healthcare in the way that others do? How do we support So
I think the concern is to do with the fact that so much of this is done on a voluntary basis. And I think that's where the concern
Yes, exactly. But I think
funding would be offered. That's what they were asking.
And I get that, but I think we shouldn't also we need both and. Of course, we need the charities and the voluntary organisations, and we need them to. We will always need them to support us. And yes, we should support them and sometimes support them with resource where we need to. But actually, we need both.
Thank you very much for that answer. That's really encouraging to these organizations. I know many of the leaders are still attending this conference this afternoon, so they'll be pleased to hear that. A direct question to you, Tista. What are the GMC doing to address the fact that a doctor from ethnic minorities is more likely to be referred and investigated by the GMC? I know that you've set yourself targets, and there is a strategy, but could you explain what's happening? And you've got about a minute to do that, please.
Okay, I'll speak very quickly. Yes, as many will know, that ethnic minority colleagues are referred by employers at twice the rate of white colleagues. And as you say, we've set targets to tackle this, which is a challenge because it's outside our circle of control, but it is within our circle of influence. And we know that the drivers behind some of this is, frankly, in short, racism, because it's the absence of early supportive interventions. It's the absence of timely feedback, the absence of proper induction and informal advice, and those networks that sometimes our white colleagues will have, which our minority ethnic colleagues won't. And most egregiously, that insider-outsider dynamic. So the strategy is to hold colleagues in the system to account around these issues, those specific drivers. So what are you doing around this? What can we do in terms of a supportive intervention to ensure that there is timely feedback, to eliminate those insider-outsider dynamics? So that's going to be the focus as we meet with responsible officers, as we meet with boards, to get us to that target.
Sister, thank you so much. Now we're at an end, I'm afraid, with the time we have. But I'm going to ask one yes/no question. Are you confident that because I know that you are all leading efforts to bring about greater race equality in the NHS, and we thank you for the effort you are putting into the organizations you lead. Are you confident that, given everything else that's happening, that if we had a leveling the field 2022, you'll be back here and the participants would have witnessed some demonstrable impact of something that you are planning to do over the next year? So just yes or no. Are there things going on in your organization where there's a rapid timetable and we don't have to wait for a very long time? There'll be some visible change in some dimension of anti-racist action, which your organization is able to change. So just looking at my screen, let me start with you, Namita. Yes,
definitely. I'll definitely be able to, if I'm invited back, definitely able to show what we've done. Definitely.
Fantastic. Sonali?
Yes, Mala, hopeful, optimistic. Yes.
Yes. Rosie, are you still on the phone line?
I'm still here, and it's a definite yes from the CQC.
Fantastic, Rosie. Thank you for that. Professor Pose.
Yeah, so one of the most important jobs of senior leaders is to be relentlessly optimistic. So it's a definite yes.
Tista?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. And you, John?
Absolutely. Just as we speak, I've commissioned a major review of BMA services for ethnic minority doctors so that we can provide the best care. We're going to be launching an affiliate member scheme where doctors from abroad can at low cost become members of the BMA, get the right tailored support. When they come here, they'll be given proper trade union support as well to support them in terms of workplace issues. So, you'll hear from me, but I think that we all together need to make one pledge that next year when we arrive, there will be a proper induction and mentoring scheme in place. There's no excuse why this time next year, it should not be a reality. And I know, Mala, that's a promise you'd want to keep too, because that's something you're leading.
Absolutely. So thank you all so much for your enthusiastic participation in this panel session. I know how important your views are going to be to the participants, how encouraged, how uplifted they will be to hear what you've had to say. And on that note, on that very encouraging, positive note, I'm going to call this session to a close and hand over to Catherine. So over to you, Catherine.
Lovely, welcome back everybody. Thank you for sticking with us. We've now got our final session that I'm delighted to be chairing alongside Marla. Marla raised one point just during her session, and we decided to put a poll out there. This is flying by the seat of our pants, guys, but we're just going to see how it goes. And Marla asked the question, what is the diversity of the people who are joining us today online? So we're going to put a poll out there now, and if you'd like to answer it, please do. Is how would you identify yourself in terms of your ethnic background? So that poll's heading out now. I've got no idea how long it'll take to complete or what the answer is going to be. While it's in progress, can I say that this final session, our hope is that you will continue to bombard us with as many questions as possible. I recognise that more questions are coming through than we can possibly manage to get out to our panellists, and Marla and I are professionals at that, so apologies if we're not as fast as they are on the proper television, but we will do our best to get as many questions to our panellists as possible. But again, keep them short and precise and let us know to whom you'd like us to deliver them. So I think the poll is finished, and I'm trying very hard to see what the numbers are. It looks like we've got about 30% white, 30% Asian British, and about 20% Black African Caribbean, with Arab and other populations coming in at 8%, and mixed or multiple ethnic groups again at about 7 to 8%. So it's probably a third is what we're looking at on our quick straw poll there. So thank you so much for participating in that. So to introduce our panelists for our final session, we've got 4 panelists, including Marla. The first one I'd like to introduce is Dr. Gus Vincent, who is the Assistant Medical Director for Quality and Patient Safety for the Newcastle Trust, which is where I work. He's been a consultant in ICM and neuro and trauma at the RVI for many years now, but not as long as me, and has also served as clinical director for our directorate, which he's very recently passed on to my colleague Rahul Bajikal. We've also got Mr. Alistair Henderson, who has been Chief Executive of the Academy of Medical Royal Colleges since January 2010, so he's very experienced. And the Academy is the umbrella organisation for all the medical royal colleges and faculties in the UK, which wants to support and coordinate their work and, where applicable, on issues related to education and training, but also the quality of care and the wider healthcare service policies. And our third panellist is Professor Subodh Dave, who is Dean for the Royal College of Psychiatrists and a consultant in Derbyshire. He's held a range of medical education posts, and he's a champion of wellbeing services for doctors and other healthcare workers across the service. He does serve on various committees, driving representation and improvement about differential attainment, social justice in medical curricula, and equality and diversity. And we have Marla as well. So welcome to you all. So we've had a very, very busy day, and there's a lot gone into the day. And on this panel, we've got a lot of very experienced senior people that I'm going to try and direct a few questions to. But my first question, probably I'm going to pick on you, Gus, if you don't mind. And I'm going to ask, you're now an associate medical director of one of the largest trusts, and certainly the most diverse in terms of healthcare provision in the country, and have been a jobbing clinician all the way through. What changes have you made in your roles within the trust over the last few years that have encouraged diversity, and what plans have you got for the future?
Thanks, Catherine, and thanks for inviting me to this discussion. I think my honest answer to that is I've learned a lot over the last 4 or 5 years in a management position, as I think this organisation has. And that's largely come from lessons that we've learned from our staff, both within our own department, people with huge amounts of energy, such as Samir Ahmed, who's organised this conference today. And I guess in terms of concrete things, one of the first things which I won't go over because it's been going over a lot today, was the IMG induction package. I was on this conference last year, and that was one of the most shocking aspects of the day to me, was how one of my own trainees had experienced his introduction to this country and to our organisation. And we've been able to make some real concrete steps along those lines. We have a leadership within this organisation that is, I genuinely believe, passionate about inclusion, equity and equality, that asked senior members of an organisation to look at our own data and to deep dive into our own situation. I don't know if Surash and Karen Pierce from Newcastle are on the court, the meeting still at the moment. But that has been a hugely influential bit of work within our own organisation, which alongside the RES data has allowed us to take practical steps to at least start the journey to move to the goals that we all share. They include the setting up of our BME network, of specific recruitment days and other activity. But my perception of listening today is that there is so much that remains really not out there, not in our day-to-day discussion amongst middle and senior medical nursing and trust management that needs to be. And one of the most shocking polls to me again today was earlier on in the day was that only 20% of this audience, a very engaged audience, had heard of the MWRES. And actually, that should be something that is discussed at our clinical policy groups, at exec, at board, within departments routinely, and it's not. So, well, I guess I hope that gives you a flavour of how I feel I've progressed over the last 4 years and what this organisation is trying to do.
Thanks, Gus. Appreciate that. Could I move to you, Subdo, to just ask, we know that the Royal College of Psychiatrists has done a lot of work with IMGs and around racism and equality and discrimination issues, and you've also been on national television highlighting the same issues. Do you think the same can be replicated across the Royal Colleges, or do you think the College of Psychiatry is just particularly engaged and good at this?
Thanks, Catherine and Mala. So I think, we've first thing acknowledges that we've come a long way, I think, which is really good. I think just to kind of answer briefly the question that you asked, Angus, I mean, 7 years ago, when I took on my job as Associate Dean in the college at the time, with part of my portfolio looking at differential attainment, I looked up the publicly available minutes of all the schools in the country. And given the fact that there's almost a 40 to 50% pass rate difference between IMGs and local graduates, not one school had this item as a standing item on their agenda. And I mean, if you were the chair of Marks and Spencer's, then if there's one store that was doing 30% of the business, could you imagine that item not being on your agenda? I mean, but that's exactly what there was. So I think essentially, I think when people we and I think everyone has said this, I think we have to accept that this is a systemic issue, I think if the link is breaking at a particular point all the time. So I think when I became the Associate Dean, I think that the good thing was that the Royal College, we accepted that's what we need to do is fix the system, because I think until then the issue was primarily thought of as IMGs not having the communication skills, IMGs not having the right kind of skills to come and work in the UK, etc. But I think, I'm sure, Mala, you touched upon this through the day. I think what was being missed was that we save £250,000 in importing a doctor, and then we don't invest, £50 or £100 in supporting them in working in the UK. And I think so I set about setting up a national induction program for all our trainees that we were bringing into the country. We were responsible for, which was the MTI trainees, and that worked really well. We also set up a mentoring program. So we trained up a lot of mentors across the country, and basically matched all the MTI trainees with mentors. And I think the results have been very positive. I think we've presented the data elsewhere. I think all the trainees feel very satisfied. The progression has been better, and overall their level of satisfaction and then level of acculturation has been better. But I think there's been another intangible benefit, and I think I think part of that is seen where we are here today. I think previously the cross of fighting for these issues rested with people who were themselves the receiving end of the disadvantage, and I think Chan touched upon this point. I think this is not an issue unique to differential attainment. It's an issue unique, you see it across all inequalities. So I think in healthcare generally, I think we kind of assume that we all know that data exists, that, if you have suffered social disadvantage, your health outcomes will be poorer. But there's an assumption in people's mind that only operates for the people at the receiving end of the disadvantage. What we don't realize is that living in a polarized world is bad for all of us. It is actually affects our health outcomes too, even if we might be in a privileged position. And I think slowly we're starting to see that change. I think when I organized conferences at the Royal College of Psychiatrists in my first year or two on IMG issues, only IMGs turned up to them as if it was only an IMG issue. And now look at that today. You've done a poll just now, and that's a very heartening poll, isn't it? Because I think we have to, and then I started seeing that as well towards the end in the last 4 and 5. And one of them I'd organized in conjunction with RCGP. And it was really fantastic. All trainers and trainees kind of came in recognizing that this was an issue for all of them. And now that we've done that, I think it's not, I think there's been another issue. People felt that it's too complex a problem to resolve. It's the same with anything around inequality. People think that, oh my God, social care, how can we fix that? It's so complex. But I think, this is, we're medics, we got through medical school, we've gone through higher specialist training. We can fix this, I think there might be incremental solutions. And, I think if you hope for a silver bullet, probably there isn't one, but there are marginal gains to be made. And I think there are so many good examples of good practice out there that we really have a good solid ground to build on. And then Mala, your work on MWRES has really been fantastic. I think gives us the foundation to kind of build on. So, and as a college, I think we are really very keen. I think I don't know whether people know this, but it's part of our college's priority. It's part of Adrian James's presidential priority. The diversity and equality is absolutely our aim, and diversity is our strength. That's our motto. So we strongly believe in that, and we want to live our values, and everything that we do is reflected in that. So I think if you look at our strategic program, if you look at the evaluations we've done in the way our committees are composed, where our officers are composed, they've all are reflected that. And I think someone has put up a question: how many RCSAC presidents have in IMGs? One of them has been, which is good, which is probably better than many other colleges. But I am an IMG, and I'm the dean. We've got a woman of Sri Lankan origin who's the registrar to the Senvaratne. And we've just done a census of our committees, and I think it reflects that diversity that we really value. So we are quite proud of, as a college, of all that we've achieved.
Brilliant, thank you. That's a really encouraging set of values to hear. That's brilliant. If I could kind of slide a similar question across into Alistair's lap. As the Academy of Medical Royal Colleges, obviously we've heard about the work with the Psychiatry College. What about the colleges as a group? How do you feel they're doing, and where are you going with that?
Yeah, sure. I think certainly I absolutely acknowledge that the College of Psychiatrists has taken a really leading role in this, but they certainly are not alone, and the issue has absolutely, I think, shot up colleges' agendas over the last sort of couple of years or so. We actually did, as the Academy, a sort of survey audit of the work that colleges are doing back earlier in the year. And we divided that into sort of 3 areas. One in terms of colleges' sort of governance and own staffing issues, and that includes, therefore, how many people, what's the makeup of their boards and their councils, etc. So one bit was about governance. The second was about the activity they're doing with members, about the sort of data they've got, etc., the sort of services that they're doing. And the third area was around, which maybe we haven't talked that much about, was about the activities of EDI in the services within that speciality for patients, about discrimination sort of there. And that's something, again, I know that psychiatrists have done quite a lot on. The results that we got back were, I mean, broadly, it's sort of encouraging. I mean, the overall view, I think, was summed up as that there is a lot of good work going on, but there's undoubtedly a huge amount more still to do. And I think almost that's one of the encouraging things that I see from colleges, is that recognition that there is a lot that they've got to do, that they are on a journey and they know they've still got more to do.
So maybe you've gone from unconscious ignorance to conscious ignorance in that case.
Yeah.
Because I'm sitting next to the MWRES guru, where are the Royal Colleges with RES data and publishing that as part of their statistics? Is that something that you might consider or encourage, or is it something that you're doing?
Yeah, certainly. And I think, as Marla knows, we've had the pleasure of working sort of with her during the preparation of that sort of data as well. And I think colleges are very supportive of that. And one of the sort of fields there is around sort of representation, as I say, on college governing bodies, so their councils and their boards, etc. That I think is something, and I think as your report said, Marla, there's more to be done there. Quite a number of those colleges have sort of clear data and information about their membership, others don't. I would have thought, going back to the question that was asked at the end of your last session, I would hope that every college can certainly provide that data about their councils over, by the end of 12 months. There should be no reason not to do that. Some of the other stuff around data of their membership from their surveys, is more complicated and difficult, but certainly in terms of their governance, there should be no reason why that can't be provided really fairly quickly.
Yeah, and that would be encouraging data to find out, I think.
I mean, just out of interest, it's the Academy itself, we're doing, at the request of the President, we're doing an audit of our committees. We have a number of education committees, sort of, it's mainly around education. And we're doing an audit of those, which will take place just in the new year, looking at the diversity on those. We're in that slightly odd position that our committees comprise people submitted to us by colleges. We don't choose our own people, if you like. But I think that will still be really interesting to see, if you like, who is it that colleges are sending? Are colleges sending, across the work we do, a diverse range of representatives, or are some not sending a diverse range of representatives? So I think it will be a very useful piece of work for us to do in terms of the representation we're doing on behalf of colleges.
No, thank you. Marla, we've got a slightly off the wall question that I don't really know to whom to pose it, so I'm going to pick you. That one of our delegates has asked, is sickness and absence data an indicator of racism? And is any of that captured by RES data? So are we seeing ethnic minority colleagues going off sick and being absent because of the pressures of racism at work potentially, or the mental health impact of, for instance, COVID, that we're not really capturing anywhere? So I thought that was an interesting angle to be thinking of. I hadn't really considered that.
Yes. Catherine, thank you. I'm going to make note of that. Yeah. Well, we don't, as you know, sickness absence data are not included in the MWRES, or indeed even in the RES. However, we do know, don't we, that it's a measure of bullying and harassment within trust in general, irrespective of gender or race. You get worse sickness rates in trust where there's more bullying. And it would be very interesting to do it by ethnicity and gender, and see what kinds of results we get. It wouldn't surprise me if we were to find that ethnic minority, certainly the medical workforce, report higher levels of bullying. We know that, but that their sickness absence may even be lower, because there are. I think there's narrative evidence that they accept that this is their loss and that they have to carry on working. I mean, Subodh is nodding. So I think that's true, isn't it? There's a certain level of feeling reconciled that you will get this abuse and you still have to carry on working regardless. But I think this will be
Subodh in and see what.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to collect those data. And of course, one of the things we're doing with MWRES is asking for ideas as to how we could make it more granular, make it more relevant, and also collect some of that data at trust level, given that much of it is in the hands of Royal Colleges and Anaesthesia, and indeed Subodh are big players in the steering group. And I think now Dr. Vincent is at serious risk of being roped in to come and help us on how perhaps some additional indicators might be added, which collect trust level data. This might be one of them.
Subodh, you were wanting to say something?
Yeah, thanks. I think not a direct evidence to answer your question, but I think last year, at the height of the pandemic, we commissioned a report. I think the Royal College did. I think to look at the impact of COVID on our workforce, including our diverse workforce, because we knew what was happening. The data was quite clear by that time. I think so. One of the outcomes was a risk assessment tool. But I think of the data that was presented, what was also clear was that that people from ethnic minorities were more likely to turn up for work. I think echoing what Mala has just said during the pandemic, despite being at higher risk. So I think, and so that may give you some indication, as to not a direct answer to your question, but sure, during the pandemic, we know that ethnic minorities are more likely to turn up for work than their white counterparts, I think, which is interesting data, given the fact that we knew that the risk was quite substantial for our workforce from ethnic minorities. But yeah, I think, Mala, I agree with you. I think it'll be useful to kind of get more data on that and then see where we go.
I'm going to change tack a bit now, and I'm going to go back just because we've had a question again from one of our delegates to say, and I'm sure there's a subtext to this, but the question is, are freedom to speak up guardians equipped to deal with racism and discrimination when they hear about it? So I know our trust, and I'm assuming this is countrywide, have freedom to speak up guardians who are there for people to raise concerns. I think the question here is, are they equipped, and then do they take action when they hear about racism and discrimination? Do you have any thoughts or experience about that from Newcastle?
So I can certainly comment on our Freedom to Speak Up Guardian, who I would say absolutely is. As far as I'm aware, I don't believe there is a specific formal competency or training for individuals who hold those roles. But certainly within our own organisation, there have been a number of issues that have been raised through our Freedom to Speak Up Guardian in and around this issue. And yeah, he plays a key and important role. Sits on influential senior management groups with that hat on. But yeah, whether or not there's formal training, I don't think there is, and potentially that's a patchy service across the nation. I think it would be disappointing to me if people felt an anonymised Freedom to Speak Up route was the only way within their organisation that they felt they could raise concerns of this nature. And as our senior manager, as a management team, we would want to hear directly. And in fact, we do. We have a very vocal workforce who let us know what the problems are. But yeah, the Freedom to Speak Up Guardian's there for a reason, because sometimes people don't feel able to discuss their problems.
In a linked question, which I don't want to just keep hammering Gus because he's sort of a trust representative, is how is racial discrimination dealt with when it is raised? What experiences do you as senior leaders have of racism being raised as an issue where you've worked, where you've managed, where you've led? Is it something that you can see being dealt with? Is it consciously dealt with by your organisations? I just don't know. Gus, again, you might be the one.
I have a reflection on that, and I would say probably not overtly. In the 4 or 5 years I've been in and around this position, certainly within our department, I couldn't give you a single instance of a disciplinary process or other process in regards to race.
And that's quite,
my honest answer.
I think, perhaps shocking when we've heard so much about the inherent institutional, I don't necessarily like that word, but the frequency of people's lived experience of racism and discrimination, that actually, when we look at senior action, there is
I think, is that not because, instances of overt are less common than what is much more difficult to pick out?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely
to form a disciplinary process around when you're dealing with unseen behaviours, with micro behaviours, which is my understanding form the majority of negativity that's met by colleagues in our organisations. Well, that would be my reflection.
And I think that I would chime with that there's such a huge gap between the mechanism to deal with discrimination and racism, which has to be very exacting in the amount of evidence it requires to proceed, compared with what is termed the lived experience of those at the front line. And that's an interesting gap, I think, if you like. Again, we're probably a little bit off piste here, but if Alistair or excellent, you've got your hand up. Off you go there.
Yeah, I partly agree, but I think we haven't even established the accountability framework for basic things. I think let's look at recruitment. I think recruitment in senior positions, I think, quite routinely happens without the lack of diversity on the panels, without panelists having had any proper diversity training. I think. And then I think we haven't really established standards for those yet. I think it'd be. So I think there are things that we can do which are relatively easy fixes, and I think having an accountability framework around processes that are already established would be the first step, I would have thought. And I think that's lacking at the moment. So while I appreciate that Angus's point that microaggressions are difficult and it's difficult to kind of pin or apportion responsibility or attribute responsibility around those. But I think, like I said, if in my field of education, if we are in charge of education and if you've ignored a gaping difference and it's not even on our agenda, then somebody is responsible for that. How can we say that, well, this is just the way things are done? So that is an example how. And I don't feel it needs to be a punitive response, but I think it certainly needs to be a response where we expect people to change. I think so. We talk of. I also feel that, and these responses, can be measured. I think in terms of looking at how we support people when they first come into our service. This came through all the time in the previous panel discussion, right? That. All of these things are measurable. All of these things are measurable, auditable, and I think people can be made accountable for those, because clearly, I think if you are in charge of a particular process, whether it might be the director of medical education, it might be the head of school, it might be the postgraduate dean, someone's responsible for that process, and if that process is not being followed, even now I come across people where people in senior educational responsibilities don't even know how many IMGs do they have in their cohort. Now, that is not okay. I think that's the very least. You should know about how many IMGs do you have, how many have failed, and then what have you done? What is the remedial action what remedial support? Now, this is not equality specific work. This is good educational work. If someone fails, you provide remedial support. That is a good educational activity. I think that should be available to everyone. It just so happens that a proportion of our trainees are more likely to experience that. So I feel that having that accountability is generally good for all of us. And I think we come back to that point, that this is something not to be seen as an additional morally good add-on. This is something that has to be a part of our core activity because it improves the quality of outcomes for everyone.
Alistair, you wanted to step in.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up, sort of picking a bit of what Subo was saying there, and specifically around what kind of colleges as organisations sort of can do. There are various things they can't do, particularly in terms of what goes on in the workplace or wherever. But in terms of education, and certainly around the differential attainment findings, I think there is a responsibility, I think, at the moment, to really work with others, because again, they won't solve it by themselves, on the issues of differential attainment. And the GMC is doing good work sort of there. So of us working with that, and education providers, and also a responsibility to look at all across their education provision to ensure that all their educational activities are appropriately sort of diverse as well. And that's, I think, a very specific action that colleges, I'm pretty sure all of them would be signed up to that. Some are sort of moving faster than others, but that's something that they can be doing. And I think, and also showing sort of leadership there. And just finally, I'd also like to see perhaps more done colleges, again going back to that issue about sort of diversity and the issues in the service provision within their specialties. I know, say, psychiatrists have done that. I know the RCOG have looked at issues around equality in service of maternity services. But I think that's a really important issue, is that as professional leaders, that's a responsibility that those bodies can really do. Individual doctors can, but their professional organisations can do that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Alistair. So I'm going to bring this session, this final session, to a close. Marla, gentlemen, thank you so much for ending our day on such a fantastic note. I very much appreciate your contributions, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So before we move on now to our poster prize winners, which I'm looking forward to announcing, we've got one more poll to put out there for you. What we'd like to ask you this time is, do you think a more equitable NHS workplace is possible after what you've heard today? I know I'm watching the figures tumble as I'm absolutely agog at the technology. I'd just like to say, you can see who the Geordie girl is here with my short sleeves, and Marla, the soft southerner, in a scarf.
Absolutely. Is it always this cold up here?
This is not bad. It's not snowing. Oh, look, there we are. So we've got 80% of us think yes to that question, that a more equitable NHS is possible. That's just so fantastic. I'm sorry that 19% of us are still not convinced that we can push this rock further up a hill, but I hope that you are at least encouraged to know that we are talking about it. So we're going to go now to Mumtaz, who's been leading the poster and oral presentation judging. So thank you for doing all that hard work, Mumtaz, and I'm excited to know where you got to with your judging. Thank you. Mumtaz, you're still muted. Can you?
Apologies. Oh, I have to do that at least once a day. Apologies. So I was just saying, it was a fantastic opportunity to review such great work. And it was a difficult choice choosing, because I think they could all be winners with all the different categories, and such great, fantastic work out there. So I think sharing that as best practice in itself will be something that I'm sure will help with, kind of our motto today, levelling the field across the board. So we've prepared a few slides just to kind of go through the different sections. So we were going to do the awards for the best poster to begin with, and then finally finish off with the best oral presentation. So if you go to the next slide first, so the best poster for the runner-up side of things was around the international medical graduates' experience in the National Health Service, challenges and educational solutions. So again, a great poster, very well presented, and again, a fantastic amount of work. Fantastic, thank you so much. And if you go on to the next slide, the next runner-up for the best poster was by Dr. Aisha Rise around the survey on psychiatry trainees' experiences of racism. And some of these stories were so powerful. So thank you so much for sharing that. And because we couldn't choose, we had a few best poster runner-ups. Sorry, apologies. So this one was for the British Caribbean Doctors and Dentists Associations, and the authors are cited there, but thank you again. And the last best poster runner-up, promise we are getting to the best poster, was around the experiences of IMG Foundation trainees. And this was a pilot exploring interventions, things very close to my heart. And these are the kind of things around early interventions, addressing differential attainment. So well done to the group. And last but not least, the best poster goes to this group, which assessed the impact of virtual summer schools as contributors to widening participation in medicine. Well done. This was a fantastic piece of work and such well presented.
Yeah, no,
Thank you. And just going on to the oral presentations. So we've narrowed this down to 3 presentations that we were sort of trying to review and kind of coming up. So we've got 2 runner-ups and then one who's won. So this was the first one for linguistic coaching, a pilot study of one-to-one coaching. And this wasn't just linguistic coaching. It was again through the educational journey of GP trainees from enhanced induction, supervision, and then an array of interventions. So fantastic work and some great outcomes there. So well done.
Super.
And then the second runner-up on the next slide, please, was around, sorry, the slide hasn't just changed. It will probably change in a minute.
Gentlemen, can I have the next?
Fantastic, thank you. Was around creating equal opportunities in medical school interviews. And even my daughter listened to this one and she said, this is like such great work, opening access to so many communities with preparation towards entering medical school. So again, amazing work, thank you. And last but not least, the best oral presentation goes to RadReach for their work in widening participation into access into radiology and oncology. And the great things about this particular project was, again, through that entire journey. So, you know, from entry into, you know, kind of what kind of things could be done to encourage, but also leadership training, which is something that we've talked about in our earlier sessions as well, in a very early stage, to make sure that the people we are bringing in, it's not just about entry into a program or through medical school, it's through the entire journey. So fantastic work and very well done.
Thank you, Mumtaz. That's absolutely brilliant and such super work to see and reward. Really delighted, and thank you for doing that for us. Well, guys, we're coming to the end of the day. I can't believe it. For me, it's absolutely flown past. I'm sure it has for you as well, Marla. I've so enjoyed, you know, listening a lot to the talks. I feel I've contributed so little, but I'm so grateful to all of you who have. Thank you for participating, for sending us your questions. It's been a joy to listen and to participate. I think, you know, we've had such a rich dialogue of sharing and reflection about experiences, some really affecting stories still going on, but so much good work happening as well, which is a real encouragement. And I think of anything, we should take away what's encouraging about this. And we know how much work is there to be done. I think we've got the tools to do the job now. I think we've got data. We know what needs to be done. I think we're a group of people who can get the job done. And it's fantastic to see nationally there are people that want to do it with us. Marla and I very much want to thank the team who've been surrounding us all day. You've not seen any of them. We'd rather like them to come and stand behind us if they don't mind. So come on, guys. Come on, guys. So, and I'm just going to read everybody's name out, not in any particular order, but we've got Chris Browl, who heads up A-Line. We've got Nabil Sadiq, who is an absolute super geek. We've got Chai's got hot ears because he's been listening on social media all day. We've got Colin, who's very bold but fantastic. We've got Nikki, who looks like my 12-year-old but is a really skilled operator. There's Tom, who's off to New Zealand soon. We hope he's going to come back. Nnenna, fantastic, I think is the only non-anaesthetist in the room, so good girl for you, sticking with us. Claire, one of my super anaesthetic colleagues, and Fran, one of my other anaesthetic colleagues. Fui, soon to be one of my consultant colleagues, woo! And Ilma, soon to be one of my other anaesthetic colleagues. Who've I missed? Barbara, where's Barbara, who's our absolute rock? She hasn't come to the camera. She's our administrative assistant. She's been part of this since I was a girl, so we've had a lot together. And most of all, I want to thank Samir Ahmed, who has been the inspiration for this. I think that he was standing So please keep following Levelling the Field on social media. There will be updates across the next weeks and months to come, and we will email out your certificates over the next couple of weeks. But thank you again for joining with us, and we hope to see you again. Bye.
Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah.